purely for symmetry, yeah. But no, like, here's the thing. Like, you can really tell new Dwarf Fortress players from people who've been playing this game for a while just by how deep down they've dug. It's like if they're digging around in stone, you know what? You have an idea of what you're doing. If you're digging around in dirt, noob. Anyway, let's not be gatekeepy assholes here. No offense. Have fun in your dirty dirt forts. Let's create a new world, shall we? Let's keep it sparse. I was actually quite happy with the lower natural savagery, actually, and the higher number of beasts. I'm all for just getting attacked by giants and shit. So let's do that. Let's increase the number of sites because they felt rather low as of late. Let's increase the length of history, and let's increase the number. No, we'll leave the number of civs. That's fine. Also, a reminder to any of you who are using mods and you want to use mods in World Gen, they only count from world to world. So if you're using mods, click on the mods button at the beginning and add them into your World Gen before you generate the world. And you have to do that for each individual world. If you're not doing that, then the game won't generate your mods. So if you're just like, yo, I want to use like the Pokemon mod or something, you have to do that. Turn you down, turn you up, 250. And let's make it bigums. I like variety. PRB in 30 minutes? 30 minutes? Got a better computer. The fuck kind of computer do you have that this version of the game takes 30 minutes to gen a large 250-year-old world? Oh yeah, no, you can generate a large 1,000-year world in 15 minutes now on my computer anyway. As long as you don't crank the number of sites and civs up. Is that you can't update mods mid-playthrough? Yeah, that's got nothing to do with mod implementation. That's how Dwarf Fortress's world generation works. It's not possible. Like, just flat not possible. Because the game populates the world with the animals that are in the raws, as an example. And if you're populating a world with animals, you can't regenerate the same world. According to DOS Tactics needs to learn patience, okay? Needs to learn patience. Dwarf Fortress is a very patient gamers game, okay? You know, like, Dwarf Fortress is the epitome of the patient gamers subreddit. According to that one thread, just everybody who's buying the game has just been waiting 20-something years to give them $30. I don't know if any of you have seen that thread, but there's a thread on the forums on Steam that just kind of blew up, which was just like, watch the reviews. It's just a bunch of people that have... Is it really just a bunch of people that have been waiting for 20 years to pay $30 and then... Yes. Frankly, yes. Also, there are some people who don't like it. I have seen some, like, legitimate negative reviews that are just like, this is not for me. And, you know, that's fine. Totally okay. Artifacts being created. I kind of wish things dying were a different color. They fly by too quickly. You know, the sad thing is the chronicle, this little thingy above my head that says what's happening in real time, makes me sad because I wish World Gen was slower so I could read it easier. Genuinely. Like, if it ran slower, I'd be able to read it better. You waited 20 years to give them money, and you mostly just watched tutorial YouTube videos until now? I mean, yeah, there you go. Would be cool if they could elaborate. Yeah, honestly, as long as negative reviews aren't just memes, I don't care. Like, people cannot like the game. You found a visual bug? Only one? Wow. Slacker. I found so many, it's not even funny. Yeah, no, I like the good, like, legitimately negative reviews are great because they're good feedback, right? It just shows places where Zach and Tarn can improve. And something that, like, I really have to give Zach and Tarn credit for over the years is they are extraordinarily good at taking feedback. Like, some of the most positive feedback responses I've ever seen to, like, negative feedback come from Zach and Tarn. Also, they're, like, used to people saying, your game runs like shit and looks like ass. So, like... My only real complaints are a few, like, UI quirks, Disco Waffles. It's like, you can make Burrows work exactly the same way as they did before. It's just the button and the wording is weird as shit. And, like, there's no select all button. They literally just need to add a select all button to the top of, like, the Burrows selection screen, and my complaints are gone about Burrows. You have some workshops that are invisible? That's weird. That's weird. I've never seen that. Oh, wait, actually, hold on. Yeah, that's a good question. Did you accidentally hide them? There is a hide tool. Glass is not invisible, Diamond, as cute as that would be. But yeah, unless you accidentally made them invisible with the invisibility tool, I have no idea what could cause that. Yeah, so the thing is, they changed the defaults on them, Disco. There's a little button. I talk about this in my tutorial for Burrows. There's a little button that has an X on it or a little arrow on it and a workshop. That is a setting that was in the game previously where if you tick it, which nobody did, if you tick it, then the burrows would work the way they're intended, which is supposed to be workshop zones. So dwarves can only work in this zone. But you can tick that setting so that they can leave that zone and go collect items for crafting from outside of the zone instead of them just defaulting to not getting stuff from outside of that zone. Yeah, it's fine, raised. It's not great. It's fine. If you tick that button and flip it over to the little X on their workshop, they won't leave the zone to go craft stuff. That's the change. Is they have a old setting that was not on by default now. Here's a legitimate complaint. The music stops while I'm generating worlds. Fucking loop it. God damn it. I found yourself able to pick up certain dwarves visually, which is a weird thing. Okay, so I've played too much of this game, Kajiro, admittedly. Way too much of the game. I've played way too much of this game. I could pick up which dwarf was which visually in the old game based on the way they walked. Do I play too much of this game? Genuine question. Tat, what's up? Hey, thanks for the YouTube tutorials. Very helpful. And as a new player, you want to buy... you went to buy your first dining hall, but somehow you're too stupid and got tables and chairs, but it tells you that it rejects the table not enclosed. You need a roof. You can't do them outside. So you need to build something above it. Or dig underground. Anybody else having an issue where when you build stairs down in one direction, you can't build them up in that direction? You have to, in my experience, you have to channel out the one below and the one above, but someone was telling me that you don't. Stairs are still fucked, is the short version. Exactly. Loop the music, Dwight. You understand. This game is insanity? It can be, yeah. You came here to tell me that 9 stairs is too much? Matter of opinion. Although I generally don't do 9 stairs. I did do 9 stairs in that one tutorial video, though. What's the best advice? Read everything! And don't believe the old memes. And ask questions when you're around people who know what they're talking about. But generally, remember that Dwarf Fortress is a game about making your own fun, and you will get the most out of it if you just play slowly and read as much as possible. What's better, small map or large map? Do you want the game to load faster or slower? I like large maps because they're more visually appealing to me, but frankly, like, make what you want. Tarn should know about looping the music. You know, they probably, like, I'd be willing to bet that was, like, not Kit Fox, but, like, I'd be willing to bet that was because, like, the OG game just, like, looped music infinitely, right? Oh, actually, yeah, world map or embark map. You want to just use the default size embark size, because if you go too big, you will get lag. Damn bird. So, you know what's funny? Is the last time I spoke with Zach and Tarn on the 17th of November, Tarn was talking about bird sounds. And he did mention, he's like, you know, we could actually just have, like, the correct bird sound. Which is like, yeah, they should do that. So there's more than just one bird. I don't want to use the Aquifer mod because I'm not a noob and I know how to dig through aquifers. It's like a 6-minute loop for the original song. All right, well, seems pretty viable. We've got moist tropical broadleaf forest. Ooh, there's a volcano in the middle of a moist tropical broadleaf forest, but it's in untamed wilds. Bleh. Yeah, we'll just click play now. Let's dive in. Yeah, light aquifers are fine. It's a little trickle. If you know what you're doing, aquifers are a very useful tool. If you don't know what you're doing, aquifers are a fucking nightmare. Song lasts longer than you. Hit. How do you restrict only selected dwarves to engrave floors, walls, and premium? Which labor is it now? It's not the engraving one. Engraving is specifically engraving and statues. But if you're talking, you could either make a custom labor. You can make a custom work profile and say only selected do this. Or you could put them on the stone cutting, which is where smoothing is now. Any crazy stories from this game? I got more than I could tell you in a short trip. So, like, you want to just, like, we could go have a TED Talk and it'll take me 7 hours. But the favorite one that I like to tell, which actually is going up in a YouTube short tomorrow, is I had a necromancer lady queen who was originally the daughter of a baroness for a human civilization. And when she was little, she was very greedy, and by the time she was 14, she was embezzling funds and gambling them. She started hiring assassins and started assassinating the royalty after being possessed by a necromancer. She then worked her way slowly up the chain of command, becoming a barony or baroness, and then eventually a duchess, and then moving up to a queen after a little bit of time. Became obsessed with her short life and extended her life using necromancy. And then all the while, she was like an absolute, not to be super offensive, but slut, and was getting married and about 4 to 5 times a year from the age of about 16 onwards. And had multiple lovers at any given time, like dozens of lovers. And then once she became queen, she started just repeatedly getting married about half a dozen times a season. And every single time she would get married, she would plot to assassinate her spouse, and then resurrect them as a zombie. I don't know. I never found her in game, so I don't know. Brandon. So that's probably the most memorable one that I have that I like to tell, which I literally just found by going through Dwarf Wikipedia and Legends, right? Girl boss. Yeah, massive girl boss energy. You could fix her. No, she'd fix you by, like, removing your everything and life and then making you into a lieutenant. It's funny, whenever I tell that story, everybody's just like, sounds like my mom. Or sounds like my ex. It's always one of the two. She just wanted to make sure you would never leave. Yeah, she's just like the overly attached girlfriend. You have too many dwarves? Expel some. Yeah, but did she plot to assassinate them? Sarlacc? Well, I mean, she already had 12, right, Justin? So having more would be concerning, right? Ugh. But yeah, no, tutorial? That's cute. So, is there an option to disable this from popping up every single time I start a new world? Because, my god, I want to do that. Does charcoal count as in stockpile? It's in blocks, other materials. Blocks, other materials. I think they've removed soap from that, though. Soap? Is soap still in other materials? I know you can't build soap fortresses anymore, supposedly. A tower. I want towers to be bigger and more obvious. They're so hard to see. Tiny little brown things. They need to be massive and purple like they were before. Is it a bar? Does it still go in the bar stockpile? Okay, well, there you go. Ooh. Yeah, but yeah, as far as aquifers go, this is somewhere I wouldn't settle because of aquifer. Heavy aquifer, but light aquifers are totally fine. Thank you so much for the 10 bucks. Ren, cheers. Appreciate you. I like these serene woodlands. That could be fun. Freshwater lake. Actually, I'm curious. What's the elevation down here like? Very flat. Ooh, actually, that's kind of fun.
Thank you for the wonderful YouTube tutorials.
But appreciate the 10 bucks. Thank you much. And more YouTube tutorials are going to be coming up. The only reason there was only one last night was because it took me 30 minutes to get the minecart video done. More than that, close to an hour. And then after that, it was 11:30 at night, and I wanted to go to bed. So I had a glass of whiskey and passed out instead of staying up until 1:30 in the morning again. You mind threw a random stone in the cavern? Overlay. Hold on a second. I'll get to that in a sec. I ran through a random stone in the cavern, and you hit a pocket of magma, and it set your entire cavern on fire, and you didn't know you could get magma outside of the magma sea or lava tubes. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. New shit's been added, and that shit's new. You could do a fractal design. Yeah, theoretically. As somebody who loves redstone machines in Minecraft, tell us some of the machines in Dwarf Fortress. So I'm not a computer-minded person when it comes to making machines, but you guys are going to have to stand some ASCII for a second here. But keep in mind, this was done in Dwarf Fortress years ago, and is my favorite example of the dumb shit you can do in Dwarf Fortress. Yes, this is a functional Space Invaders in Dwarf Fortress. Functional playable Space Invaders in Dwarf Fortress. Being run with a macro. Dwarf Fortress is Turing complete. By the way, as well. So, do I understand how any of this shit works? No. Can you do it? Sure. But, that's, yeah. This is old. This is very old. So, chat, challenge, write Minecraft in Dwarf Fortress. Somebody port Minecraft to Dwarf Fortress. Also, watch, it does lose. It's getting there. See? Armok invaders. But that's not the sort of thing I can do. I'm an idiot. Does dwarves hauling ones and zeros? It's vampires and levers. On, off. Tulkas, hello. How's the week been? Super busy, so you haven't been able to tune in or play DF? See the view count? It's been fucking wild, dude. Bins are rather broken still. Yeah, they're less broken, but they are still broken. But from my experiments, brief experiments, they are less broken. Significantly less broken. What's the theme of the new fort? I want to do minecarts and machinery. because I haven't done too much machinery yet. I'm thinking like water-powered stuff, pumping stuff. So we kind of need, well, basically what we need is we need iron. Ideally a flexstone layer, but that's optional. We need iron. We need a source of water. Hoping for like a river or something or a canyon. I was planning on like pumping water, automated water pumping, maybe flat cannons, fun stuff. If we can get iron, we could do. If we can get iron, then we can get spiky balls, which is always fun. Or honestly, anything I can make spiky balls out of. Or swords, just fill up minecarts with swords and go, Pwee! Is kind of what I'm thinking. What's flexstone? So when you take the ore of iron and you mix it with a flexstone, you can Google what a flexstone is. You can make pig iron, and that's how you make steel. Is using it's metals, metalworking. That's how you make steel. TLDR. Dwarf shotgun. So dwarf shotgun is where when you take a minecart and you put it up really high, and you fill it up with heavy thing, and then you push it downhill, and then it hit wall. When it hit wall, and that has fortifications in it, if you've played Portal, speedy thing go down, speedy thing come out. Minecart stop. Thing in minecart keep going. But I'm kind of liking this area right here. Also kind of liking this area. You know, I've never tried making a minecart shotgun with glass discs. I mean, I'm just throwing that out there. I've never tried that before. What faction do we want to play as? The Rosy Cave. I like that name. Also sounds like an innuendo. Coin shotgun? Fuck yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Gold coins, platinum coins. Pucker 'em full of holes. Possessed Dwarf just crafted an instrument worth 30k. Hell yeah. Well, why would you sell such a glorious artifact? I mean, you can, but... Or artifact. Dwarf just made that for you. Not to be sold. Sounds like an inn tavern. Totally, yeah. This is a spot. The Tattooed Steel. 66,000 dwarves, 74 sites. Their queen is named Meng. Golden Trummel. Olon syrup halls. Sticky. A massive paints. More like a massive pains. The rope of amusement. Ropes amuse me too. Is that a haunted mountain? That is in fact a haunted mountain. Choose origin civilization. We got the lens of clarifying. This is the one up here with. This is okay. This is a neat spot. I really like generations like this because it's like I think this is like literally an impassable mountain range for raids. So you just have like a couple evil things in here, and like a tower, a couple dwarven towers, and then just like this wall of elves. And then just like dwarves all the way around the mountain ranges on the outside. I love it when the world generates stuff like this because it's like this valley unto itself. The shenanigans and shit you could get up to in an area like this in adventure mode would be wild. That is a cool as hell area. We can just... Yeah, there's a lot you could get up to down here. Why does hate elves? Is it just a meme? Unfortunate analogs for racism without people realizing it, and 4chan is a bunch of assholes. Unfortunately, Dwarf Fortress got a lot of its initial fame from 4chan, going viral on 4chan, and that seeds some crappy things. Also, then combine that with just general fantasy memery, and you get some really crappy takes. I'm all for fighting the elves. But they're like anything else, right? It's a theme for a particular fort, right? So elves bring really, really cool shit to trade for and are very valuable trade partners, but at the same time are fun, like, thwack punchers if you want to just beat the crap out of something. So, like, I don't hate elves at all. I think elves are fine. They're kind of rude. They're, like, sassy in-game. They'll call you fat and short and stuff like that, but, like, they're fine. Elves are fine. You wish you could play Fortress mode with other classes? Time to learn how to edit your RAWs, and you can. No offense, chat. I love you guys. You guys are awesome, but I have to slow you down. Hold up. Bloody tree humping, string beans. Exactly, Sam Taxgun. Keep it fun, not weird. It's just knowing what kind of. It's just knowing what kind of goods they want. So, fun fact: if you're trading, your trade goods are color coded. The stuff on your side. If you have a talented broker and you've traded with elves successfully before, it shows up red if it has wood on it. Walls don't bang. Sounds like a challenge. Where are we going? Thank you very much for that subscription, Walls. Appreciate you. All right, let's figure out where we want to settle. I do like that site up there, but I kind of like the Rosy Cave down here. Very untamed wildsy though. So if there, I don't know about caravans, because my knowledge of that stuff comes from the old game. But basically, like, if you want to play Stardew Valley and Dwarf Fortress, find yourself a calm island in the middle of nowhere. Like, if I were to settle here, we'd never get invaded by anything. There wouldn't be any real threats, unless I dig down to the caverns. But basically, like we could just make Dwarf Hawaii over here on this island. But the reason they're almost always calm is because there's not a lot going on there. There isn't a lot of critters. A lot of the big scary monsters starve to death. There isn't a lot of reason for stuff to be there. So it's not a bug, that's a designed feature. So yeah, it still works, Fat Man. No problem, Walls. No problem. Thanks for coming by and watching. Settle on a hard place. We're still in the experimenting phase of like relearning game mechanics, so settling in a hard place isn't exactly useful currently. And gloves, thanks for the $2. Like, if you want to see people, like, struggle to survive and bullshit like that, go watch people on YouTube who are just like, I don't do the hardest biome. It's like, yeah, of course you fucking can, but if you learn the game properly first, you'll have a better time with it. That's a nice canyon. I like that. Cold, forested, very thick forested. Could be fun. Hostile elves. Or, no, hostile goblins around here. That's good. That's kind of what we need. Also, keep in mind, World Gen and this area is very important to take slowly, at the very least selecting your site, because this is like your character creator. So you know, like those people who play RPGs and then 14 hours later, they're still in the character creator? It's me. I'm being very specific about where I'm settling. Silver and lead. Ew. Not optimal. Kind of want iron and something else. I mean, no, if you want hard mode, actually, okay, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress in hard mode right now, it doesn't matter the difficulty of the surface biome, because all you're seeing right now is the surface, right? Untamed Wilds, that's the surface. Wilderness, that's the surface. Calm, that's the surface. Doesn't account for Cavern Layer 1, 2, or 3, or the Circus, which is where the difficulty comes in, right? Your neighbors and the caverns are where you get threats. The surface difficulty is just how hard is the first year. Initially getting going. The actual threats are from the basement. I mean, it's never been needed for farming. Dorigo? Circus, yes. So you know the part in Lord of the Rings where they go, "You shall not pass"? That's the Circus. Still haven't started? We've started. Barcode. If you think this isn't started, you've never played this game. I'm looking for an ideal embark spot. And, you know, when you're looking at a world the size of fucking New Zealand, you have a lot of options. What is the Circus? It's hell. It's the underworld. It's where demons come from. We're stuck in ads right now for a lot of people, sorry. I'm just waiting a minute. Yes, lethal. Absolutely, Jath. That's why the community calls it the Circus. Why don't I filter Embark locations? Because I'm not that picky. I mean, I am, but I don't find it helps my decision. And also, sometimes I'll make exceptions if I find that it removes perfect Embark locations generally. And the issue with that is, like, for me, I have something specific that I want, but I will make an exception if I find something better, if that makes sense. This is pretty decent right here. We're getting there. We are getting there. Goblins a day's travel to the west that are hostile. We are getting there. That's doable. That's a potential option right there. But so is this. That's iron. Zinc. That's also iron and zinc. They both have fluxstone layers. They both have light aquifers. Very deep soil. Be careful with very deep soil and aquifers. If you do very deep soil and aquifers, you're gonna have a deep fucking aquifer. On islands, if you can't get to them on foot, you can't get to them. That's also doable. It's not heavily forested. Like, I'm looking for these canyons, basically. With high gradients, potentially waterfalls, stuff like that. Ooh, that's doable. That is also doable. Although I would like a partial aquifer if possible. How deep's their gradient there? Could do that. Like a canyon, not a brook. You always want water where you settle? Well, the thing is there's always water, right? There's always water. You just have to dig for it, right? Do you want surface water is the question. And that's up to you. Does it mean that you have to deep to find it, or does it mean that it's deep on the map? So, like, soil is just, like, a layer or two. Deep soil is, like, 7 layers of soil. Do you go for bronze? You never seem to find the metals you need for it? Not really. I don't generally make bronze. Bronze is probably the metal I make the least often. You settled somewhat near the sea and dug into a flooded cavern. Any chance you can pump it back out to the surface? Also fungal spores? Yeah, use pumps. You can absolutely do that. Why do I want a partial aquifer? So that I can have a easy access to well water, but don't need to dig through it necessarily and can do stuff on the surface, like channeling out the surface without it filling up with water immediately. Three things you want on the surface are exactly what you want for that Embark. But for a new player, you want trees, you want a brook, and you want dirt and or sand. But for a new player, you want dirt, trees, and a brook. Mr. Gray, what up? Volcanoes are good? Optional for new players, though. Using your last bit to highlight this comment, do you know of any good checklists for this game? The wiki. If you go to the Dwarf Fortress wiki, I mean, if you just at me with a question, I will, and I miss it, feel free to repost it a minute later. Literally just go to the wiki, this. It's old, but it's still relevant. All of this hasn't really changed much. Obviously, the hotkeys don't work anymore, but this is still relevant. Still relevant. Notice how, no matter where you go, everything ends in dig deep and fun. Everything ends in dig. Australia's flippin' freezing. All right, so I think that's what we're gonna do right there. I really like this temper. I don't have a partial aquifer, which sucks. I could go up to there for the partial aquifer, but that would be a. We can maybe get it. That's not quite steep enough. This is really the best one, but I lose out on my partial aquifer opportunities. It's a shame. But, I mean, we have everything we need. We have sand, soil, temperate, heavily forested, thick wilderness. We do have a brook. I wanted a river, but could go over to this side. Actually, how big is this? That's not bad. Is this game multiplayer? No. You could answer that question yourself by going to the Steam page. Dwarf Fortress is a game from 2003 that has never had the intention of adding any format of multiplayer. There are some mods that let you play concurrently on the same map, but let me just tell you pretty bluntly, they don't play well, and you realize really quickly when you play them that they don't play well, and you don't want that. If you want to play Dwarf Fortress in multiplayer, the best way to do it is either sit on a sofa with a friend of yours and play Dwarf Fortress and talk about it, or alternatively sharing save files back and forth. Did my fortress die? Yes. Mostly intentionally, though, because I wanted to do other things. And also I wanted to generate a new world because update came out, and updates don't transfer backwards to old worlds. No, not really. It's not bad at all. Succession forts are the best way to do multiplayer in Dwarf Fortress. By far. So that is a very high possibility of a location to embark. This is just all my civ, I think. Yes. But there's one or two other spots I want to check. These are streams. Rook. Stream. Yeah, okay. We'll go with that spot, I think. Unless we embark and it just looks horrible. I really want these. I want a wider river. I don't want a brook, but brook is gonna be disappointing. Size-wise. Just like me. Why 250 years of history? Because I wanted to. Not everything, no, honestly, not everything I do has a strict response. It's just because I want to. Believe it or not. Like, that's a lot of things in Dwarf Fortress. Like, Dwarf Fortress, for me, is not a game about playing, this is the optimal way to play. No. It's, what do I want to do? I wanted to. I wanted a slightly older world. Aquifers are annoying. Chat can be annoying, too. Love you guys. Oh, wait, hold up. Here's a stream. Chat equals Aquifer. I don't have to dig through you. Well, kind of. I sometimes do have to scroll up and dig through you guys. How to utilize trapped. Why do you keep calling me brother? Last I checked, I'm not related to you. Must be a cultural thing. What kind of animal is it? Is it tame? You could, like, slaughter it from the cage. You could tame it from the cage. You could construct the cage and put it on display if it won't starve to death in the cage. You could pasture it in a animal pasture. Yes, chat, very moist. This is true. Also, good source of water. I'll complain too if you call me sister. I don't like being referred to as relations to people I'm not related to. Quick question, man. What's the best way to manage your dwarves regardless of core? Also, another reason I'm taking so long to select a site is because I keep answering questions for chat. Quick question here. What's the best way to manage your dwarves in regards to corpses? They rush to recover. Almost lost a fort like that. So you lock them in a burrow, but you don't think that that's optimal? I mean, most people use burrows. So there's options down in the bottom left of the screen, which is like hauling priority. You can just straight up set it so that they don't haul corpses, or they automatically forbid corpses, and you have to unforbid them. I mean, if you like the map play, then yeah, keep asking questions. Because I'm just picky, right? And I also just like exploring my world. All right, one of my favorite parts of this game. That's not bad. I really do want to just be on the edge of a mountain, though. How do you remove boulders that lie on the surface? Yes, smooth them. They turn into floors. Only the perfect start will do? Nah. But perfect start is certainly preferred. No, I haven't even looked in this area. I don't think it has zinc. That's my own fault, though. We're not generating more minerals. Gold and zinc. Wow. You'd be hard-pressed to find less useful metals. Remember, the previous game didn't even tell you what kind of metals. It would just be like, metal. And you'd be like, all right, what kind of metal? Then you'd start digging and be like, gold. Useless crap. Heavy aquifer. Oh, my God. Game. Killing me here. Okay, that's actually pretty interesting. What is an ideal starting place? It really depends on what you want to do, which is a non-answer, I know. But is there a way to sustain crop seeds? Do they dwindle over time? You get more seeds out of each crop, so eventually it's the opposite. You'll find yourself selling seeds. A road there. That's interesting. Look at that road going from place to place. A brook. That could be a fun spot, actually. Also, Mr. Gray, I totally missed that sub, I think. So thanks for the Prime sub. Also, F. Martiger, thanks for the Prime. Cheers. Let's... I think we might unlock another emote today. By the way. Because we need 1,200 sub points. Now I'm curious. How close are we to that? Now I'm just distracted by completely irrelevant things. Can we delay Embark? Keep asking questions. We're at 1,168 sub points. 1,168 sub points. We need 1,200 for another emote. Anybody want a plump helmet man emote or like a amphibian man emote? Because we can make that happen. I like this spot. What's the elevation? Hell yeah! Actually, we may have found the perfect Embark. Because it's got calm surroundings so I can fuck around with stuff. And we have fun neighbors nearby. Cheese emote? We already have a cheese emote, you silly. How you doing, Neil? I love those psychedelic crazy frogs. They're funny as hell looking. All right, there we go. We can do with that. We can do with that. We can do with that. What about a Dwarven cheese emote? We already have one. It's just a higher tier. All right, let's... Putrid calms the familiar what now? What a name for a stream. Can you explain why gold is bad? It's only useful as a... Well, it's not bad. It's only useful as a trade good. I want things that I can thwack people in the head with. I mean, I guess I could just throw gold bars at people, but I don't know how effective that would be. Eat my money! Still your favorite emote? It's never going away, Eggman. It's never going away. All right, let's settle like right here. How's that sound? Go with this. Thanks for the $1, Sappy. It's good to see you. And for starting that train. Chugga, chugga, chugga. You have selected a site with a light aquifer. Oh my god. The humanity. All right, we're going to prepare carefully. He's still in the character creator. Do your military dwarves fight, get a lot of fight skill when you send them to raise settlements? Yes and no. They gain ambushing and tactical planning skills. And they do gain some fighting skills, but they don't gain specific weapon skills. So yes and no. That is a train, Neil. Yes, that is in fact a train. My preferred train emote, though, is Crypt Zoom, which is my particular flavor of train. What does stream do? Bigger than Brook River. More water. That goes all the way down from minus to 104. Hell yeah! Now throw somebody into it and watch them go splat. You were a bit disappointed. You could read about fights that took place. So, Dwarf Fortress is a game about long-term development, right? Aqua, thank you very much for chucking out that 5-pack. Appreciate you, dude. Dwarf Fortress is a game about long-term development. There's a thing on the long-term roadmap called the map rewrite, which will probably happen sometime in the next year to 5 years. And the map rewrite is going to change that, where you'll be able to actually see the fights taking place or potentially fight them yourselves. We don't know what that's going to end up looking like. Animal, thanks for 19 gift subs. You silly goose. You silly, silly goose. Animal had to take number 1 over, over Navy, apparently, it looks like. By the way, how many sub points are we at? Goofballs. We need 6 more subs, and we unlock a new emote. 6. All right, so let's see. Lethal, thanks for the prime sub. Appreciate you. So we get 10 points of skills for every dwarf. Toxic, thanks for checking out a gift sub. 4. Yeah, there you go. So every single dwarf gets 10 individual skill points. We have plenty of trees, so I don't need to worry about bringing too much wood. But I do need to remember to make wood stuff, so that's fine. We can remove wheelbarrows, we can remove crutches, we can remove splints. We don't need any of those. Giant badger quivers. Those are good quivers. The quivers aren't giant, but they're made out of giant badgers. 2. Yep. 1. By the way, we've unlocked a new emote. Next one is 200 sub points away, so you guys can slow down now if you guys is okay. So we need to figure out what kind of emote we get, and I need to go yell at Cooler, who might be listening right now, who does my art. Really in the first. Thanks for the 7th month. Welcome back. What's up, Lothrian? Nimard, as well with the tier 1. Cheers, you crazy bastards. Plump helmet. So, okay, so here's the thing. Do we really need a plump helmet, though? Because we do have the animated one, right? We have the BTTV one. Do we really need to make people pay for a lesser version of that one? No, I quit, ate dinner, recorded a YouTube video, edited a short, and then drank a glass of whiskey and complained in a friend's chat about how much I've had to stream the past few days, went to bed, slept for 6 hours, and turned my stream back on. Then today, I'm going to stream for 7 hours, then I'm going to record a podcast, and then I'm going to edit like 5 more videos, drink another glass of whiskey, maybe go out for dinner if it's not too late, and then stream again tomorrow. Because look at how many people are watching. This used to be a 70 to 80 viewer stream. Okay? God damn it, I'm gonna capitalize as much as I fucking can. If you came from my YouTube tutorials, I hope you liked them. I hope they're helpful. I'm making more. What can we still do? What do we need? What do we need? Well, we have 700 points to spend on random shit. So let's bring some fun stuff. Let's bring 2 extra picks. Let's bring 2 extra battle axes. Let's bring a shit ton of booze. I'm gonna click this button for a while. You appreciate the content? I'm glad, Walsp. Thanks for being around before all this crazy shit started going down. Let's bring 100 booze and a bunch of wine. Sabios Defense. Thanks for the prime sub. Miner celebrity? I'm a mining celebrity. We're mining. Not the crypto kind. Kiwi meat. Good kind of meat. You need a minecart tutorial? Go to my YouTube channel. I uploaded it this morning. Don't ask for things I've already made. Jesus. Huge celebrity. Well, someone called me a Dwarf Fortress celebrity the other day, which is crazy to me. $69,420 mark? Yep. I need to go check something. I will be back in half a second.
Cheese for everyone!
All right. Most people like cheese. I had to breathe while I ran around the apartment for a minute. Thanks for all the YouTube videos. When you had your first Embark, is it important that you're near your civilization? If you're too far away or have no access to them, you won't get any trade caravans from them. Don't run around your apartment with low blood sugar. Bad news. All right. Let's bring some extra plumpies. How many points do we have? Plenty. Let's go bring some animals. Let's bring a hunting dog and a puppy, so I can have a breeding pair. Let's also bring a sow and a boar and some chicks. What else do we have? What fun stuff do we have? Water buffalo. Can you have a cavie named Barry? No, because cavies are awful. Unless it's named Three Toe. Turbolicious! Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. And thanks for the train, chat. Y'all are crazy. We unlocked another emote. So, I'm gonna do you guys a favor. I'm tearing slow off. I want a big round of beers. As someone who likes to catch wrestling, you're gonna go on adventure mode and wrestle with necromancers? Fuck yeah, have fun. And you know what? The goose was one of the longest survivors of the last fort, so we gotta bring a goose. Fun fact, various different languages worked for beer. Just the word beer works. My beer emote works. My follow beer emote works, which is Crypt Burr. The beer's emoji works. Various different streamers' beer emotes work as well. Let's see if you guys can crash my bot again. Which you did once before. Let's see what other items we can bring to use the rest of these points. Bring an extra bucket. Sure, I don't need to worry about fish. Just spend the rest of it on plump helmets. All I'd really recommend for new player is just bring extra alcohol so you don't need to worry about extra alcohol. Really. And let's bring an extra plump helmet spawn. Jump over to my dwarves again. All right, slow mode back on. Okay. Let's see what we can do here. So, we have our 7 starting dwarves. They got a very specific style. I get hiccups because I just like inhaled a bunch of glucose tablets. All right, so we're gonna go with a proficient miner with a side gig in masonry and a little bit of blacksmithing. We're gonna go with a second proficient miner with a side skill in masonry, a little bit of engraving. We're gonna go. We're also. Let's give you something useless. Let's go with. Well, not useless. Let's also give you some. Let's make you into a competent mechanic, because fucking hell, we're gonna need those. Let's go with another proficient miner. And give you a side gig in armor smithing and a little bit of brewing. Perfect timing. Hell yeah, Couch Monster. Keep in mind, you don't need to assign any skills. You can just leave all of these default, and you'll be fine. They'll figure it out. What age do dwarves live? 150 to 170 years old, and they can die on the 1st of spring every year unless that's been changed. I don't think it's been changed. By the way, to people who've been complaining about load screens for being too long for this game, large world with long history is still a shorter load screen than starting a mission in XCOM. So, if your fowl are in a nest box, do they need to be in a pasture? Fowl don't need to be grazers, so they don't need to be in a pasture at all. I just don't like having them scattered around my entire fort. That's not a really great endorsement. It's still faster than XCOM 2. If you want shorter load times, just do a pocket world, because basically whenever the game saves, it's taking everything that's happened in the world, chronologing it into legends, right? So it's basically processing everything that's happened in the world. So if you want shorter load times, just do pocket worlds or small worlds. I don't give a shit about load times. It just gives me opportunities to skip those stupid fucking ad breaks and give you guys tips. So I don't care about long load times. Is it possible to have a bug to diagnose patient jobs? So I don't know where the fuck they put doctoring jobs, but doctoring jobs has been the main custom work profile I've done. I've been making custom work profiles and saying either everybody does this or only selected do this, and then I select all the dwarves I want to be doctors. I don't know where they put them under the default profiles, genuinely. And one of my biggest complaints, and I've told this to everybody I can who's worked on the game, is that I really, really want them to expose what exactly is in those default jobs, because it is stupid. Is Dwarf Therapist dead? I mean, it's been useless for years, so why would you use it in the first place? I know that's an unpopular opinion, okay? It's not under orderlies. Not all of the doctoring. I don't think diagnostics is under orderlies. I don't think so. I've never used it, and I've always found it to be like useless bloat, so if you're using Dwarf Therapist, it just means that you didn't know how to use the old UI, because most of that information is in there, and the extra information that's in there is not important anyway. Required? No, it's not. Can fire it up right now and it works fine. Have fun, userin. I throw shade at Dwarf Therapist all the fucking time, not because it's useless, but because I personally think it's useless. It is a convenience, yes. Do you need it? Is it required? Absolutely not. I've kept forts alive for hundreds of years without it. You don't need it. If anything, I think it exposes information in a negative way and gives you too much information in a lot of ways. I have a tutorial on how to do that, on how to make a slab for burial in Dwarf Fortress on my YouTube channel if you want to watch that. It's easier than me explaining it. We're going to do Planter Brewer. I know I already have another brewer, but we're going to do Planter Brewer. And we're going to also give you mechanics, because we're going to need mechanics. And we're also going to give you herbalist so that you haul stuff. We're going to go to labor, and we're going to go to cook, skilled cook, weaver, clother, dyer. Trying to think, what else do I need? A couple points in tanning, a couple points in weaving, another cook. And we'll give you some carpentry and woodcutting as well. We don't need to use all of these. I'm not going to, probably. Are certain skills dwarves need in order to be able to do certain labors, or is it just a question of speed? It's a question of speed and quality. They can do anything. Any dwarf can do anything. Some of them just will hate it, though. Your DF just crashed? That sucks. Does that happen a lot? I've had one crash since release. Crashes are common after recent patches, which is why some of the old heads are still on the old version. But crashes are common on new releases because Dwarf Fortress's QA team, up until Kit Fox began helping, was one person, so which was Zach. But there's more people helping now. There's like 8 of them, I think, and it's a big, complicated game. And yes, there are absolutely crashes. You love that Turn already announced that they will address keyboard on the gaming. Yeah, they announced that a month ago, like a long time ago. They were like, "Yo, yeah, we will get there. Just give it time." I would recommend putting on seasonal saving for that reason. I would recommend that. It's optional, but I would recommend it. So you need some more skills. So let's go with, don't need to have freaking crafters. Let's throw 2 points into engraving. Let's give you metal crafting. Mason and armor, furnace ops. But no, assigning skills in this screen, all it really does is it makes sure that they have skills assigned when you start. You know, it'd be cool if we give you points in comedian. I like funny dwarves. Wouldn't that be funny? There we go. So now the important part. Let's name the fort. Ostat haben, which is esteemed constructs. Gilt swallows? I don't want to swallow gilt. No thanks. Auburn planks. Roadtorch. Ooh, that's a good name. How do you kill raised skeletons? Kill the thing that's raising them or hide from them. If you're in a haunted biome, hide from them. Tapioca, what up? But no, how do you kill raised skeletons? You mangle them. I recommend pulverizing weapons like maces or hammers, preferably of something with something heavy, or just simply crush them or catch them in cage traps. Do you leave skills unassigned in the window, or do they get randomly assigned? I actually have no idea. But like dwarves can, a dwarf can become very, very skilled at something in just a very short period of time. So it's not actually that big of a deal. The way I used to play, sorry, I'm losing my voice because I've been talking so much the last few days. The way I used to play in the older versions was I would assign no skills and embark with 7 peasants. It depends on what I'm fighting. In regards to my favorite weapon. Sharp weapons for living enemies that bleed. Long, pointy weapons for big, tall enemies. And wacky, bonky weapons for undead enemies. Wacky, bonky weapons for undead, because you pulverize them instead of making more of them. Cutty weapons on undead, especially if they're resurrecting, will make them into multiple pieces, and then the multiple pieces will be resurrected. You remember the scene in the first Pirates of the Caribbean where the guy has the arm in the office and it's going, literally that. Except like there was one time I had a human neck crawling around like an inchworm around the edge of my fort, scaring children. I was very proud of them when they stomped on it. Necks aren't very threatening, but can be resurrected. Heavy blunt gold minecarts. Minecarts are not as effective as weapons as they used to be, because I don't know when they did this. I think it was around the time they added mounts, but like a horse can stop a minecart and like not even really get injured by it. So even if it's going at like the speed of sound. Wacky bonky weapons? Wacky bonky weapons are very good, yes. And also very dwarfy. Very, very dwarfy. Ads soon. So I will get to your questions in a sec. Hair can be resurrected too, and it can strangle your dwarves. Yes, but unlike previous versions, you can mangle hair. So hair is not undefeatable anymore. It used to be undefeatable a while ago. Are maces worse warhammers? Yes. Well, so maces are lighter warhammers, and that means they can hit faster, theoretically. But maces have less size than warhammers, so they do less damage overall. So yes, they are just worse warhammers in a lot of ways. They're a bit different. Like they get more hits in, but you just want to thonk cave in skull. I mean, just use a combination, really. If you want that kind of thing, just make a combination. I like Roadtorch. Chat, how do we feel about the name Roadtorch for our fort? Roadtorch? Roadtorch, or maybe Roadwater. Actually, can I make it Roadblock? Let's just call it Roadblock. The Fortress of Roadblock. Toulon Refort. We are near a road, yes. Toll booth. Roblox. Okay, you just killed it. Let's call it Road Falls. Road Falls. There you go. You just killed it. Thanks, Socks. Road Apple. You're a Road Apple. Isn't that a horse? Isn't that horse shit? I'm like 99% that a Road app, or are those field apples? How do you name your settlement? So if you go into prepare carefully, it gives you this screen. There's a tutorial on my YouTube channel of how to do this, and you can name your fortress name, your group name, and your symbol, and you can also save profiles. For some reason, I don't ever save profiles. I really should do that because it would speed my life up a lot. But like, I enjoy going through and selecting everything and doing all this crap. So I enjoy this portion of the game. Checkpoint Charlie. But yeah, chat, a question. If you were to decide right now, just type in the chat, right? Roadtorch or Road Falls? I mean, to give you an idea, Rudis, my older sister has been playing Dwarf Fortress for years, right? Actually, about 4 years now, probably, because I taught her on Christmas a couple years ago. And she, chat seems to be going Torch, okay. And she doesn't actually play Fortress mode. She plays Legends. What she does is she generates a world, right? And then she screenshots the map and she traces it after printing it out. And then she goes into Legends mode and she just scrolls down and reads about different factions and writes down the locations and uses them as D&D worlds. Because, like, the original game is free, right? So it's, like, the best free D&D world generator you could ever have. And also, like, there's been people in my chat over the years that are just like, I really like this particular fort. I'm going to use all of the names from this particular fort that you put up on YouTube and use it as my thing. And, like, there was a community member a while ago who used Long Death as a ancient dwarven fortress in one of their, like, world lore things. Roadkill. I think Roadtorch is less on the nose. So now we can name our group. This one isn't that important. You can just kind of hit random a couple times until you get one that you think is kind of neat. So there are three things that you need to know about Dwarf Fortress. There's your civilization, right? Then there's your group name, which is like the name of the group of dwarves. And then there's the fortress name, which is the actual fortress itself. Once you get royalty in your fortress, you can get helixes, which are essentially like extensions of your fortress. You don't get to see them directly unless you go visit them in adventure mode, and you don't have direct control over them, but you can send dwarves there, and you can ask for assistance from those locations. Like, you can request workers from those places. And those are basically surface forts that form around your fort that are part of your site's government. So this is your site's local government, basically. So this is like the governing body that controls your fort and any forts that end up being adjacent forts that are connected to it. Also, if your faction captures enemy locations around you and they're close by, that this can happen independently of you, with you having no control over it. They can look to your government for their success, and you get a little pop-up, and essentially that also means that you can then request workers from there or send workers there. Did the other fortress go down? Yes. Mostly intentionally, but yes, it did go down. Things were kind of going south, so I was like, nah, fuck it. And we let her die. Ooh, I like the safe gate. Roadtorch of the safe gate. Got a nice ring to it. Got a good ring to it. Also, holy shit, there are a lot of you here today. Hi, everybody. How's things? So yeah, I think we're gonna go with Roadtorch of the safe gate, and then from there, we are going to make our symbol. So this is fun. The symbol of the Rosy Cave, which is going to be our symbol. So we could select dwarves, shapes. Okay, so, you know, we said that we're going to be playing with machines, right? So let's go with object. Let's go with a minecart, right? A minecart. This is an image of a minecart. Okay. Let's say an image of a dwarf. Okay, so sweet. An image of a minecart and a dwarf. Awesome. Action or relationship. Is riding an option? No. Okay, actually, no. Let's go. Not an image of a minecart. Okay, and let's add another creature. Let's go because there are goblins close by. Goblin, an image of a goblin, a minecart, and a dwarf. Okay. Action or relation. Flayed. Um, the goblin is being flayed by the minecart. Okay, so this is an image of a minecart, a goblin, a dwarf, and a goblin. The goblin is being flayed by the minecart. Sweet. Now let's add an element to this. Let's go I have to spell it correctly. Laughing. The dwarf is laughing naturally. What else can we add to this? Yeah, it's phenomenal, isn't it, Arstrius? What else can we do here? I love how chat's thinking the exact same way as me, Sim. You have a sudden urge to watch the Krug Smash minecart video. It's a good video, Terabyte. It's a fantastic video. The goblin is screaming. I was gonna say that the goblin is cringing, but we could say the goblin is praying. Oh God, save me! Well, actually, hold up. Actually, traveling. The minecart is traveling because it's moving, right? So it's an image of a minecart, a dwarf, and a goblin. The goblin is being flayed by the minecart. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is traveling. There we go. And the goblin is embracing the minecart? Unnaturally contorted. Excellent. Even better. The goblin is smeared out into a spiral. Minecart is in a triumphant pose. Well, you could say the minecart is laughing. Is dead. The goblin is dead. What is the symbol good for? You can tell your dwarves to make statues of it, and you can tell your dwarves to engrave it on walls, and then you can like make crafts with this image on it. You could encrust this image on your armor. It just becomes a part of the world going forward. The dwarf is devouring the minecart. This is completely mechanically useless. This is just fluff flavor for fun reasons. I kind of want to say that the goblin is praying. Oh, actually, here's even better. The goblin, it looks confused. That's even better. This is an image of a minecart, a dwarf, and a goblin. The goblin is being flayed by the minecart. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is traveling. The goblin is smeared out into a spiral. The goblin looks confused. Yeah, absolutely. And considering the game is a storyteller, this is useful. He hungers for the minecart. He craves it naturally. I mean, who wouldn't? So now let's add something else to this. Let's say, wrong thing. Object shape? Blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning. The goblin is on fire. How about... the minecart is burning. This is an image of a minecart, a dwarf, and a goblin in a blazing sun. The goblin is being flayed by the minecart. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is traveling. The goblin is smeared out into a spiral. The goblin looks confused. The blazing sun is burning. The minecart is burning. You want to know what's great about all of this, chat? We could have finished all of this and then just like immediately died of giant crocodiles. And yes, I've done, there's been times when I've spent like 2-3 hours in World Gen meticulously designing a faction, get into game, and then just blap. So, this is the tale of Daklist Men Tulon Lolar Thob Lor and Etur, of the Fortress of Roadtorch, of the group of the Safe Gate, of the Rosy Cave, and with their image of on banners with an image of a minecart, a dwarf, a goblin, and a blazing sun. The blazing sun is burning. The minecart is burning. The goblin looks confused. The dwarf is laughing. The minecart is traveling, and the goblin is smeared out into a spiral. Like starting with raining ooze and it's like I spawned into a hunted biome once, and yeah, it literally just rained acid and everybody's skin melted off. It's like, well, okay, everybody's dead. Awesome, fan fucking tastic. Fan fucking tastic. All right, so I'm going to run an early ad break so we don't have to worry about that shit for a little bit, and then we're going to dive into game. And that'll give us no pre-rolls for the next 40 minutes. Your greatest Embark was when that you spent hours preparing to. You split the split second you load up the fort, your animals and dwarves melted due to extreme heat. Yep. Hey, Freeways, how are you? Good to see you. It is good to see you. Man, we need to figure out what our next emote's gonna be. I'm really thinking an amphibian man because they look fucking hilarious. And also, like... The question is, chat, if we get an amphibian man emote, what kind of emote would it be? Like, what would the name of it be? Squeedus, what up? Thank you very much for that Prime sub. No, not really. Just as long as you have miners, woodcarters, and, like, a farmer, you're good. In regards to jobs at the start. Crypt Frog? No, but like what emote would it be doing, right? Maybe Crypt Crazy? Actually, it could be a lick emote. Because amphibians would lick things, right? Or it could be a Crypt Stab, yeah. Kind of between stab and lick. Do you assign ammo in the Steam version? I haven't fucked with that enough to give you this blunt explanation. I could just tell you the old version. I would just say make sure that there's a stockpile close by where they can put it. Also, apparently they use weapon racks and armor racks now, which is crazy to me. Maybe coins? I literally have Crypt Sellout already. It is a higher tier emote, though. Fittingly. It's just a pile of money. All right. We threw ads? We threw ads? Sweet. We have 45 minutes until the next stupid ad break. Embark. Mindrazor! Thanks for the Prime sub. Appreciate you. The number of Prime subs I've been getting recently is bananas. All right. And Seb as well. Thanks for the Prime sub. A Dwarven outpost. You have arrived after a journey from the mountain homes into the forbidding wilderness beyond. Your harsh trek has finally ended, and your party of 7 is to make an outpost for the glory of all Estrabis. There's almost no supplies left, but with stout labor comes sustenance, whether by bolt, plow, or hook. Provide for your dwarves. You are expecting a supply caravan just before the winter entombs you, but it is spring now. Enough time to delve secure lodgings. Ere the grizzly bears get hungry. A new chapter of Dwarven history begins here at this place. Toulon Lightast. Roadtorch. Strike the earth. Grizzly bears. Ooh. For the goose! Always, oh yeah, that's the rule. Always embark with a guard goose. Very important for fortress survival. Do not slaughter the goose. The goose must live at all costs. If the goose dies, nothing really happens, but I will cry. Maybe. I might cry. Your game is lagging like hell, and then a dwarven child died and everything was okay. Ah, you think the child was trying to fill someone in your pawns? Here's a quick tip, too. If your game is running like absolute ass... Finally! Sorry, Marty. If your game's running like absolute ass, disable temperature. Sometimes that fixes it, like immediately, which is weird. But yeah, usually it means something is stuck somewhere and trying to get to something. Canadian national bird? Yes.
When was my first month?
When was your first month? Good question. There's if you've been following this channel for any period of time, or if you've like stumbled on this channel, or if you've watched Dwarf Fortress, or if you allow public gift subs, there's a very possible chance that either Animal or Navy gifted you a sub in the past. But, welcome back. Cheers. Stuck in a goose? Sure. What's our wagon made out of? Actually, so let's find our expedition. First off, let's let the game run for like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Let the world populate the critters from the edges. They're almost always extinct. Look at that. Thanks for converting that prime to a proper sub. Middle management. Panda! So, pandas almost always go extinct before World Gen is over. It's been a long-known bug in Dwarf Fortress, which is hilariously accurate. And the reason it's hilariously accurate is because there isn't enough bamboo that spawns in the world for them to not die. So, they have this annoying habit of just dying. Feels bad, man. It's too real, right? Let's check out this panda's personality. She has little time for forgiveness and will generally seek retribution. She is dour as a rule and does not find most jokes humorous. Same. She takes offered help and gifts without feeling particularly grateful, and she finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. She tends to make a small mess with her own possessions, and she has a greedy streak. She is slow to anger, and she isn't particularly curious about the world. So I have to say, yeah, and they all died because they didn't have any food because they didn't have bamboo, and you can't even cook bamboo. You wandered in randomly from recommended channels? Well, welcome. Hi. I keep getting people sending me screenshots of recommended channels and me at the top, which is wild to me. Panda jokes aren't funny? Yeah. Probably vampire panda if it's not dead yet. Oh, no. So, fun fact about this personality tab. This is a bug. It's supposed to be blank. You're not supposed to see anything in here. But I hope this is a bug that becomes a feature. Like, and they don't get rid of it. Because being able to read animals' personality is hilarious. Like, yesterday when we had a goose, or 2 days ago when we had a goose, we read its personality. It was like greedy, mean, rude, has no semblance of idea for property. So let's read about this goose. This goose is very greedy, is quick to anger, and tends to be a bit stubborn about changing his mind about things. He sometimes acts with little determination and confidence, and he's somewhat uncomfortable around those who appear unusual or live differently from himself. Yeah, that checks out. He finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding. Sure. Can easily fall in love or develop positive feelings. Fair enough. Yeah, birds are like weirdly attached to like their owners. And tends to be swayed by the emotions of others and likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at crappy weather. I'm not a duck. I'm a goose. God damn it. This game is great. What about this baby chick? Its personality, generally unhindered by the thoughts of others concerning its actions. Yeah. It prefers to present itself modestly. Sure. It rarely feels discouraged, and it tends to be a little bit tight with its resources when working on projects. Okay. It likes a little excitement now and again, and sometimes acts with little determination and confidence. Is not inherently proud of its talents and accomplishments, and tries to do things correctly each time. He has a tendency to consider ideas and abstractions over practical applications, and is quick to form negative views about things, and tends to only form tenuous emotional bonds with others, and he is quick to anger, and generally acts impartially and is rarely moved to mercy, and it often feels envious of others and has an active imagination. Is that a snail? That's a snail. Look at all these snails. Oh, there's all these. There's slugs. Ooh, ticks. Oh God, we're fucked. Never mind. They don't do anything. All right. So let's take a look at our map a little bit, and then we'll read about our actual dwarves. What do we have? Limestone. Ooh, limestone's nice. So this is our mountain biome. Over on the corner, the edge of the mountain, and then we're right at the mouth of a river. So this is the beginning of the river. This is spring water, fresh spring water. For lost to Lyme disease? Yeah, about that. That's a huge tick. They're just exaggerated in size for the purpose of gameplay. What do we have for fruits? Brickleberries, purple amaranths. Nice. Nice. Trees, we got apples. Ooh, we can make cider. Sand pear. Good. Where ticks spread a syndrome. I will never install that mod ever. That sounds awful. You know, so here's the thing, right? If you want to experience syndromes, find an area with cave blobs, because they give dwarves a permanent syndrome, which, long story short, makes them incapable of doing any sort of combat, and it is the worst. It is awful. It is horrendous, and I hate it. I absolutely hate it. Like I completely, totally, and utterly, absolutely fucking hate it. It is when I like cave blob. Like if I see cave blobs, it means I'm going to seal off that area of the caves and never go in there again, or I'm just gonna Alt F4 the fort. What happened to the blue skin dwarf from 2 days ago? You haven't found the thrilling conclusion in the VODs. It ended at the end of yesterday. If you want to go watch the VOD on Twitch, the VODs will be up on YouTube in the next day and a half. Part 1 just went up this morning, and the whole thing will be up by the end of Saturday probably. Because I put my VODs on YouTube and only put an ad at the beginning and an ad at the end. So instead of having to see an ad every 10 minutes like on Twitch, you can just watch, 2, and you'll be much less ad-intensive, I guess. Because screw ads. Although you can block them on YouTube way easier than Twitch, so there's that. Which is fine. Saw the minecart vid, thanks? Hell yeah. Hopefully it was helpful. Let's see what else we have. Do we have any gems or anything in this? Probably not. To go down to get gems. All right, so let's read about our expedition leader, which is the one dwarf I really care about, and then we are going to start digging. Why do you... Can I disable the tutorial? Like, we need a do not show tutorial button. Like, grumbles. All right, wait, actually, hold on a second. Did they change the difficulty options? No, it didn't. Okay, I thought it said off on raids. I was like, what? All right, so our expedition leader is Fob. Fob. 60 years old, is healthy. Looks like we're wearing alpaca wool mostly. Look at that. Status, wounds, treatment, history, description. She has a low voice. Her hair is clean shaven, and she has high cheekbones. Her nose is short, her ears are somewhat splayed out, and her hair is cinnamon. Her skin is brown, and her eyes are amethyst. She's part of the Cult of Mountains, a member of the Rosy Cave, and a member of the Safe Gate, and the expedition leader of the Safe Gate, which is us, right? So this is us. Her religion is called the Cult of Mountains. That's a good cult, a very dwarfy cult even. I appreciate this cult. Gem eyes, those will be invaluable. It's the color, not the material. This isn't Wildermyth, okay? She has a great feel for the surrounding space and an ability to focus, and a good intellect. She can be very single-minded, and she is very curious, and sometimes to her detriment. She is made deeply uncomfortable by differences in culture and appearance, and she is swayed by emotional appeals. She isn't particularly ambitious, and she is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger, and she is somewhat quarrelsome. She tends to reveal personal information and does not often feel lustful. She finds helping others to be emotionally rewarding, and she generally is quite confident in her abilities when undertaking specific ventures. She often bites her nails when she's trying to remember something and exhales sharply when she's angry. She laughs in a distinct fashion when she's exasperated and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She likes working outdoors and only grumbles mildly at cruddy weather. And Darside, thanks for that prime sub. All right, so that's our leader. Now we need to figure out where we're going to dig. I really like this kind of front entryway here. Scrolling up above it, it's not too steep. We've got plenty of trees. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pasture my animals, right? Shut up. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to pasture my animals. But before we do, actually, the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to chop down some trees. Then we're going to pasture our animals in that area. You want to pasture them somewhere where there's stuff growing so they don't starve to death. So we're just going to wait until they tack down those trees, and then we're going to doing that. Here's the thing. Dwarves actually don't hate working outdoors. And 2 versions ago, if they got rained on once, it would scar them for life, and they'd like basically have trauma for the rest of their life due to rain. But they don't mind rain so much now. So like you'll still see memes about like rain, which is true because they're memes. But rain is nowhere near as detrimental as it used to be. Chronomin, hello. It's good to see you. Hey, hi, hello. Hope things are well. Classic is going to be about the same without graphics. So yeah, the difference between premium and classic is just going to be the exact same game as this, but without the tile set. And without the music. It's going to have the old music, and also it's going to be superior in one way. It's going to have the old intro. So, Sleepy Kitty pick. I'll look later, Bastet. I can't look at Discord these days. So what you've got? So, if you're waiting on Classic, you're getting the new UI, you're getting the mouse support, you're getting everything. But without the graphics. Because fun fact, Steam allows you to have free versions of games you have on Steam, but it can't have any features that the new version doesn't have. So the new version has to get all the features as well. So Premium is also going to be getting a toggleable ASCII mode on and off. The old intro is fantastic. Yeah, it's one of the best pieces of ASCII art ever made, in my opinion. Or one of the best ASCII animations ever made. You can't figure out your farming shit. Your dwarves always die without drinking. Well, hang around for another 10 minutes and I will show you. Maybe not 10 minutes. Actually, I guess we could get some surface farming up and running pretty quick. All right, so I need to figure out where the aquifer is. So we're going to need to do some aquifer scouting. I'm like 98%. Did this place have an aquifer? Now I can't remember. I remember settling, but I settled because of the metal and because of the elevation. Not because of, and because of the neighbors, and the biome, not because of an aquifer, so I actually can't remember. Yeah, don't cook plump helmets is the actual answer. I think it was a light aquifer. I'm pretty sure it was a light aquifer. Did I wipe? Now, do you mean my rear or the previous save? Because the previous save, yes, but it was intentional. We're going to pen pasture. Actually, yes to both iterations of that potential question. We're going to pasture the 2 horses so they don't starve to death, and I'm also going to pasture the chickens so they don't fucking run everywhere. And the pigs so they don't, like, cause gross crud to appear everywhere. Real dumb question, but how do you specify an engraving? I don't know how to do it in this version, actually. I genuinely don't know how to do that in this version. Do your animals need shelter in the winter? No. So temperature doesn't affect the animals in game, like, at all. Which is honestly for the best, in my opinion. So I'm just going to, I think, channel out this up here. What's up above? And we're going to ramp up along here. I hit R, turn on ramps. We are going to channel down. We're going to ramp up there, I think. And then channel down this side. Just so I have a little bit more of a controlled looking entrance. Big fan of chaos, but not that much chaos. Our dwarves are just going to run over here and start mining. Yeah, that would sound right. Hey, look at that sand. Beautiful. You'll love to see it. White sand, too. Is there a way to reliably find cave dragons? So to give you an idea, I have thousands of hours in this game. You want to know how many cave dragons I've seen? I have no idea. And I'm not the person to ask. There's probably some advanced world gen shenanigans you can do to make them spawn more frequently. But those strange wingless lizards are very rare. Very, very rare indeed. But outside of drink every time streamer goes to full cam layout. Hold up. Now we're a dwarf. Needs alcohol to get through the working day? Yes. And that is how a streamer killed his entire audience in 5 minutes. It was a terrible story, truly. Goes down in the history books. Also, if you're wondering what I'm doing, I'm just making things look nice. To select specific items on a single tile. So let's just do it from this wagon. So if I select this wagon, you're like, my God, there's a lot of stuff in here, right? If I select, can I even do this? It's in wagon. Okay, it's not. I don't have an easy way to show you right now. But long story short, you click it, and then tabs pop up here when there's multiple things stacked. So let's just say there's like a dead dwarf there with a bunch of clothing on them and like swords and weapons and some other items. There will be a bunch of tabs along the side here, and you can just click them individually. Also, I'm sending a DM to my artist and requesting an emote. We'll see when he gets back to me. It's a good thing it's winter time. This is the time of year where he has lots of free time to make art. Cheers, J-Pit. Prove it, kill a dwarf? Nah. Is this one of those prove it or no balls situations? I suppose no balls. How do you get winter on winter? Settle somewhere cold. Let's find out where this aquifer is. Dig deeper? You dig deeper. Oh, water on winter. Dig down, yeah. Sorry, I misread that. You know, actually, I don't like that location. Let's go over here. Does ore spawn randomly in your fortress? You only find gold, or are you just unlucky? When you embark, it says what ores are available on your map, which is actually a new feature that was previously something that people would hack into the game. So when you embark, it says what your map has access to. So you may have just embarked somewhere that doesn't have the ore that you want. Also, green jade clusters? Ooh, fancy. It's like that show on History Channel where they mine jade. Okay, so we're going to go down to layer 40 here, and that's where we're going to dig through the aquifer. Is there a way to build stairs up, starting from an already mined spot to the spot above the mine? You have to... So, is there something in the way? Like, is there stairs in the way? If yes, you have to remove the thing that's in the way and then build the stairs. If there's nothing in the way, you like literally just do construct stairs and then just go to the height that you want to go to, and then click yes, and then select the materials, and they will just build it one by one. But if there's something in the way, you have to remove the thing that's in the way. Is there a story behind the vote gremlin meme? Yes. So gremlins are kind of like an accidental, intentional, unavoidable bug in the game. They have some unavoidable habits that break the game's fundamentals that Tarn can't change because they've been in the game for too long. And also partially because people don't want him to change them. TLDR, gremlins are an intelligent creature that can speak and has intelligence, but they're treated as a pet, not because they're unintelligent. Only unintelligent creatures can be kept as pets. Not because they're unintelligent, but because they're pretending to be unintelligent. And so because they can speak and because they are mischievous, theoretically, if you manage to catch one in a cage trap, which is really tricky and requires abusing bugs, if you're able to catch one in a cage trap, you can tame it. And then dwarves can keep them as pets. And if you assign it as a pet, the only thing that it does is they go to stockpiles and they eat bones, and they wander around and talk to your dwarves, and they slowly level up their speech skills. Now, the only thing that causes dwarves to get elected as mayor or gain a rank in society is their speech, their cunning, and like their lying skills, basically. It's funny because like politicians in Dwarf Fortress almost always have a really good lying skill, which is hilarious to me. So like lying skills are very important. Also, I think we're also going to dig up here, so let's just do that right away. So they need a good lying skill in order to get elected as a politician. So as they gain these skills, they just slowly as they just go around and talk to your dwarves, because they don't do anything else. That's all they do. They just go around and talk to your dwarves. They will rank up in society, and theoretically, it is possible to make a gremlin into a mayor because of that. But they also need clothing, and they can't make clothing for themselves. Or you can't make clothing sized for gremlins, so they get upset But the reason that it would be amazing to have a gremlin, yeah, the dwarves do vote on the favorite dwarf in the fort to become mayor, which usually means that you have a one-party system of just one dwarf that's mayor all the time. Anyway, so the funniest thing about this is the annoying thing with nobles in Dwarf Fortress is they demand items be constructed. So they'll be like, once a season, they'll be like, I want 3 coffins, or twice a season, they'll be like, I want 12 ballista arrowheads, or make me 15 beds, and also you can't sell them. And they'll make silly demands like that, and they'll put your dwarves in prison if you don't follow the demands. But following the demands is good because then, like, it keeps your dwarves happy. Everybody gets a mood buff, and then the king or mayor or whoever or baron or whoever does a better job with their job. But because gremlins have no preferences of items, they can't demand anything. So you could theoretically have a mayor that can't demand anything, which is why Gremlin for mayor became a meme. Been loving the YouTube content, and you've been... Oh, you're way too kind. A longtime fan of games inspired by it, and you decided to start checking out the streams live. Made an intro into the game a lot of fun. Cheers. I'm happy to help. All right, so we're going to start digging. Or continue digging, I guess. Let's see where we hit Aquifer. Although, actually... So for aquifers now, because of the way stairs work, I'm going to try something. See if I can make this easier on myself. Because when they hit the bottom of a stairwell, they make it they stop digging up the stair, essentially. So I think I have to do these one layer at a time until I get through an aquifer. I think that's the way this is going to have to work. Otherwise, they're going to cancel it, and they're going to break the stair chain, and then I'm going to have to construct stairs on top of it. So I think this... Nope, that's the wrong tool. Caverns aren't bad. Caverns are just dangerous. Naturally, you should always vote Gremlin for mayor. I mean, it's really all it is it's just a joke meme. Like, it's almost impossible to actually complete. But it's like... and then as far as Gremlin for Mayor goes, because it became a running joke in the chat, then Diamond Destruct here in chat made the account Gremlin for Mayor, and they make these into up downstairs now? Assuming. Yes, okay. Then Diamond Destruct in chat made the account Gremlin for Mayor, and also only Gremlins. Maybe the aquifer is only over here. Let's try digging over here. Let's just try this. Well, actually, let's just go down to there. How do we get over there? Dig a hole. Everybody needs a random hole in the ground. It's fine. It's a tripping hazard. But Diamond made the account Gremlin for Mayor, and when Diamond made that account, also made the account Only Gremlins, and then when the game got announced, we were like, we need to do something. We should make a countdown timer. So Diamond started running one until Gremlin gets elected mayor. And then we put it onto one of my mod's servers, and it just kind of stuck. That's all it is. All right, maybe we don't have an aquifer on this side. Maybe I did actually get my partial aquifer. All right, there you are. Holy shit, I cannot describe how nice it is to actually have a usable mini-map. All right, well, let's just assume that we're good. We're actually going to put our storage up here in the mountain, though. So this is going to be our storage. Let's start digging this. Priority number 4. That's not what I want to do. Jetters, thanks for the prime sub. Go away. I don't need no damn tutorials. This tune's my jam. And how your Necromancer Baron is going to play out. Oh, hell yeah, you have an Immortal Baron. Since they're probably never going to lose their title. Yeah, no, I mean... Single party system, let's go. My last Necromancer Royal died because his beard got caught in a pool of lava. unfortunately. You've noticed that no matter the stone type, all smooth and rough-hewn floors look the same. I wonder if that's something that's just like planned but didn't get implemented. Like a lot of stuff got cut, right? Like we need to realize this. There's a lot of things, like right now, beasts don't all have unique colors, right? Were creatures don't have unique colors, and don't look unique. A lot of stuff isn't implemented yet, and it's just because they didn't get, there's 700 something possible, animal people, and none of them have clothing yet. Like there's a lot of stuff that's in the game and running, but visually isn't displayed, and I'm just assuming that stuff's coming, right? Like, yeah, like stone floor, it's weird that it's not colored, but like floors are, like constructed floors are. Do you have other government types? It would be interesting to see merchant republics and theocracies. So currently it's locked to species, right? And then the personality types of the faction leaders. So it's not very clear what they are, but sort of. Yeah, just minor visual things. I mean, considering this game had no graphics, like, you know, 2 weeks ago. If we have some minor visual like limitations, I'm not gonna lose sleep over that. All right, so let's also make a wood stockpile, which we're gonna plop up here. So we're gonna do that first. Get the wood inside. It wasn't almost impossible to tell what was going on, but it did take a lot of practice. Why would I call you weird for that? Star-Lord Space Yoga. I think Meph's tile set was ugly as hell and hated it. A lot of people love it. You know? I like Space Fox, but never used it. You know? Like, go with the tile set you like. There's nothing weird about liking a tile set that other people don't like. You know, like, people use different color palettes all the time in Minecraft. Why would anybody fault you for that? All right, so. Let's just real quick whip up 1. Let's just do 2, I think. Workshops. 2 carpenter shops. Vetelinger's beautiful. Beautiful. I can't wait for Vetelinger's tile set to get updated, actually. How to go about making powder? I don't know how any of the UI works here, but... Because I usually import powder, I don't usually make it, and I don't have this stuff set up yet. To be completely honest with you, I can't remember what workshop they're made at. I would have to consult the wiki. Because I usually just import powder. Because I almost never end up embarking somewhere with gypsum. It's a kiln, yeah? I know it's one of the hot ones. I just can't remember if it's the furnace or the kiln. Miller? You make powders in the miller? Wait, I always just import it. I mean, you make flour at the miller. Man, I miss hitting just like add task B, add task B, add task B, add task B. This is so much more cumbersome. There is some ways where the old control scheme was far superior. Can you leave the map and attack different fortresses? Yes, but the player doesn't leave the map. The dwarves leave the map and attack and then bring you the report. Kind of like you're the captain that lives in the mountain home and then the dwarves leave and they come back and tell you what happened. At some point in the far-flung future, we will get the ability to watch the battles as they happened. How do you dig up? You tried putting stairs, but nothing happened. You want to dig up, go to designate underground, and dig up. Scroll up, and then click. If you want to go down, scroll down and do the same thing. There's a tutorial on my YouTube channel if you want to watch it, but it's pretty simple. Literally just go to this screen, let's go to the map screen, click on the location, and then select the squad you want to send. I mean, it might be it might be all of them, but I always thought I knew it was one of the hot ones. I just didn't know which one. And like, I barely ever do ceramics, so I never make a kill. He tried to hotkey making beds and was astounded that you can't. Yeah, no, same. Like, I mean, there's no hotkeys on the workshops right now. We may also have to do whetstone mining, which is fine. Why is finding the aquifer important? Because I want to know the location of a thing that could flood my fortress. Even if it would just flood it slowly. Assuming there's actually an aquifer here. Someone could go back in the VOD and look at it. I'd swear that there was one. Yeah, gypsum plaster. Okay, then yeah, that's kiln then. What's the most important things to unlearn from RimWorld? Dwarves have free will and don't give a shit about your priorities. This is almost more of a god game. In that way. Really? It kills your FPS? I don't believe I've ever noticed like an FPS drop from water. You know, maybe we don't have an aquifer on this map. Can't seem to construct a stair underneath already built stairs. Yeah, I don't know. There's definitely some weirdness with stairs that needs to get sorted. He's making beds. Sweet. Let's just jump over to only so. I don't think, what do I want doing what? You down here, enter. We're going to rip that job off of, well, actually, hold on. Who's the one making beds? Meng who's making beds? We're gonna rip the job off of Meng, and we're going to put it on, let's put it on Thob, actually. Need to become a throne room? Technically, an office is a throne room. But I don't know the exact number. Ooh, rock crystal. Interesting. With one tile and a chair? Yep, that's all that they need is a chair. Can you actively plant trees? These are dwarves, not elves. No, trees just regrow. They regrow at a pretty rapid rate, too. If you clear cut the entire map, which you have absolutely no reason to do, if you clear cut the entire map, you'll have a lot of objects and it'll hurt your FPS. But if you clear cut the entire map, they'll grow back in a year or two. How do you harvest fruit trees? I could show you. I was literally about to do that, too. Let's just find some fruit trees. Sand pear. Okay, so first you need step stools. I want to find apples. Where's the apples? Ooh, cherries. So you make a zone. And you set gather fruit zone. And you do that. Click accept. And you can tell them gather stuff from trees, pick stuff from the ground, or only gather fallen fruit. That's how you do it. And if you tell them to pick stuff from trees, you need to have you need to have access to let's make a couple wheelbarrows. If you tell them to go for fallen trees, they need to have access or to pick stuff from trees, they need to have access to a step stool. If they don't have step ladders, then they can't get into the trees. Although keep in mind, if you don't have enough step stools, and a dwarf removes a step stool from the dwarf that's up in the tree as a funny prank, then the dwarf in the tree can't get down. What are you doing, stepladder? Where are you going, stepladder? So, yes. This is way too funny, actually. I'm stealing pranks. Yes, it's just a prank. Now starve to death. Bye. Fortunately, your children are angry. What the fuck? So by default, they do chores. Let your children play. Where's the options for that? I want to say it's work orders. Details, orders, own use, places, farm plots. I don't know where it is, but by default, children work now. They do tasks. Chores is the name of the menu. And I can never remember where it is. But basically, children haul stuff now, and you've probably got all your kids hauling corpses, if you've been in the fort for a while. So odds are pretty good if you've got all your children hauling corpses. They're all just like screaming at you, depressed as fuck, because they're just like, oh my god, there's bodies everywhere. And also, yeah, make them toys. Yeah, it's they don't like hauling bodies, man. Toys help. Toys help, yes. Because then they can play make-believe, and they get to play with cool toys. I mean, when you were a kid, did toys help? Did you like... If you had no toys, would you be angry too? Fuck knows I would be. Gosh. They're now hanging around inside tombs filled with dead bodies. You don't think it's helping? You should give them toys. Is there a way to remove stairs? Constructed stairs? This, and, actually, yeah, I think it's constructed stairs and designated. Yeah, all stairs is this button. So, pick that. Toy coffin? I'm more of a mini forge kind of kid. All right, so how much of this do I want to mine out? I kind of just want to mine the whole thing out. Back in my day, we played with sticks and we like it. Yeah, yeah. You like making a daycare for children and toys and stuff? If you make a daycare for children, or like put all the kids into a burrow, for example, and make the burrow like the tavern and a couple of guild halls, and put a stockpile for toys in your tavern. Like, they'll go into the tavern, they'll eat, they'll drink, they'll play, they'll play with the toys, and then they'll go into the guild halls, and if you make the guild halls public for all your citizens, they will go into the guild halls and they will learn skills, which is something that I was thinking about doing today, is like making sure that the kids in the fort all learn stuff instead of just being like cry, sad, mad, angry, sad, cry, bodies, PTSD, kill me. Scream. Which was just my childhood, but, you know, like, honestly, like, I don't think everybody needs to have the same kind of childhood as I did. You just had a planter die from dropping seeds. This reminds me of the time that I had a dwarf die to a falling sock. What's the vibe of this fort? Machinery. Oh, that's funny. All right, so I like pump stacks, and I cannot lie. You other dwarfs can't deny that when a dwarf walks in with an itty-bitty... All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to see this mouth of the stream? Well, that's very funny, though. Like, very, very, very funny. All right, so we are going to... We got a little square right here, yeah? So going to dig. Try to remove stairs and it seems like it doesn't work. Could you try and see what you're doing wrong? Literally like this tool. Click drag over stairs. Works for constructed and designated. Or if they're just designated, you could just channel through them. No, in fact, I think you're supposed to do that now. Previously, building a temple for every faith in a colony would cause weird pathing errors. But no, I've disabled them because there's literally one every like 30 seconds, and I don't think you want to hear loud ass guitar riff, Daffy Duck screaming every like 10 seconds. So we disabled them. Hi Jess, how are you doing? How's things? If you guys don't know Jess has been streaming some of this, and I think she's been enjoying it. She claims she's been enjoying it. I haven't had the chance to watch any of her streams, but she's one of my teammates, and she's fantastic. You should go watch her streams. Definitely go click that heart button up at the top of the stream right now. Right there. How you doing, Jess? One time you tried to use pumps and on a water wheel was way too powerful and you flooded everything. Yep. Yeah, they'll do that. This is how you make water cannons, which, you know, maybe I'll make a jet cannon in this fort. It's an idea. Maybe. That could be fun. Who doesn't like giant wall of water that kills you with water pressure? Everybody's favorite toy. We need some shitty trade goods for the first trader. And I don't want too much of a good trade good. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go to... I'll just make minecarts for a bit. We're going to need minecarts anyway. Water cannon toy for kids. I don't know about that. Freezing traps are kind of fun too. Freezing traps are so freaking unreliable because you need your sieges to happen at very specific times of the year, and I hate it. And also, like, if you accidentally freeze a bunch of zombies in a freezing trap, and then it's just like, oh, hey, guess what? They're back now. Freezing them doesn't kill them. Also, chat room, I just have to say thank you for, like, the 10 followers a minute I'm getting right now for some reason. You guys are fucking rad. Barson Bolts, thanks for the tier 1 sub. Cheers. For reference, I've been getting more followers a stream than I normally do in 6 months. Like, that's how crazy this shit's been. Let's just make a couple more wheelbarrows. And we're gonna need, like, a place for our dwarves to nappy. Nappy flappy, so... You gotta figure out where we're doing bedrooms. Yeah, you need to... Macros work, but you need to enable keyboard control. Ard Steepa, thanks for that prime sub. Cheers. Truly, this is the power of Dwarf Fortress. It's the power of an extraordinarily generous audience. So this down here, gonna go over to here. All right, saving. Hey, perfect time for an ad. Sorry. Literally, it's starting right now. First time here and instantly subscribing. Oh, wait, what'd you say? First time here and instantly subscribing for the Go Tiffy jokes on YouTube. Fuck yeah. We have a room on the Discord. We have a room on the Discord called Speedy Tracks and Zoom Zooms, which is literally for F1 talk during the F1 seasons. So if you want to hang out with a couple of nerds who really like yelling about Formula 1 and posting memes, love to have you. At this rate, maybe we can partner my Discord again. I lost Discord partner last year because it didn't have enough activity. Yeah, it's the only sport that I really watch. F1, F2, a little bit of rally. Yeah. I like cars that go fast, which is hilarious because I can't legally drive and don't really like cars. But I like watching cars go fast, so. Oopsies. Game on pause. Are we through the ads yet? We'll just wait another 30 seconds. Someone needs to make a Go Tiffy mod for Dwarf Fortress that just changes the word goat to Go Tiffy. I'm just saying. Can you turn FPS counter on while in game settings? You have a weird 135, quite powerful computer. You're not sure why the 35 is there? It's like your processing power and then the graphics. Like there's two different frame rates, right? There's like, hold on. let me see if I can explain it to you. There is a post about it, but TLDR, it's like There's the native frame rate and then the graphics frame rate, and they're two different frame rates. Like the processing frame rate and then the graphics frame rate. Also, it reset my audio settings. Nani? Mantron and Denkai, thank you very much for those subscriptions. Off, so I don't see that anymore. But if you go to somebody who's more technologically inclined could maybe tell you this. But yeah, so it's like, oh, I see it. Locked frames, I think, and then processing frames. So we're processing it at, the game's running at 100 frames, but it's processing it at 50, right? So if I back out to here, game's running at 100 FPS right now. But the graphics are running at 47, which I don't know what that means. Although, actually, do I want to? You know what? Actually, screw this. Let's go one layer further down. That's the way I'm going to do this. Also, in regards to my buildings being organic, yeah, that's by design. I don't like boring shapes, and to me, squares are boring. I don't like squares. Not a big square fan. So remember how earlier I was talking about how we're going to do power? This is why I was looking for an aquifer and couldn't remember if I settled with an aquifer or not. So I know how to play this game, but I'm not smart. All right, so we're going to go from there. We're going to dig a channel down. So we're going to dig over to here, dig a channel down. We're going to dig these out. We're also going to dig out the end here all the way up to the side of this creek. I'm going to need to put a door there, which is fine. It's too, yeah. Wait, hold on a second. Wouldn't it be the opposite of that? But yeah, I have the game locked at 50 FPS right now, right? So, actually, I think no, I have it locked at 100 FPS. Anyway, I don't know. I'm not a technical person. Let chat explain that shit. So we got tree roots. I can grow stuff down there. Don't need to worry about brewing yet. I think we'll worry about brewing beer after the first migrant wave. Thank you very much for that hype train level 2 with the 7 subs. You guys are kind as hell. Hey, Massive. Welcome back. How did the fortress end? Violently. Gloriously, as they say. Trying to decide where I want to do furniture. Although, the thing that I should really do is I should just do this. We're going to go workshops. We're going to go stoneworker. We're going to go up to here. We're going to go bonk. Build one. And Robo Teddy and Knife Fire, thanks for the 2 prime subs. And stoneworker. On the announcement. So I was thinking about making a another series, which I'm going to figure out later tonight what I want to do with it, just called Quick Tips, because I don't consider that a tutorial. That's not a tutorial. That's just like, hey, it's a thing that you can do. That it's not because tutorials I want to keep like mechanics about the games. So maybe I'll just start making tips videos where I'm just like, here's a tip. You just do this. I could almost do it in a short. I could do it in like under 30 seconds. Like I don't know how I would manage that out, but is there anything particular I'm building towards in this game? Machinery! Daniel, dude. Damn, Daniel. Thanks for the 5-pack with the white vans. That's an old meme. Cheers. Actually, does that count? Is Damn Daniel an old meme now? I think it is. Anyway. Back at it again. Cheers. Here's to Dwarf Fortress being #1 Steam, as it should be. You know, I said the day before it launched, I was like, if Assassin's Creed outsells Dwarf Fortress tomorrow, I'm going to be pissed. And not only did we are we outselling Assassin's Creed, but we're also outselling Anno, as it should be. More replayability than Anno, too. I do like Anno. Good franchise of video games, but man, Ubisoft knows how to fuck up a product launch. All right, let's go up to here. Okay, also, pro tip, do not channel up underneath trees. You don't want a whole tree going flunk down on top of a dwarf. It's a really good way to make a flat dwarf. Fucks up everything they touch. I was gonna say they haven't fucked up Trackmania yet, but I shouldn't say that out loud. So don't tell anybody else about Trackmania. Very, very good video game. It's the only Ubisoft product that I actually enjoy. You're so disappointed you're kind of poor right now, relatively speaking, and have to save a lot of money for baby, and you want to gift to, like, everyone that you know? You want to gift DF to, like, everyone you know? I've gifted 3 copies so far. 1 to my artist, 1 to one of my mods, and that's it so far, so. So now that we have those done, we're making rock blocks. We're going to go over here. We're going to do table, 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 clickety, table. We're going to do Roan. My actions per minute is so slow. I think I'm spending more time, like, assigning stuff at workshops early game now than, like, I used to spend in-game in early game. By the way, what would you rather recommend? What would you recommend? A good biome or a neutral one? As long as it's not... Okay, so if you want to settle in a good biome, settle in a mirthful biome. Don't settle in a joyous wilds biome. If you want to settle in a... if you want to settle in a neutral biome, settle in a calm biome. It doesn't matter so much the type of biome. What matters is the level of wildness. Why not use a work order? Because I don't have a manager set up yet. I don't even have a chair built yet. I have to build a throne before I can make a work order. What's up, Ham? Tell me something I don't know about this video game, Crommy, and I'll be impressed. All right, let's do that. Bridge. Raise back that way towards camera. So we're gonna have a bridge that goes south. And it resets, which is very confusing. I'm like 99% certain I said it, but I'm gonna do it a second time just to make sure that I didn't do it wrong. That's a ramp, not a bridge. They look the same to me. Fuck's sake, there it is. Raise towards me, perfect. Thunk, thunk, done. Actually, no, I don't want you to use the closest material. Do I have blocks yet? I'm assuming I have blocks. Let's give it a second for them to make blocks. Go underground, check this. Hey, trenches coming along. Sweet. Do you need a kill box in Dwarf Fortress? You don't need a kill box in any video game. You don't need anything. You need fun. Do you think that building a box to kill things in would be fun? Build a box to kill things in. Do you want to cave a mountain in on an enemy's head? Cave a mountain in on an enemy's head. Build a big field of traps and send out your military and laugh hysterically? Do that. Drop the baddies into lava? Drop the baddies into lava. Shoot balls of lava out of minecarts at them? Okay, shoot balls of lava out of minecarts at them. I mean, the world's your oyster. Have fun. You don't need anything. You can defend your... If you want to know, the most optimal defense for the vast majority of enemies is a drawbridge that goes up, smack. Use what you want. Welcome to a game where the meta is essentially pointless. The least interesting way to play Dwarf Fortress is by playing the meta. Be creative. Make something cool. Make something I haven't seen before. Do something awesome. Minecart shotgun is very dwarfy, yes. We're going to be shooting stuff out of minecarts today. Well, maybe not today, but in this fortress. I will be doing minecarts today, though. I only have until 4:30 p.m. today. And the reason we only have until 4:30 p.m. is because my team is recording a podcast today, and we want to talk about Dwarf Fort, obviously. Naturally, as you do. So because we're going to be talking about Dwarf Fort, I will be on that episode. So if you want to listen to that once it's out, type an !podcast in the chat and go to that link, halcyonfrequency.com. We do episodes every Sunday. So we are digging and then channeling alongside of it. I'm basically making an underground trench. This is going to be a underground creek / stream / river thing. And this is more dangerous than digging into the side of a volcano. Because dwarves drown really easily. All right. We've done DF episodes before. There's an episode with me and Tekid where we talk a lot about Dwarf Fort and confuse the hell out of Drongo. Also, Jess is on this week. Never thought of this style, actually. I've been doing this sort of style for a while, but I'm stealing this particular design from Deep Space, from chat, because he saw me doing this and went, hey, that's really cool, and then made a better design than I've ever made, so... While your food is hovering around 90 and you have no manager? Because I know how much time I have and it's only been like 3 months. When you play games like this a lot, you get really, 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 really good at knowing how much stuff you have and how much time you have to do things. Also, you want to see a life hack? You need a lot of food. See this? It's cherry flowers, so there's cherries in this tree. Or going to be cherries in the tree. That's purple amaranth. I don't think those are edible. Let's see. Cranberries. Paper mullet. Prickleberries. Okay, edible. Sweet. Edible. Okay, so if I need food, just make a food stockpile and then click this button and go whoomp. And then we'll have enough food for another half a year. Like, you literally don't need to farm. If you're in a biome like this, you don't need to farm. Like, at all. As long as there isn't, like, a wall of zombies outside, you don't need to farm. Yeah, purple amaranth can be made into drinks, and many dwarves specifically like that type of drink. You ever cap your population? The default cap is 220. I used to cap my population a lot in the old version because there used to be a bug in the game. There used to be a bug in the game where dwarves would... What's the word I'm looking for here? Where dwarves would show up way too fast. So in the most recent version, by the end of, like, year 1, you'd have, like... close to 50 dwarves guaranteed, regardless of if you traded or not. And by the end of year 2, you'd have like 80 to 90 dwarves. And there was always threads on the subreddit and question on the Discord going, how do I deal with all these dwarves? And now it's strictly tied to the amount that you're selling to the caravans. So if you don't want a lot of dwarves, just don't trade. Or trade like, here, have a barrel of wine. No. Would be a really good way to just make sure you don't get dwarves. Is the trench for finding the aquifer? No, I've, like, come to terms with the fact that I'm pretty sure I actually settled on a biome without an aquifer. I thought I did, but I guess I didn't. How many hours do I have in this game? Twitch claims I've streamed about 6,000 hours, according to Twitch Tracker. But, fuck knows. I've been streaming it actively since Hey, look, tree frog. I've been streaming it actively since the end of 2018. I 100% got a warning about settling with an aquifer. Okay, well, we'll see if we find it. If we find it, that's fine. It'll just fuel my creek. But aquifers can't spawn in stone, and this is all stone, so... Currently still fine. Let's make a mechanics workshop. That was brain loading. I don't like this location for all these workshops, but we're using it for right now. I need to go take a leak, so I will be back in a sec. Behave yourselves, chat. All right, we back. I was using irrigation in real life, yeah. Also in the video game. How do you place multiple items in one go? So when you're building a thing, let's just say you're building beds. Open up bed, click keep building after placement. So if you don't check this and you click it, it'll just place the one, and then you'll have to open the menu up again to place it again. If you click keep building after placement, you can just go. And if you set it to just build the closest one, it will, instead of like making you select it each time, it'll just select the closest one. How do you cancel these? I swear that it was this. All right, well, I guess I will go through and do all of this. Okay. Chat, behave? Yeah, always. Never misbehave, chat. If you misbehave, then I will glare at you menacingly. Hell yeah, it does. Although keep in mind, when you get good at Dwarf Fortress, you'll realize really quickly that instead of like speed, you're going to want color coordination. Yeah, and when you realize that you want color coordination, then things like that will become less useful. Anyway, so we need rock mechanisms. So I'm just going to put on a repeating job for that. Just let them do it until we run out of rocks, because I need a lot of them. I'm not going to be pumping lava initially, so we don't need to worry too much about rock mechanisms. What's color coordination? Let's just say that endgame Dwarf Fortress it's like endgame Warframe. You want to make your fortress look as cool as fucking possible. Hey, we have a stray dog now. Rock crystal and lots of jade. Jeez, look at that. Beautiful. Gorgeous. Lovely. Love it. I love to see it. Come on. There you go. Is there a way to order 40 beds? Yeah, I can show you how to do that in a second. I'm about to set that up. So if you place a chair somewhere randomly in your fortress, this chair is like the most powerful superpower that you will discover in early game learning Dwarf Fortress. So you see this chair. This is your weapon of mass organization, okay? So I'm gonna place that chair, right? Now that we have that chair placed, I'm going to go here and I'm going to click on the office button, and then I'm going to double click on that chair, right? And then we're gonna accept that chair. Now that we've made that chair and accepted that chair, what I'm going to do is I'm going to press N. And then I'm going to be like, all right, who's a dwarf that I trust to always have some free time? How about Etur the Furnace Operator? Etur the Furnace Operator always has some free time. Also, because trading is going to happen in 2 months, we need a bookkeeper. So we're going to make the expedition leader the bookkeeper. I just always do that out of habit. It doesn't actually matter who gets it. And then the manager, who's Etur, is also going to get the skill of broker. Now, what this does is bookkeeper allows you to see exact numbers on your stocks up at top, and also lets you know exactly what's in your stockpiles instead of approximate numbers. Unless you set it to 1, in which case then they won't do as good of a job, but they'll do you'll get slightly more accurate estimations, but by default it goes to 5 and they'll just tell you how many you have. Broker is your dwarf that trades by default, unless you just want to trade with random dwarves, which is a bad idea. And then manager unlocks a very important screen, which I'll show you in a second. So now that we've assigned those dwarves, I'm going to go back to the office, and we're going to click on this button, and we're going to assign our manager to this chair. And then once the chair is there, we're going to witness something magical. Doop-a-doop, doop-a-doop, doop-a-doop-a-doop. Pack, what up? It's good to see you. I hope you've been well. Have you been playing dwarfs? Oh, God, I'm losing my voice again. Losing voice. Insert coffee. Receive voice. I need a dwarf that has enough free time to build this chair, though. So we have to wait for the chair to get built. You have the wiki pulled up, and it says hidden gem, but I'm not sure if it is any good. It says, and it has a hidden. It says a hidden gem. What is a hidden gem? What is it referring to as a hidden gem? Game is not paused, my dude. I prefer massive cline instead of microcline. They're dwarves. They won't build it on purpose. Well, I mean, to be fair, I did give them a bunch of jobs. All right, you see this dwarf has a minecart job? We're going to cancel that job. I'm also going to pause the rock mechanisms. I only have 7 dwarves and like way more than 7 jobs. Now you're making rock blocks. All right, we'll cancel that job too. Now go build that damn chair. There you go. Okay, so now that the chair has been constructed, first off, we're going to see that dwarf. We're going to see our manager once they're done making doors, which they're currently making, which we're going to pause. They are going to run over here, hopefully, and they are going to go count a bunch of stuff. Where are you? Hey, some migrants have arrived. It works. My announcements.txt works. That's good. New fort? Yep. We're gonna be doing a lot of new forts to do a lot of different scenarios and experimenting over the next couple weeks. Some migrants have arrived, so we have migrants now. Probably 2, I would guess. More hands for the jobbing. Boxed indeed. So this dwarf runs up here, and they now have a new task, which is very important, which is they're counting our stuff. But also, now that I have this manager, I can go to the work orders screen, or alternatively, the work orders screen over here, and we can add jobs to be done en masse. So let's just say I want 10 thrones. Okay, rock, throne, and by default, it'll make 10. Let's say 15 thrones, and then let's say we want it to be specifically made out of limestone. Maybe I want to make a repeating job order using if-then statements for things that we want to always have a stockpile of. Amount of thrones we can make. If there's less than 10 available thrones to be constructed, we could automatically queue up this job again. How bad is the light aquifer? You can dig through it. But keep in mind, if you dig through it and build your fortress at the bottom of it, it will dry up faster than it will flood. But keep in mind, you might want to plug it up with walls or something. You might want to do that. Might be a good idea. Have I made a dungeon, like on the justice system? No, I haven't. I have not done that yet. Can hostile creatures pass through vertical and horizontal axles? So I have a question. Are you talking about it climbing up? It depends on the creature. Some creatures can fly. Some creatures can climb really effectively. Like, oh, I always forget the names of them. It's like, they start with an M. But there are these like critters that can climb up ceilings. Like if you're talking about cavern layers, giant cave spiders do not give a shit about walls and will just flip and pop out of holes. Monkeys can climb it. Yeah, no, like it depends. So some, yes, maybe. Depends. Like the dwarf in our last one. Exactly, Erisic. Yeah, you're completely correct. How can you see the value of a bedroom or an office? That is a good question, actually. I think it used to be in the location screen. Where the fuck did they put the location screen? I mean, yeah, it doesn't say on the office. I don't know. It's a good question. Is it the castle at the bottom? Oh, okay. Well, I mean, this will tell you the value of the locations. I thank you for showing me where the location screen is. See, I'm still learning this too. But it's not going to tell me the value of that. Yeah, anyway, I don't know. Hey, Great Padinsky. How's things? Another person who streams Dwarf Fort sometimes. Also a very good Skyrim modder. Maybe he'll become a Dwarf Fort modder too. Well, I mean, that shows the total wealth. No, I know where to find zones. Is it in the zones? Where is it? I mean, it's not there, obviously. That dwarf's already assigned, but, like, there's no wealth listed here. I mean, I know how to find the wealth for, like, the inn and taverns. That's in the locations menu. I don't know about the offices, though. What's up, Bellowstone? In the zone I'm sure you can, but like I said, there's still things that even I'm learning. Yeah, I don't know. What? Oh, shit. Maybe we... Oh, hey, guys, guess what? We found two things that are both very important. We found the Aquifer. It's the first thing that we found that's important. And we found hematite. We found iron. What is this tunnel for? Water power. I tried to do like a hair metal thing and my voice cracked. Water power. Got your first forgotten beast? Ooh, what kind? We can't rotate? This is Dwarf Fort. Come on. Pretend. We're gaming like it's 2003. Come on. Pre-rusted metal. Yeah. Making a cool underground river. Yeah, I'm stealing the idea that you stole from me that I'm now stealing from you again. We found the aquifer. So this is an aquifer. See, it's flooding. These blue tiles are flooding. It'll look less shitty once there's actually water in there. Oh, did someone ask me to do the word story? Draven, thanks for the raid, by the way. Cheers, man. Hope your stream was good. Chad asked me to do the Discord word story. So in my Discord, there's a room called Add a Word Stories, where if you add words in order to that room that form semi-coherent sentences, once every 2 hours you can make me read them. So it's going to sound like I'm having a seizure for about the next 5 seconds. So before the blood flows from the face holes within the bench of death, primordial beings await. Whoa, really? I'm high above the miserable caverns. Strawberry cake and cream cheese. Frosting eggs smell like sulfurous after shower water. Boogeymen rave. Congratulations, you're dancing debug. Beast of milk chocolate tastes. Because straight lines are boring in Dwarf Fortress, and organic constructions look more natural, and I like making natural-looking constructions. Simple as that. What's with this funky tunnel? It's gonna be, well, it's gonna be where we play Funky Town. Now, this funky tunnel is going to be turned into a power source. We're gonna be pumping water through it. Yeah, it looks pretty. It fits the environment, and like, you know, as an example, RimWorld is a game where if you build blocky things, it kind of makes sense because it's a bunch of colonies, right? Songs of Six is a game that actually actively encourages you building interesting shapes. And for me, Dwarf Fortress, building blocky environments doesn't look natural, and it doesn't fit the kind of organic environments that the game has, and it just feels wrong to me. You can build things looking in any way you want. I like building organic-looking environments. So we are smoothing the end of this at the edge of the map, and we are fortifying it. This is kind of an exploit, but also a mechanic. It allows water to flow off the edge of the map, because this is the edge of the map right here. So as you can see, the water is now flowing into these tiles and draining. GMO-free environments, damn right. So now, almost immediately, the water begins flowing. But we're going to be dumping the creek up top through this. So now it's flowing off the edge of the map. Pro tip. The problem is there's all of these boulders down here, and I kind of want to get these out of here. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that because of this aquifer. Lots of obsidian. Yeah, but brutalism architecture isn't just blocky squares, right? It's big fancy shapes, and that kind of shit's cool too. I do that sort of stuff as well. But very much like when I'm digging around underground, it's going to be more natural looking structures. But you know, at the end of the day, build your architecture the exact way you want to build it. This is how I like to build my architecture, so this is how I build my architecture. All right, so now that we're all the way up to here, what we're going to do is we are going to connect this stairway here to this creek. Did I assign those beds as a dormitory? I'm like 98% certain I did, but I'm playing too fast and I'm missing shit. Yes, I did. Okay, so we are going to connect this to here. Remember how I built those doors earlier? Well, I did those for a reason. You always want to have like a door entrance to an area that you're building. That looks way too phallic. Let's expand this a little bit so it looks less phallic. All right, so you always want to have like doors entrance to where there's a water source in case surprise flooding happens. You want things to not flood your fortress. What's the difference between a refuse pile and a dumping zone? Refuse pile is specifically refuse. A dumping zone is just whatever you want to dump there. PP tunnel? Yeah. Anyway, it's no longer PP tunnel. It's now just a tunnel. The more you're down to less square shapes, it seems like everyone starts with squares. It seems like, yeah, everybody starts with squares, and then you slowly move away from squares. How deep is this? 2 of 7? But you see it's draining. So up here at the top, you can actually see... Here, let's turn numbers on for water, just so it's easier, so I don't need to mouse over shit all the time. For some reason, it keeps disabling it, and I don't know why. Every time I restart the game, it does. Like, there's some things it just doesn't remember when I start a new fort for some odd reason. It's almost like saving... where is enable? Where's water? Numerical liquids. There it is. So now you can see the depth in real time. So 1 is the lowest depth. 7 is the top depth. Button next to the minimap. There's a button next to the minimap. You what? Oh, really? Huh. Neat. Anyway, it's 7 is full. So if these were 7 of 7, it would be full. But because it's just, you can see how quickly it's filling from the aquifer. And then down here, it's just sitting at 1 because it's draining off the map, right? Oh, maybe that's why it keeps turning off, because I keep accidentally hitting F trying to build other shit. So that's what that's for. I'm just going to quickly smooth this. We're going to put doors in there. I think I might do bedrooms down here. I think bedrooms along the creek side would be nice. Also, look at all this iron. Love it. Training straight into an elf's house? Find me an elf that lives underground. So, I have a question, chat. Do we be smart? Or do I just say, fuck it, and go full stupid? Smart would be build a drawbridge and be able to plug this thing. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to be smart. I'm going to be smart. Okay, so let's be smart. Let's teach you guys good habits. So we're going to make a retracting drawbridge. Not floodgates? No. Bridges. Always bridges. We are going to make a retracting drawbridge, except I forgot to tell it to use a specific type of material. Although it's probably just going to use these boulders, although I want to use these limestone blocks. So we're going to make this out of... Oh, no. Okay. I forgot to tell it to retract. You can use floodgates, but for stuff like this, specifically, if it's a thing that enemies could theoretically collide with, enemies can topple floodgates, but they can't topple bridges. Unless it's a dragon, and I'm not too worried about dragons. If it was on the same... Yeah, it's no. If there is the potential possibility that enemies could collide with it, you want it to be a bridge. Not worried about dragons. I've seen 3 dragons in thousands of hours of gameplay. 3 surface dragons, 1 cave dragon. Bang! Dragon spawns, right? Streamer luck. We've made 15 limestone things. Okay. Wait. So now, we need to make mission control. I think mission control can be right here. It's gonna be a lever room. I jinxed myself. Dude, if we got a dragon, I'd be stoked, though. Oh, actually, no, I think I'd probably just be dead, because I don't have a way to close my front door yet. I should make a way to close my front door. Oh, have I not made doors yet? Fuck. So now when I want to make things, I literally just go into this screen, select the thing I want to make, the number of them that I want to make, select the material that I want. I'm gonna just use limestone. that where Central live, you need to make it sweeter first? I don't know if I understand the reference. So I need to make a front door. We're gonna make a drawbridge up front too. Except this is going to be a raising drawbridge. It's gonna go right there. And I'm also going to go up here, and we are going to make a trade depot. Keep in mind, trade depots can be built indoors now. Previous, and for old players here, you didn't need to make a trade depot, but now you do. You can now make them indoors, rather. You previously couldn't. Also, because we're going to run into problems if I don't do this, I'm going to make a big old stockpile right here. Accept it. It's going to go to custom. We're going to do ammo, yes. Not bars and blocks. Cloth, yes. Armor, yes. Finished goods, yes. Actually, no, not finished goods. Food, yes. Not seeds. Leather, yes. Not corpses or refuse. Sheet, yes, because we are sheety people. Weapons, yes. Wood, no. When you stop being able to make, wait, when did you stop being able to make them inside? So you could always make the trade depots inside, but previously you would just get maximum size wagons from the get-go. Now you only get large wagons if you are a barony. So you can just make your trade depot inside, and they can just go inside and trade without you worrying about canceling the wagon trading and pissing off your neighbors. Is the long story short. They don't need they don't need a way up. They can go upstairs, basically. One of your dwarves was temporarily eaten by a giant toad? Did it come back to life? Was it resurrected or something? That doesn't sound natural. Okay. Do smooth, 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 smooth. And let's just real quick go up here. And I'm going to make wooden. Are they pipes? No. Tube? No. I can't make wooden pipes anymore? Okay, I can't make corkscrews. What are pipes called? Oh, okay. Anyway, 10 wooden pipe sections and wooden corkscrews. So we need 10 of each of those. Well, we don't need 10, but I'm going to make 10. Can sell the extras to the traders. We're going to use that to make gardens. Also, we're going to set auto mining on these ore veins on low priority. So when they need something to do, they will auto mine these ore veins, which are iron ore. Hi, Nix. How are you? Yeah, there's times where I will just see things that or where things will be in the middle of the screen and I won't see it. So that's not too uncommon. Season break. I don't have a command for it, so stop looking for it. It's fine. I've deleted the vast majority of the channel's commands. And it's funny because it's always my mods that try and use them. But, it's fine. I don't like in-chat spam. I'd rather just explain things. I talk fast enough so I can get enough words per minute in. It's all good. You don't need to apologize. Why am I making the trench and sidewalkway? It's going to be for water wheels. We're going to use it to power things. Like pumps. You missed this game? It's so good, isn't it? How's the performance? Better than before? but it's still Dwarf Fortress, which means you can still make it run like shit. Although I haven't actually managed to completely kill a fort with poor frames in like 5 years. Like, I've managed to get them down to under 20 frames a second, but I've never... I haven't managed to make a fort unplayably framey since about 2018. So in my opinion, frame rate death is basically a non-issue these days. We just started to play with water. Water doesn't cause that many framey issues. What causes framey issues is things blocking pathing. So like smoke does, fire doesn't, smoke does. Temperature does, but you can just disable temperature. So if you've got like some crazy temperature shit going on, literally just go into the options menu right here, scroll down to temperature, and just disable it. So like if you have a siege of like 500 dudes that show up, or like let's just say like 200 goblins, right? Each of those goblins has a full set of gear, right? The game is running temperature checks on every single piece of gear on every single goblin constantly as they're moving from place to place. So if you have a volcano with open lava running and they walk past it, their armor is heating up. And the game is processing that. So if you have a lot of entities and a lot of stuff going on, turning off things like temperature will fix a lot of the frame rate issues, and it's just displayed in the game now, and you can turn it on and off as needed. Turtle. Anyway, so there are ways of avoiding a lot of those older issues. Also, this I just kind of want to get done, so let's do this at high priority. We are actually starting to run low-ish on food and booze. Yeah, it's temperature, pathfinding, and then also just overproducing items. Like, you got to keep in mind that every single object, like all of these rocks, all these boulders, are physics objects that the game is paying attention to and tracking. So you need to keep that in mind. Where are the turtles? Oh, there was a little turtle in a pond up there. How do I know if I have Fluxstone or any kind of stone? When you embark, it says Fluxstone on the Embark site, where it says metal and whatnot. You haven't noticed the difference? The non-obscured engravings have a tiny little set of dots. I'm kind of expecting there to be a mod or something that's called, like, obvious engravings or something to make them more obvious. They're very obvious on the floor, though. No, they don't. Not unless you completely remove all supports for a ceiling. Will ceilings collapse? Now we've got these doors. Let's get these doors put in. And we are going to go into mechanics and fluids, and I'm going to make 2 levers. I'm going to put one here. I'm going to put one here. Oh, never mind. Need more mechanics. I might just make a dedicated mechanic. But they're all smoothing stuff, so we'll just wait for that to be done. Bit off topic, but can you get rid of floor fungus infestation? It's not a bad thing. Floor fungus is actually a good thing. Can you get rid of it? Not directly, but what you can do is you can build over top of it. So construct a floor over top of it. Magma will burn wood. So if you make a bridge out of wood like a monster, you can. But the only thing that can destroy bridges are redacted and dragons. So this is going to be called Water Off. How do you get water stored, or is it not possible? Have you ever played, wait, do you mean stored as in, like, in barrels? You can't store them in barrels. I was gonna say, have you ever played Oxygen Not Included? You have to make a cistern like an Oxygen Not Included. So this is going to be a connected lever, assuming I have 2 mechanisms, which I might not. We're gonna connect it to this drawbridge. Which, do I not have enough mechanisms for that? Let's see. Oh, that's pull lever. Link lever. Oh, I see. I don't have enough mechanisms. Duh. I can read. Oni is the hardest game I've played in a long time. I think Oni is significantly harder than this game. Oh, did I not queue up mechanisms? I swear that I did. Maybe I only made 1. Anyway, let's make 20 mechanisms. Yeah, I never enjoyed playing Oni, unfortunately. It's a really neat game, and theoretically I should love it, but time to be overly dramatic. Although it is a grim reminder of the winter hardships to come, the supply caravan from the Rosy Cave is a welcome sight, and their eyes are alight with the anticipation of inspecting the splendid products of your industrious crafts dwarves. Take careful stock of your own stores. What these merchants offer might very well be the difference between a prosperous future and a slow and meaningless death. All right, sweet. So now that that dramatic line has been read, we can jump up to the surface, fly down here, and go up to our trading depot. And we are going to bring stuff over to trade. So what do we have that we can trade? Well, we made minecarts. So let's bring our minecarts over. Boom. Do that. Boom. Do that. Boom. Do that. They're pretty heavy, but boom. Do that. Plenty. What was the setting that you're referring to, Rendark? Let's scroll up. Why does your fortress map seem bigger than yours? It's the default size. Did you make yours smaller? Can you block water? You mean the already flowing one? You have to use either a drawbridge or floodgates and levers. You need a large area cleared out of grass and fungus, making a road from... Yeah, that's also a way to do it, yeah. I used to never build roads because it would always make the dwarves flicker, and I found it annoying. All right, let's learn a little bit about our faction. Let's see who our outpost liaison is. Also, chat, if I'm doing shit too fast, just tell me. I have a habit of playing games quickly when I know how to do them. All right. The expedition leader, Thob, meets with the outpost liaison, Ibel, and they say, I am your outpost liaison. Let's discuss your situation. We've updated your map and world info. That is down here, and I'll show you what that does in a second. And then they want to know what we want. Chat, what do we want? Excited to start having fun. Hell yeah, dude. Welcome. One of us. One of us. You know, honestly, it makes me really, really, really happy to see people still buying it. Because, like, I was kind of worried that it would just do really well the first day and then people would just stop playing it. But, like, we're catching up to our all-time player peak again. Like, 3 days ago on launch day, we only need another 1,000 people to start playing. So if just everybody here launches the game right now, like, done. Done. Do we have plaster? I won't need plaster for a while. I mean, we have splints, but I could import plaster, yeah. Pickaxes, anvils. We got fuckloads of iron. Anvil's actually not a bad idea. Although we still have fuckloads of iron. Let's import anvils, why not? Let's see what they have for animals. Just for funsies. Nanny goat, bulls, cavies, nothing fun. Well, that's good. I can still import bee venom for no logical reason. Gypsum plaster, why not? You just spent 6 hours. You need a break. Yeah, that's fine. I gotcha. All right, so now they're gonna bring in iron anvils and gypsum plaster. They want musical instruments. Oh God, yeah. There's no way in hell I'm gonna be able to make that stuff. Assholes. We are willing to offer. I guess they must. You know, this must be a very you know, musically inclined cultural faction. It looks like. It's just yes, no, now. Yep. Also, you have to give them a lot of stuff, Zanuki, if you want to, what's the word? If you want to, actually get migrants. You have to give them a lot of value if you want migrants. Can you ever see this info again? What, the amount that they want? Yeah, I can show you where you can find it. This export agreement only applies to next year, and merchants here don't care. So here, if you go to the world map, and you go to, we can center on our fort just for ease of sanity. Ooh, we are, oh, that's interesting. We're at peace with the goblins. Huh. How often do you see that? Also, fuck me, that's a lot of goblins. Also, hold on a second. That's interesting. They have a book called A Student of Ezim's Earthheads. which is a dwarf name. Cool. Cool. I like this fort. Also, you know, if you decide you want to invade humans, there's plenty of humans down there we could attack. Are you peeking around? Now I'm just getting distracted again. You guys are going to be happy about this. We're also at peace with the elves. But, you know, also, actually, we're an insurgent faction, now that I'm realizing this. So I settled in the wrong spot. This is our faction down here. We are up here, which means we're an insurgent faction in the middle of these dwarves, which is kind of funny, actually. Oops. Well, that's fine. It means that we can go after these evil dwarven mountain halls down here, and smack this tower and do all kinds of other fun stuff. But anyway, news and rumors. Let's see what's going on. Let's see. These guys are sending out expedition groups. Okay, so they're just founding a bunch of fortresses down here. And this is actually the news of us forming our fortress up here. You see this line going up here? This is us forming up here. We're not too far away, though. You know, let's consider this outpost like we are extending a gesture of rapid colonization of these dwarves' mountain halls. I'm sure that they'll appreciate it, though. I'm sure that they'll appreciate us moving in. I'm sure that will be totally fine, right? Right? Anyway, so if I zoom back in, that wasn't what I wanted to do. If we go to Center on Fort and we go to Civilizations, and we hover the Rosy Cave, which is our faction, this is where you can see it. But keep in mind, when the wagon for next year shows up, when the traders show up, this gets erased. So you have to check it before next year. More neighbors is just more fun? Oh yeah, no, we're gonna have fuckloads of visitors. It's gonna be a great time. We're here to show them our engineering skills, actually. Clearly. But yeah, so if you select Civilizations and hover over your faction, it'll tell you what you ordered and what they want. You've dug to the very bottom of the and found no lava before. You needed to dig around a bit. Yeah, you have to kind of dig around a bit to find it sometimes. How's it going? It's going pretty good. Had a pretty good stream so far today. We unlocked a new emote. And I've asked my artist really nicely if he could draw us an amphibian man licking emote. Because who doesn't want psychedelic crazy frog licking emote? Because they seem quite popular in the caverns after all. Is that new, or are they tribals on the map? What, the amphibian people? So the amphibian people would pop up in the cavern layers before, but they wouldn't respawn. Now they cause very large amounts of fun, is the easy way to put it. Very, 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 very large amounts of fun, in fact. Massive amounts of fun. Maybe too much fun in some cases. Wow. Well, definitely mine through the gem wall. That's you licking. That's you licking with stomach acid, sir. A very different thing. All right. I need to like take count of what I'm doing, because one of the problems that I have is I play so fast right now that like and there's combining me playing really fast with busy chat is like a lot, and it's kind of exhausting. Also, chat room, I just want to say thank you very much for 18,000 subscribers on YouTube. The day before the game came out, we had 13,000, so that's 1,000. Well, thank you. You guys are very kind. And also for the ludicrous numbers of follows on Twitch. It's been fun. Been making content for a very, very, very long time, so I hope it's good at this point, because if I didn't have good content, I would have nothing. But I have to go back to working at a gas station. All right, so let's back out of this. We're going to focus on getting that river done and going and sealed. Oh, also, it's fall, meaning the trees are changing color, which is beautiful. What do we still have in our wagon? Just seeds, bunch of empty barrels. Okay, let's just make a small finished goods stockpile. Actually, no. Let's just add finished goods to this. Oops. Nope. Not just that. I didn't do enough. Finished goods. All types. And also, if I missed questions in the chat, there are plenty of people in the chat who can help too. Also, shout outs to all of you old heads who've been watching me for a long time who are helping people in chat. I see all you guys, and you guys are, like, doing way more work than you know. All right, so this lever needs to be linked to the water door, but we need 2 more mechanisms. God damn it. Cool. We are making rock mechanisms. How do you zoom in and zoom out on the world map? You don't, which is one of my bigger complaints about the game right now. And there's a big thread for it on the KitFox Discord. Also, if you type in !DF, if you find any bugs, go to the KitFox Discord, and they have a bug reports forum on there. And that's where bugs and complaints will get addressed. So if there's things that annoy you about the game, go there, bitch there, because that's where things will actually get fixed. Does anyone know if residents like humans can join the military? Once they become, so after they've been in your fortress for a year, they can petition for full residency. When they petition for full residency, then they can join the military. Complaining in the video games industry? Never. They're bringing stuff into the fort. Now, this is just me being me and me being paranoid. I'm not actually going to use this up here, but I'm really quick going to jump over to the metalsmith, and I'm going to make a metalsmith shop over here with an anvil, just so nothing steals my anvil. And we're also going to request broker at depot and then do trading. Also, it looks like an ad break's hitting. If you don't like ads, which I also don't, you can block them if you go to the Discord, and in the general room, there's a pinned thing which has some scripts to block ads, and they generally work. Also, keep in mind, if you're not stuck in an ad right now, you can also watch Twitch through VLC Media Player. If you just open up VLC, you can open up live streams within VLC. There's plenty of videos on YouTube on how to do that. And then just, like, watch chat externally or through a chat program, and you'll just get a black screen when there's ads. Double check, they're allowed. Jeez. There are just too many cool streamers. You could also do that too, yeah. VLC doesn't give no shits about corporations making money and try to get around it at all costs, and I kind of respect it for that. All right, so we have all of these minecarts. So the value that we have to trade is 2,450, which isn't a huge amount, but that's fine. I don't need a huge amount for the first trading. They've got rose gold bars. I'm actually going to buy that gold bar, the rose gold bar. I'm going to buy that just in case we happen to get a strange mood. So for me, with the first trading, what I want to do is I want to get a few things in case of forgotten or strange moods. So I'm kind of planning ahead here. So we're not going to worry about weapons. We're not going to worry about toys. Don't need to worry about pets. Don't need to worry about booze. Don't need to worry about buckets. Hammers aren't weapons or anything. But you know what I do need? Thanks, Geodude, for the for that Prime sub. Appreciate you. It's been insane. So many new subscriptions. I mean, we have 100 booze, Tofu Monks. What do you want about? We don't need any more booze. But what we do need is we need a couple pieces of cloth of as many types as possible. And sometimes they only bring cave spider silk, which is frustrating. Okay. We do have plant cloth, though, so we're good now. I just wanted some yarn cloth, but that's okay. They brought an extra anvil. Sweet. We'll buy that. And we'll buy a bunch of meats. Why do you need different types of cloth? because dwarves are picky. Is there a way to make them scroll faster? I don't know, but if you figure it out, please tell me. Okay, so if I close my camera here, down here you see green. They want green by default. As our trader gets better and gets better at trading, we can start trying to trade for yellow. Yellow means it's like a dice roll chance based on your bargaining skill versus their bargaining skill. If you have a higher bargaining skill, you'll have a higher chance of winning that. You're being attacked by a rhinoceros. Oh no, lock the doors, hide inside, scream, grab the children, hide the good silver, drink the booze before it eats you. Must die in euphoric feelings. Good luck. So they say, greetings from the mountain homes. Your efforts are legend here. Really? We just started, my guy. But I guess the legend of moving in with another faction is pretty legendary. So we are going to... Fun fact, in real life, you can't make pig cheese because it's too stringy. It doesn't hold together. Ooh, they brought a book called Discovering the Dwarves. Seems like a modern classic, but... There's a bunch of random crap, some cage traps, some parchment, codex. We are going to trade. They say, ah, wonderful. Thank you for your business. If you want more migrants, you can give them gifts as well. It's fast. The rhino got into your fort before you could even pull close the drawbridge lever. Oh, no. All right, so no trader is requested at depot. And our dwarf is going to go back over to their office. And go back to storing barrels. Poor dwarves are going to put stuff away for a little bit. Right, so that's not hooked up to anything. There's water off. Cool. So when you click water off, if you see the two mechanisms appear, then you can click on the bridge, and it'll link building to trigger. So I can tell him to do it now because I just kind of want to get this job done. And then I'm going to select the dwarf who's doing it, which is this farmer. And once we get these two buildings linked, we're going to make a tavern and a temple so that these dwarves can actually get some downtime. Because they've been working since spring and it's now mid-autumn. And damn it, I think these dwarves need a break. Next step after that is booze and stills. Maybe some basic farming. The trick, Frog, isn't knowing what item. The trick is making sure they have access to a little bit of everything, so you can't not have an item that'll work. We're also going to real quick make a craftsdwarf shop. God, this soundtrack is so fucking good. And I'm going to jump over to the work orders, and we're going to go rock mug. And we're just going to make 10. We don't need a ton initially. And we're going to go over to this. And as you can see, if we click on this bridge, it says that the limestone mechanism has been installed. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to fill in this wall right here. All the way up to the corner, but let them have a corner to get out. And we're just going to fill it up with wood because it's surfacey. That's fine. I should not pause the game. That would help. You had a glassmaker go. It turns out it was sand, but not bags. Oh, no. Yeah, it is what it is. You would for sure. You know, it was funny. Like at PAX, like I've mentioned this a bunch of times, but like I got the opportunity to hang out with Zach and Tarn for a second time at PAX this past year, PAX West, and the topic of DLC came up while we were just wandering around and talking around Seattle, and one of the things that they said was that the only DLC that they could feasibly see themselves doing would just be pay for more music. They threw around the idea of creature packs, but they were like, even that would be too much. So, yeah, I would absolutely pay for sound packs. Like, that would be phenomenal. So the way we're going to do this is I'm going to go one layer above this. Up on the corner, we're going to hit the channel button, right? We're going to go whoop. and whoop, right? Except I'm going to do this on a higher priority because I just kind of want them to do it right now. Except the one in the middle is going to be priority 2. So they're going to do that one second. Essentially what it's going to do is it's going to dig this up. It's going to channel this up right here. I didn't just dig it around it, did I? Okay. Now we need the next one. God, bridges are weird. So there's a bug right now where you can't see water on top of bridges. So I'm looking at that going like, man, it's not working. But I swear it's working. Because it is there in the settings. And then what I'm going to do, or in the overlay. So I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over to this bridge, water off. I'm going to pull the lever. I'm just going to do this. Watch this. Oh, there are animated sprites in Dwarf Fortress already. Will it get more animated sprites or smooth movement? I don't know. Pull the lever, Dwarf. Somebody's got to do it. Doop-a-doop. Or not. Okay, fine. I'll set it as do now so that you frickin' pull the lever. Yep, lazy bastards. Did you not pull it? There it goes. Weird to pull it twice. Anyway, so now it flows. So now the water flows. Look at that. So now we have this very dangerous spot up here. I'm actually going to forbid this boulder right here so they don't go for it. But yeah, now the water's just going to flow all the way along here. This is why water is fucking dangerous in Dwarf Fort. Look how fast it's going. This doesn't have pressure attached to it. This is just a, like, simple creek. It's going to flow all the way to the end here. It's going to fill all the way up to 7 very quickly. There it goes. See, look at those boulders getting pushed by it. And there it goes. Yeah, it's pushing the rocks. Oh, yeah. Water's dangerous as fuck, dude. And there, all the way to the end. It's going to fill all the way up. More or less. And that's why water is scary as hell in Dwarf Fort. So something I'm going to do now is I'm going to go up to the end here. And also, keep in mind, I still have that bridge, so I could stop the flow here. I'm going to go to the end here, and we're going to build over top of this with flooring. And use those blocks. And then and then after that's done, we're going to build a wall in front of it. Oh, you can kill enemies with water pressure. So one of my favorite combat logs I ever read was I had this big tower, right, which I would pump water into the top of it, and then there was a hole at the bottom of the tower that had a floodgate in front of it, and we would drop the floodgate and we'd go poof and just shoot out like this wall of water, right? Pretty epic. But the cool part about it wasn't the wall of water. The cool part about it was the fact that I read a combat log once of a goblin dying, not because it drowned, but because of the speed at which it's hit the wall behind it. So it didn't die from drowning. It died from impact wounds when it hit the wall. Like, you can do some fun, like, if you've ever played Borrowed Trauma and you, like, dig out the wrong part of the wall and then you just go smack into the wall like that, yeah, you can do that. Come on, dwarves. Quit panicking. Get over there and seal that off, please. Okay, you know what? Let's make this a little safer for ourselves. Water off. Pull the lever, fuckos. There you go. Now pulling the lever will stop the water. And it will drain. Just want that done. Other than you, yeah, that can happen, Irel. It's low. It's very unlikely that you'll manage to get a world with no dwarves, but it is certainly possible. Yeah. Okay, sweet. So, now that that's done, the water won't flood the entire fort, although we can see that there's mud here now. So, mega project already? Well, that's Dwarf Fort. That's how Dwarf Fort works. You make mega projects. What else are you doing if you're not making mega projects? All right, so we're gonna link building to trigger. We now have this other lever over here, which I'm going to name front door, which is this. Can you quickly explain how the water system works? How this water system works? It's literally just like this creek right here, feeding down onto this folding drawbridge, down into this trench. This bridge is gonna stop it from spilling over. And then it just flows through here all the way to the end and then off the map. And as you can see, it's draining in real time right here. And then it flows off the edge of the map through a fortification and a smoothed wall. That's it. Some migrants have arrived. Stairs are completely broken. Your stairs are completely broken. Stairs are fucky as hell, yeah. I don't... What did you do to your stairs? Yeah, just make sure you have a drain. As long as you have a way to drain it and a way to fill it, you're fine. Got a cool Embark with a river valley, and now you're building a bridge and Helm's Deep style? Fuck yeah, dude. How do you get pause on alerts again? Go to my Discord. Okay? That's the easiest way to say this. Go to my Discord. Download this text file. Okay? Right there. I will pin it. And then open up your game files. Go to local files. I will make a video about this tonight because it's super easy. Whoops. Go to local files. Go to data or data, whatever you prefer. Go to init and then copy it into here over top of announcements. EDF! EDF! We're saving Mother Earth from any alien attack. Stupid fucking insects continuously come back. Anyway, moving on. I keep on coming back. Oh yeah, no, they're all still there. They're all still there. And most of them still work. I did manage to break my graphics extremely badly, though, by trying to adjust things, or by trying to adjust my resolution in that screen. In that area. So maybe don't adjust your resolution in the old init files. Okay. So we got more migrants. So I think next thing we do is tavern. We can just get the water going. Because like it's sealed off now, so it's safe-ish. And then once they pull that lever again, watch this. Whoosh! Cool. So now that we've got our lovely fountain going, I think that this looks like a good spot for a tavern. What do you guys think? Defending Mother Earth from any alien attack. You know, fun fact actually, chat. The reason I have EDF 5 is I took a rare sponsorship for it because they were just like, stream EDF for 30 minutes on Christmas. And I was just like, you know what? I hate taking sponsorships, but I love EDF. And getting like 25 bucks to play EDF for 30 minutes on Christmas Day sounds pretty great. So I did that. It's very rare that I'll take sponsorships, but I took that one. Worf, I say. Worf. This is going to be our tavern. For what purpose? We're going to use it for pumps. This fortress's theme is machinery. EDF, Earth Defense Force. Just go to YouTube and type in Earth Defense Force. It's the game with the giant ants and big rocket launchers. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible video game that is way too much fun to play with a couple friends while extremely stoned. So we're up to 16 dwarves now, and we have some more migrants, and we've got those mechanisms done. Cool, cool, cool. I mean, I could construct a couple water wheels if you guys want to just see them running. Or actually, here, I'll construct a water wheel so I can use it as an example when people ask me what it's for. Just let me find it. Where do they put it? Mechanics and fluids. Yep. Okay, so mechanisms are made into gear assemblies. Okay. Limestone. 2 apart. 1, 2, 3. 2 apart. Okay. Those are 2 gear assemblies, right? Now, these gear assemblies can connect to things above them. They can connect to things below them. They can connect to things next to them, right? And then from there, I'm going to go back into mechanisms and fluids, and I'm going to grab water wheels, right? Now, water wheels can actually be rotated, unlike the vast majority of buildings in the game. Water wheels need to be connected to a mechanism, and they go in a little water like this. They need water one layer beneath them, right? Otherwise, they won't work. So they are made out of wood, which the elves love. We're going to make 2 water wheels. I'm also going to be using this fortress to record water mechanics tutorials for you guys on the YouTubes. So you guys get to see tutorial prep today, I suppose. We're also going to be doing pumps today, yeah. Every time you start a fortress, it gets wiped by angry yaks. Do not settle in untamed wilds unless you want to get wrecked by rando animals. There you go. That's what we're doing today. And then you can connect them together with, you can click on them to see the amount of power that they're generating. So this is generating 100 power, and it's using 15 to turn the mechanism. We can connect the mechanisms together to generate more power. And as for why you need that, well, we'll explain that in a little bit. This is my first time messing with axles. Cool. Click to place. Cherrywood axle. 100 Z-level pump stack. Not off the top of my head. I would just check the wiki and see, because I never remember these numbers, but like, because I don't have the brain for it. But if you look at how much power a single, what's it called? If you look at how much power a single pump or a single water wheel generates, it's like what, 100, like 200 power for these two, and it's using 32. Also, you can double them up, so you can put them on the other side too. You can also make windmills. Yeah, so there's windmills and water wheels. I usually use water wheels, though, because they're more consistent. They're easier to enclose. But yeah, I don't know the exact estimation because I'm not a math person. Can you use lava flow for power? No. But you can use water power to pump lava. Also, I'm going to let you guys in on a secret, chat. You know the game Timberborn? A lot of people love it. It's a pretty good game. It's all right. It makes me really, 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 really sad every time I play Timberborn for a very specific reason, and that's because Dwarf Fortress's water mechanics, you can do more, and they are 1,000 times more interesting. It's like, oh, hey, it's a game built around water mechanics, except the water mechanics are really fucking boring. And Dwarf Fortress does all of them better. And when that game came out, everyone's like, oh my god, this game is great. And I'm sitting here going like, oh my god, this game is so fucking boring and limiting. It's a great game. It's got good music. The lovely people are making it, and it's a phenomenal little simple babies game. But my god, is that game fucking nonsensically boring. Holy shit. Ugh. Anyway, hi Empire. It's been a minute. How you been? All right. It's like whenever like the new cool city builder that everybody's playing comes out, I'm like, cool, this does one mechanic that Dwarf Fortress does, and it does it poorly. It's almost always how I feel about it. Every single time. It's like, it does one thing that Dwarf Fortress does, but it does it poorly. And it's like, well, I'll just go back to playing Dwarfs then. So I usually play it for like 3 hours and go, yeah, I could just keep playing Dwarfs. And my god, it's complex. It's fun, isn't it? You've been watching some of my videos to catch up. You know what's going to happen is I'm going to train an army of streamers and then they're going to surpass me and get better at it than me. That's what's going to happen. We're building an army. What was I doing? Right. So I'm going to build a little bridge over here, or a little walkway over to that metal thing. And then we're going to mine out this hematite here, which is iron ore. If you click on the ore, it actually says what it is. Ore of iron used for making furniture and building. We're gonna mine that out, and then we're gonna pump some water over there. We're gonna make a pump. Pump the water. And stuff break down and need repairs by itself? No, but if a troll gets in it, they can topple a 100 Z-level pump stack that you spent like 10 hours building. I'm the militia commander? Oh god, that means I'm the first one to die. I don't like this. I go in first. Eey. Although realistically, the number of times other streamers told me I was killing my potential streaming career by streaming as much Dwarf Fortress as I was, because this game was never going to be viewable by normal people, in air quotes. The number of times I was told that by other streamers, if I had $1 every time, I'd have like $8, and boy, did that hurt me mentally. But anyway, it seems to have paid off in the end. So guess who won? All right, so that's gonna be a farm right there. Can water flow under floors? Yeah, because the water's on a different Z level. So, like, this is a layer of Minecraft blocks, right? Essentially, this is what you're looking at. You're looking at Minecraft blocks, floors, Minecraft blocks. This is the layer below. So the water isn't here. It's beneath it. It's enough for Twitter Blue. Now, Twitter Blue costs your dignity, and I have more dignity than that. All right, so we are going to fill this in. And fill that in. And this right here is going to become our tavern. So we're going to get party number 6, smoothing going. Also, fuck Twitter, follow me on Mastodon. Where's the water going? Off the map. Off the map. I am legally blind, yes. My right eye doesn't work at all, and my left eye is, like, barely functional. Scoot! Thanks for the 10-pack. Appreciate you. I use Twitter because I have to, not because I want to. Unfortunately, it's still kind of a very useful tool in this industry. All right, so I'm going to do priority number 1 smoothing for these doors. I'm on mas.to. Although I might be moving to a streamer-specific one that a friend of mine's working on. But I'll let people know when that happens. At blindRL at mas.to. What's the benefit of smoothing? Makes things look nice. Ups the value. Also, why is my... Oh, I thought I... Oh, I assigned you to the wrong dwarf. I can just give this to Etor too, that's fine. We got one upset dwarf. We're going to need to get bedrooms stat. So we're just going to get this tavern done, and then we're going to do bedrooms. Do you need both access to both sides of a bridge to make it? No. They start on one side and they build across. So machines and fluids. Screw pump. Chat, screw pumps. So do we want to pump from top to bottom? Do we want to pump from bottom to top? Do we want to pump from left to right or right to left? We want to go from up here up into here, right? So we're going to put it there. And I don't actually know if they're going to be able to reach this one here. We're going to use our cherry corkscrew and an almond wood pipe. Let's knock that wall out. So we're going to need to be careful with water amounts here. What this is going to do is it's going to pump water from down here and up into here. That's what this is going to do. And we want to pump this way. Unless I'm doing it backwards, in which case then... Because I'll be honest, haven't built one of these yet in this version. But I know how they work, so shouldn't be too bad. I think lighting will ever be added? Very doubtful. What can you do with rusty weapons and armor? You mean like low quality weapons? Melt them down. Make new ones. Start to pump manually is the button that we want to click. So this requires 10 power. So you were asking how much power does a 100 Z level pump stack use? If it's one pump per layer, 100 power. Or no, 1,000 power rather. Math. Start pumping manually. Let's see if this works. Unless I'm pumping it the wrong way. I think it's from down. Yeah, it looks like down and up. Game saving. Fuck you, game. Perfect time. Actually, let's just run an ad right now. Yeah, we'll run the ad right now. It's gonna run in a minute anyway. And then I'll pause and we'll wait until the ad break is done. I'm having a great day, little son. And before tavern flooded, it's going the wrong way to flood the tavern. Can I remove the wall that I put down? Yes, it's the pickaxe and then the remove stair tool. Why fill that room? Because that's going to be my farm. We're going to be farming there. And you need dirt. I'm doing overtime? You have no idea. I've been working from about 7 in the morning, either editing, recording, or streaming from about 7 in the morning until about 1:30 in the morning since Friday. Although, admittedly, Saturday I took a bit of a break. All right, I'm going to wait another 30 seconds until we're through this ad. Yeah, also the game's literally 140 megabytes. So instead you're watching someone else play? Well, I'll be on until about 4:30 today. It's 1:30 right now, so you got lots of time. All right, so we've got start pumping manually. We should be through the ads. We just found out that you can force your bookkeeper to carry around a heavy giant stone gem everywhere he goes as a symbol of his office, and that's hilarious. Yep, you can do that. Strength, necessary strength training, which is also something that like I need to mess around with because those are all new mechanics for me. Because that's new in this version. All right, so here comes a dwarf to pump. Did I do too much? A little bit too much. So if it's too much, we can drain it several ways. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to expand it to drain it. Because it's not too deep for the dwarves. You got to be careful with pumps because they pump really fucking fast. So we're just going to expand this a little bit until it goes down to 1 of 1, and then it will evaporate. Also, Jordan, thanks for chucking out a gift. Appreciate you, friend. Okay, so now it's down to enough that it will evaporate. As far as, wall got suspended. As far as deconstructing walls, select this button right here. Select the wall, and then unpause, and it'll give you the deconstruct wall icon. Oh, you did too? Oh, I see. Oh, you were gifting one to Mike? I saw Mike put up a video this morning called Losing Isn't Always Fun, and it made me go, oh no, did Mike not like it? Where's Mike? I will help him play this video game. But thanks for gifting a sub, and thanks for gifting a sub to Mike B. Big fan of that dude's work. Halfway through this week's nudes. Because I've been busy. So yeah, we are basically muddying up this surface to make it farmable, basically. How deep does floor or mud need to be for farming? You literally just need to splatter mud on it once. And then you can build a farm plot on it. So actually, I think I could probably build a farm plot on it here now. So if I go here and I go to farming and I go to farm plot, yeah. So I can build a farm plot right here right now, I think. Yeah, see? I can just build a farm plot. So what I'm going to do though is I think we're just going to put it in this center section. So I can never remember if, like, you have to wait for it to drain or not, so, because I don't do it this way that often, but that's going to be our farm plot. That'll be plenty for right now. We'll do 2. 1, 2. Actually, no, we could do 3. And then right here, right across from it, we're going to dig out another room. This is going to be a seed stockpile, which we'll need to increase the size of pretty soon. But for right now, that's it. According to Tekid's experiments, Aquasar, this is like almost as efficient as underground farming, like cavern farming. I have more livestock, so I'm gonna tell them to go here. I really need to get my dwarves inside. Fucking were creatures could show up. They brought sheep. Oh, that's nice. I don't need to put the dogs in there. Just the everything else's. Cool. That's a lot of different ore veins. Cool. Nice to see. All right, so we're going to now dig out this. And so our farming is just about ready to go. But first, before I set up the actual farm, I'm just going to make a seed stockpile. So I'm going to make a stockpile here. And we're going to go to custom. We're going to go to food. And we're going to select seeds. And we're going to go all. We're going to select all seeds for this stockpile. And then I'm going to click on the barrel, and I'm going to remove barrels. It's a long story as to why I'm removing barrels, but you should always remove barrels from seed stockpiles. Where can you watch or read about dealing with aquifers? If you're a new player, settle where there isn't an aquifer, is my advice. Or install ClinoDev's No Aquifers mod and generate a world without an aquifer. Didn't they fix that yet? Supposedly they did. I refuse to believe it. And I've heard reports that they haven't, so... So we're going to smooth it, and we're also bringing bags of seeds in. We're also going to build 2 more doors. One here. One here. We are going to go into furniture. We're going to go tables. Use closest, because I only made them out of one type of material. We're going to build our 4 tables. We're going to go to thrones, and we're going to do the same thing. Why smooth the seed storage? Aesthetics. That's it. Aquifers do feel bad, man. All right, so... And as they should, because they fuck up new players all the time. So now we're going to plant seasonal plump helmets. Pro tip to anybody, we're about to do a thing that you should always do when you make plump helmets and farming. So now all the way around the clock on the first farm plot, we have plump helmets. Second one, we're going to do probably plump helmets, pigtails in the off season, plump helmets, and plump helmets. So plump helmets, and... We could do sweet pods too, which are also makeable into alcohol, so we can do that. So plump helmets, so TLDR. Pigtails, cloth. Cave wheat, flour. Dimple cups, clothing dye. Plump helmets, alcohol. Quarry bushes, I can never fucking remember. Sweet pods, alcohol. Don't worry about fertilizing. It's fine. Don't even worry about it. You can do it, but you don't need to. So we got farm plot, second farm plot, and then third farm plot. So this one is going to be dimple, pigtail. Pigtails can also be made into alcohol, but they can also be made into cloth. So now we're going to go to the kitchens menu. Workshop stockpiles. Kitchens. And then we're going to go to seeds. Just make sure those are all red. And we're also going to go to vegetables. You see plump helmets? We have 30 of them. Do not cook plump helmets. I think so. I never messed with any of that shit, to be completely honest with you, Navy. Also, hi, Navy. How are you today? Do not cook plump helmets. The way it works is if they eat raw plump helmets, No, you don't. Do not turn drinks off with plump helmets. Leave drinks on. If they eat the plump helmet, you get the plump helmet spawn back and you can replant them. If you brew the plump helmets, you get the plump helmet spawn back and you can plant them. If you cook it, it cooks the spawn. Yeah, well, you know what you're doing, Haas. You, Mister, I use demons as like toys. Why? Because this is going. If you're a new player, especially to Dwarf Fortress, this is your lifeline. This is what will keep your dwarves alive. This is your easiest, most accessible, best use, and most available way to make alcohol. People mysteriously losing limbs in your base? Do you have a combat log? That seems not good. Unless it's a glitch of sorts. But that's weird. You can't make your Prime sub work? I mean, have you clicked the little check mark thingy that says it's available? Or there's a little checkbox you have to click. Limbs are optional? They're still walking around. You know what's funny? I had a blind dwarf with no eyes, had its eyes cut out, and he had no arms. They were both got ripped off. I don't know how that dude made stone crafts, but somehow he picked up boulders, walked across the map with them, and made chairs with no real issue. I had no eyes, had no arms, just nope, there's no prosthetics in Dwarf Fort. Feet? Yes, probably kicking it. Just tick, kick, tick. Teeth? Yeah, probably. Actually true. Alright, so now they're just gonna start farming. Armok magic? Clearly. Alright, so now I need to figure out where I'm gonna put my kitchens. I guess, you know, let's put the kitchens right here. That would make perfect sense, right next to the farms. But I hope you guys are enjoying the stream today. Today's stream is going to be a little bit shorter than normal streams. I'm only going to be streaming for about 7 hours today. Normally, well, actually, is it about 7 hours? Fine. Yeah, about 7.5 hours today. And the reason we're doing a bit of a shorter stream today instead of like the normal longer streams is one, I need to record shit for you guys on YouTube, and two, I need to record a podcast. Me and my stream team have a podcast called the Halcyon Frequency Podcast, which can be found at halcyonfrequency.com or !podcast in the chat. And new episodes go up on Sundays. I recommend giving it to a listen. Only 7 hours, yeah. I mean, I've streamed 14 hours a day for the past 3 days, dude. So they're all farming. Look at that. They're planting the spawn. It's good times. So this room up here, once they're done with that, is going to be popularized as our tavern. So let's set this as our meeting area now. So to make a tavern, make a meeting area. But yeah, my normal screaming? Yeah, my normal streaming schedule. Yeah, that's the right word, Greg. My normal streaming schedule is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, but because of Dwarf Fortress launch, we're basically going to be streaming 7 days a week with varying lengths. The long streams will be Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and the rest of the time will either be short streams or like I might take days off. I don't know. But basically all of December, we're going to be streaming nonstop until kind of the hype dies down a little bit because might as well capitalize on the game I've been streaming for the last 4.5 years. Can certain members of nobility like a hammerer not get a description? Everybody gets a description. What? What do you mean? What do you mean by description? Like literally click on dwarf, go to health, go to description. Personality, thoughts, memories, they all have that. A heck of a boost recently. It's been insane, audio. I mean, audio's been around this stream for like what, 8 years at this point. You mentioned I did a podcast with Tekid. Yes, a couple episodes ago. I think it was it's the one with the Dwarf Fortress thumbnail on the YouTube channel for the Halcyon Frequency stuffs. Yes, I did an episode with Tekid, who is this guy. Some of the best tutorials on YouTube and also fantastic Dwarf Fortress streamer as well. Does not get enough credit. He's like a 40, 50 viewer streamer, and by the end of like the Dwarf Fortress hype cycle, I hope to get him up to being like a 150 viewer streamer. So we got to work and boost the fuck out of Tekid. He's a good dude, and him and me have stuff that we're planning on doing in the future. It's literally a dwarf name. So now that this is our meeting zone, the dogs are going to hang out here, and the dwarves are going to hang out here, and they're going to go here, and they're going to socialize, and they're going to hang out, and they're going to talk, and they're going to chit-chat, and they're going to make friends, and they're going to hang out, and they're going to have a good time. But I'm going to select this zone right now because I don't want shit to go start going ham. And we're going to make it into a inn and tavern. But before I do, ooh, the Diamond Oat. I like the name of that tavern. Is the name of our tavern, the Diamond Oat. We're going to go into this open screen to see all of it. Now, we're going to set it to citizens and long-term residents only. This basically means that the outpost liaison and anybody who lives here can go hang out in this tavern. That's it. You have too many streams to watch? I know the feeling. I know the feeling. What's up, Nachuaddy? How do you say that? That's quite the name. Hi, what's up? He doesn't have guilds in the new version, though? I don't have guilds yet. What do you mean? I just haven't made a guild yet. How big of 50 dwarves, probably, if I had to guess. Supplement these with, so farming is brutally brokenly overpowered in Dwarf Fortress. If you are farming in just dirt surface, so if I were to just farm in like this layer, where there's this loam, which I can farm in, we will get about a fifth of what I would get in here. But this can supply all my dwarves, no issue, and probably more than all my dwarves. Supplement D's nuts. Yes. All right, so we're going to now go into the farming workshop. We're going to make stills. Let's do 1, 2 stills. No, so it's this and cavern farming that are the most effective. So farming like this and farming in the caverns in like the moss are the most effective. Is that this world? No. So that I generated a new world this morning. Echo. I'm just gonna call you Echo. I generated a new world this morning, Echo, because the world that one was in was on an older version. They patched the game yesterday morning and fixed a couple bugs. And the way Dwarf Fortress works, you don't get most of the benefits of new patches until you update to a new save and generate a new world. Because of the way Dwarf Fortress is world generation. So things like spawning rates, death rates, the agitation systems, and the systems at which things get irritated with you and things attack you, you have to make a new world. So I made a new world. Because I want the bug fixes. Ooh, pink jades. Fancy. Remember those out too. I made this river, yeah. I can also, it's also controllable and I can stop it from flowing. Yeah, it's also the same way that, like, if you're playing in a world and say you install the Pokemon mod, Pokemon aren't going to suddenly start spawning in your world because there's a finite number of everything in every world. There's a limited number of pandas, there's a limited number of dwarves, there's a limited number of humans, there's a limited number of elves, demons, forgotten beasts, horses, kobolds, right? So because there's a limited number of everything, it doesn't just create more out of thin air if you install a mod. So you have to basically like theme your worlds around versions of the game or installs or whatever. So when I used back playing in vanilla, I used to have like 12 different here. Let me show you my old install list. So I have DF Star Wars, DF mod, DF. So this is just Star Wars mod and a Christmas mod. These are a bunch of different versions. That's a Halloween mod. These are 2 other mods. That's a backup folder. This is a different version of another modded thing. I'm not very good at organizing folders, but yeah. So I would used to have multiple installs, but now with the mod manager, you just have to theme worlds instead of having themed installs of the game, which is significantly better. Libraries are awesome once you can get them working. So now that we have 2 stills, oh no, I fucked up. I made them out of different materials. Well, that can't do. We gotta get rid of that. So you're limestone, you're mudstone. Okay, fuck you. Get rid of that. I like the color of my limestone, so we're gonna go with the limestone one. I now can like either go here and just say bang, make workshops. Also, if you go to workers, you can assign a specific worker to a specific workshop. So if you want to get really granular about how you manage your dwarves, you can. But we're just gonna go here and we're just gonna say brew drink from plant. Repeat job forever until you run out of shit. So they're going to go brew drinks from plants for us. And then down here, I'm going to make a stockpile for food. I will answer that question in a second. Food. And we are going to, once again, go into the stockpile and we're going to remove seeds. And I'm going to not worry about barrels. We want barrels in this one. And, what was the question? So quick question. Storing blocks in bins, does that cause lag? It removes lag, actually, because instead of having 150 whatever physics objects existing in the world, you have 1. Although when things are put into stockpiles, they're removed from the world's physics definitions unless it gets hit by lava or water or catches fire or something. How do you make water flow off the map? If you run up to stone, smooth it, and then carve fortifications into it, which is these button, carve gaps in the walls, called fortifications, then it will, you don't have to worry about it anymore. Did I explain why no barrels and seeds? Old bugs that I'm not certain are in the game anymore, but I'm convinced still are, so old habits die hard is why. It's too long of a thing to explain. I mean, I can't. Long story short, like there was stacking issues with certain types of materials, and some like certain things would cause canceled jobs because they couldn't find a thing. It's just annoying. I don't know if it's still an issue, so I'd rather not teach people old bugs or things that will cause problems in their fort. How do you get rid of old junk and refuse? Lava or either lava or drawbridge or sell it to your neighbors. Party time. They're singing and dancing, which is why the song's going off. All right, enough of that. It is a banger, though. It's so fucking good. Like, if there's a one-hit wonder on this soundtrack, it's that. My favorite part about that entire soundtrack is reading the lyrics, because the first line, the Ilan Kinem, literally just means hail beauties. It's like, fuck yeah, let's go. Hey, Windrose, I want a metal cover of that song. Prove your worth, you dwarf metal band. Anyway. Seriously, though. Has been incredible. Yeah. No, so for those of you who don't know, the song's called Drink and Industry. It's from the game's soundtrack. For reference, for those of you who don't know, the soundtrack was made primarily by two people, who's Dabu, who's just been a composer in the industry for a while, and a guy named Simon, who was a fan composer who wrote a whole soundtrack a fan soundtrack for Dwarf Fortress in like 2009 or something. He wrote a whole bunch of songs over a couple of years. They brought him on to remaster a bunch of his old songs as well as like write some new ones for this soundtrack, and they're so fucking good. Part of the reason Simon's music was so great was because he like wrote music that like in the Dwarven language for the game, which is using the Dwarven grammar, which is just the nerdiest shit, and I love it. All right, so bedrooms. What's the best way to store stuff? Wherever is actively accessible. Stockpiles. Nerd boner. Exactly. It's like I can't handle the amount of nerdity. It was a great question. Can you fish from in that artificial stream? Here's the thing. It's connected to a stream. Also, fish spawn wherever there's water. So yes, I absolutely could fish in here. Also, we had that other stockpile up here that was full of food. So we are going to remove all of this. Oh, no, all of this food from this stockpile and move it down to the other one. Thank you, Clino. Also, hi, Clino. How are you? Trying to take a break from the PC, and this is making you want to go play more Dwarf Fort? Sorry. We do have plenty of mods here right now, though, if you need a break, dude. Also, so how many copies of this? I have a serious question. How many copies of this game do we need to sell before we can get a live performance of Dabu and Simon and then the third composer playing these songs live with a band? Only half of a joke question. Do you feel so stupid when playing this game? It's okay, most people do, including me sometimes. How many copies have been sold? Well, okay, so in the first day, they sold 160,000 copies. And there aren't any official numbers, but I don't think sales have slowed down much. So, like, if we could guesstimate, let's just say, safe guesstimate 100,000 copies a day since. You know, it's been out since Tuesday, so what, like 160? It's a pretty safe estimate to say over 300,000, 400,000. I think like Steam. Okay, if I go over to Steam database, Steam Spy estimates between 160,000 and 454,000 based on reviews. Based on their review algorithms, somewhere between 160 and 500,000 copies have been sold. No, because Notch is a sociopath and crazy person and kind of a bad person, and Toady is a wonderful person. Don't compare wonderful people with crazy people. Oh yeah, no, Kit Fox is making bank, and I'm so happy because Kit Fox publishes weird-ass boutique indie games that deserve, like, more recognition generally, so I really like the fact that weird-ass Canadian boutique indie publisher is getting a buttload of money. All right, so we are building bedrooms now, so I need a hallway for bedrooms. We're going to need doors, and we're going to need beds. Let's check our wood stockpile and see how much wood we have. It's mostly empty. All right, so we're going to need more wood. Sorry, Elvies. Elvis Presley. Did I ever connect this? Yes, I did. They published 6 Ages. Yep, they've published a lot of neat little games. Moon Hunters, which is a game they put together. Yeah, no, they've done. Also, Moon Hunters is $1 right now, by the way. I was just going to like dodge into their thing. Like Fit for a King is like kind of awesome if you like OG Ultima. Lucifer Within Us was a fun 2 hours. Paparazzi turned out to not be as much of my thing as I hoped it would be, but you know. I've heard really good things about Shrouded Isle. I didn't really like Shattered Planet. I think out of all their games, it's like Shrouded Planet, not great. Everything else they did was pretty cool. So many people have been waiting to play this game to buy this game for 2 different reasons. 1, they've been playing it forever. Or 2, they can officially support devs. Or 2, people like you who've tried the ASCII version and couldn't mesh with it without the graphics and UI. No, totally. Yeah, absolutely. Like this game's got like many decades of recognition and notoriety behind it already. Also, yeah, Tarn wrote 2 books with Anya Short. My dad has one of them, and he hasn't given it back yet. He's had it for like half a year. I need to go pester him to get it back. And also this one. So that's why Kit Fox published Dwarf Fortress. Dwarf Fortress needs drops? What the fuck would you get in drops? For Dwarf Fort? Honestly, no, it doesn't, because drops is so I hate drops for 2 reasons on Twitch. This is coming from a streamer who's benefited from drops in the past. I hate drops for 2 reasons. It forces people to watch games they don't want to watch and watch streamers they don't want to watch. And it forces streamers to stream games they don't want to play, which equals 2 things. Streamers that don't like playing their video games and are playing it for promotion, which is the worst reason to play a video game, and viewers watching streamers because they get shit for free. It's a toxic environment and I fucking hate it. Fuck drops. How about we just drop things off of things in Dwarf Fort and call it drops? Let's do that. We'll put 2 more doors over there. Y'all are really rant baiting. Welcome to my channel. Hope you like your stay here. This is just normal me. Nobody's rant baiting. I just do this. This is my jam. I'm having a great fucking day right now. These ain't angry rants. This is just what I do on a Monday. All right, let's go this way. Someone, yeah, like 2 days ago, I think it was 2 days ago. I don't know. Time has no meaning. Someone was just like, dude, you need to chill. And I was just like, no, that's sorry, I'm bipolar. I can't help you. Not actually manic right now, though. I'm just dumb excuses. Thanks for the tutorials. No problem, dude. Glad that they're helping. They're very basic, so hopefully you can expand upon them and learn other things. Spleet! Thanks for the tier 1 subscription. Enjoy the ad-free viewing while I place bedrooms. Why do I stagger making shafts? Because they look cool. They're more cumbersome. Most people build squares because they're easy and efficient. I build weird patterns because they're cool to look at, and I have to look at my forts for hours and hours and hours on end, so I want to enjoy looking at them. And if I look at them and I go, man, that's boring looking, then I don't like my fort, and then I don't want to play it anymore. If I look at my fort and I go, man, that looks awesome, then I want to keep playing the fort. So I like making forts that I like looking at, and I like looking at funky shapes. I don't like looking at boring ass straight lines, and I don't like looking at like unstaggered bedrooms, and I don't like looking at plain squares. It's boring. You've exposed your food to creepy crawlers? Oh, no, not the fingers. Hi, New. I'm blind. That's fine. We'll just do that corner there. Fill it out a little bit. If you can make a cool organic design that's also optimal, you're winning in Dwarf Fort as far as I'm concerned. So I could either cut these jades out and use them for materials, or I could just smooth them and then engrave them and give that dwarf a fancy bedroom. Yeah, that's probably not a bad idea. I mean, we got the trees cutting down, right? So let's do bed. How many doors do we have right now? 20? So let's just do... Let's plan for the future and do 40 beds. Let's do rock cabinets. $40. And let's do rock coffers, which are chests, but boxes, essentially. Do you have to give larger bedrooms to larger families? Nope, the dwarves just share one bed. Because size is weird in Dwarf Fortress, and also dwarves don't sleep every day, they just share the bed. So, like, they stagger sleep, basically. You could put more beds in one bedroom, though, if you want. You could put 2 beds in a bedroom if, like, it's a couple, as an example. Your visitor shares tales from beyond. Is there a way to read those tales? Go to the world map, and then click news and rumors. And if I center on fort, okay, can't see any right here because there aren't any. This is where my home faction is. So all of the news and rumors I have right now are from my home faction who we traded with. So we can see, it looks like there is an army. Is that an army? Urvad became the mayor. The army of Ngokang Dusembal marched on Scentbleed. So that's what these rumors are. Basically, it's telling you what the overworld simulation is doing. So these little highlighted spots, we know that somebody became the Sacred Crypt of the Cult of Birth. So that's probably a religion, and that's a religious title. So they became the Sacred Crypt of the Cult of Birth. That seems like a sex cult. Anyway, somebody in the early spring of 250, a group calling itself... I selected the wrong one. In the early spring of 250, a group calling itself the Billowous Fences reclaimed a mortal bolt on behalf of the Rosy Cave. So my faction is reclaiming old dead forts. Is somebody... So that's what these are. It's basically telling you what's going on in the world sim over top of the game that you're playing. Also, I like to think that these dwarves up in the mountains can see this volcano out in the ocean. On how to deal with aquifers. That's something I'm planning on tackling today. But I need a fort on an aquifer. So that's one of the reasons I made this fort. Aquifers can be extremely useful, though. Oh my god, look at all these pond turtles. Okay, we need a fisher dwarves. We need a fisher shop. No, that's under farming, right? Fishery. Gotta say, it makes no sense for fishery to be under farming. It's a weird decision on their part, but... The grand flaming god in the great blue sea. Probably diamond. Dwarves, probably. Fish farms are a thing? Sure, but dwarves don't farm fish. There is no way to farm fish in Dwarf Fort. Puppies! We have puppies. Delicious. We'll have to eat some of those. We're going to make a butcher shop. Not right now. We're going to wait for them to grow up first. I'm not a monster. Let's just go... I always love chat's response when I say that. But we're going to make a... I am not joking. We are going to make a butcher shop. You have way too many goats. Time to eat some of those goats. Time to make some goat burgers. So we're going to make a butcher shop, a tanner shop. I tend to just put all of these in my kitchen, usually, because they all kind of just need to be close by. Do 2 tanner shops to 1 butcher shop for right now. The puppies are the veal of dog. I like the way you think, Mad Dog. What are most of our dwarves up to right now? Making beds, attending meetings. What are you attending a meeting for? Are you depressed? Yeah, okay, so this dwarf's kind of pissy right now. What do you want? Want to acquire objects, eat a good meal, you want to fight, you want to be extravagant, you want to help somebody. You having skills. Competent hammer dwarf, interesting. Some brewer planter. All right, so let's just also make a kitchen. Farming. Kitchen. Limestone. Kitchen. Limestone. While the surface is still safe, we're going to jump up onto the surface and we're actually going to gather a bunch of plants. Let all that stuff get built. And also, I'm going to start these bedrooms smoothing because I want these bedrooms to be smooth before we put beds in them. And I think we're just going to leave the gems in the walls for the bedrooms, and we're going to engrave those, put images on them, let the dwarves come up with nice images, which means Dastot might get a image of Eurist eating a block of cheese in Dastot's bedroom, and I hope Dastot enjoys looking at Eurist and doesn't become enemies with Eurist, because that would be bad. Not that it would actually be bad, but it would be very funny. Let's do that, and that. How many kitchens do we need? 2 tops. I mean, you can feed a whole fort with like 3. Dwarf Fortress is very much aimed in the creativity direction more than it is aimed in the you need this thing to not die direction, if that makes any sense. DP the entire map. Yes, you understand, Sniper. You understand. One of the old ones. Hey, Kindrum. Hello. Good evening. It's mid-afternoon here, but good day. Oh, also, something that's worth noting. Tomorrow morning, when we stream, we will be playing a different game initially for about an hour, because I agreed to take part in a thing called Turn-Based Fest. So we're going to be playing a very little indie game that's free on itch for the first hour of tomorrow's stream. It's not even something I'm getting paid to do. It's just something I offered to do, or got asked to do. So I'm doing it for free. It's a fun. It's going to be a fun little thing. It's a game I've played before. It's a game called Path of Acra. All that. I just kind of want this to look a little bit nicer and less muddy, so we are constructing up these floors so that they look better. One of your military dwarves just got cursed by a god. Should that be concern? It's a were creature. I mean, if it's a werewolf, that's extraordinarily rare because actually either a were creature or a vampire is what happens if they get cursed. So you could be concerned, or you could just let it sit and have fun. What I would do if I were you is I would take that one dwarf, I would take them out of the military, and I would put them in a room by themselves and lock them up and see what happens. Is there a way to block flowing water 7 everywhere? Once it's flowing? Very carefully. I mean, like, you could channel underneath it and drain it into something. You could cave in a block that is nearby where it's, where it originally started. Trying to think what else you can do. There's like you do have options, but like your options are limited once it's flowing. Yeah, you absolutely can. If dwarves ingest vampire blood, you can make, and they drink it, they will become vampires. So there's like a kind of a legendary strat that is very obnoxiously complicated and convoluted and annoying as fuck to do. But if you make a well with a spike at the bottom and drop a vampire into it, and then you repeatedly pull a lever and spike him repeatedly and just keep stabbing him, stabbing him, stabbing him, stabbing him, stabbing him, stabbing him. But don't stab him enough that he dies. Just stab him enough so that he gets blasted a little bit with the spike, and he bleeds in your well, and then you like don't let them drink any alcohol. They'll get thirsty and they'll start drinking from the well and they'll drink the blood. And when they drink the blood, they'll become vampires. I just wouldn't recommend doing it for a very wide variety of reasons. But yes, you can actually do that, and yes, it does actually work. Jesus, yeah, welcome to Dwarf Fort. I keep saying that for stupid reasons, but it just feels fitting. Yes, Krugs did a vampire fort. And if you watch Krugs' playthrough of a Vampire Fort, you'll understand why I don't really recommend doing it. I think I harvested too much. This is going to take forever. Let's actually erase like half of these. A little bit overzealously ambitious with that. We're back to spring. Year 1's done. Booyah! What are the essential items that you should bring on an Embark? You kind of want the most minimal setup. The most minimal setup. The most minimal setup would probably be what, like a block that is lava safe and an anvil and what, 3 metal bars? And then you can make a pick. Or just a pick. Yeah, in RimWorld, the violence is edgy to, like, make headlines. In Dwarf Fortress, the violence is edgy because the devs didn't think about it. And we figure out ways of making it violent. Which, you know, I actually rarely take part in a lot of that shit. I just know how to do it. Yeah, a pick and an anvil. It would be the minimum possible Embark. The reason I was saying and bars is like you could make the... If you brought a piece of charcoal and an anvil and a piece of wood and a piece of and a bar that is lava safe, you could make your own pick. But yeah, picking an anvil is the minimum possible Embark, and dwarves with no skills. So these are all plants that we are bringing, but we're just gonna brew until we run out of barrels. Look at all this. We got parsnips, and then once these are made, these kitchens, we're gonna start cooking. We're gonna make fancy meals. Something you dig up with a pick or brew from plants on the surface? Yeah. I don't really see the point in doing minimal embarks because all it really does is it slows down your progress dramatically. But, I mean, you know, you live your life, do what you want to do. Seeds, cool. Can't sell extra wagons to the trade. Am I stupid or is there no event history in the Steam version? Not that I can find. So, no, you're not stupid. That's a ton of pond turtles? Yep, that's why fishing is fucking dangerous. How do I deal with aquifers? If you're new to the game, don't settle somewhere with aquifers. Is how you deal with aquifers. But I will be making a tutorial in the next, like, 72 hours on how to dig through aquifers. Or is he fishing? Good question. I don't even know who's fishing, to be honest with you. Somebody's fishing, and they're fishing somewhere because I didn't bring all these pond turtles. Well, it depends. Is it a heavy or a light one? Heavy, you have to pump through it and then dig through it. Light one, I mean, actually, you can plug them, too. Or wait for them to freeze. Although, I don't know if I'm even going to do a tutorial for heavy aquifers because they're pretty uncommon. I might just say don't settle on them unless you're brave. Because most people are just asking about light ones, not even heavy ones. How did I put the water out of the map? Smooth the wall and then carve holes in the wall or fortify the wall, and they'll just flow off the edge of the map. It only works on rock, though. You usually use double silt for heavy, but it doesn't seem to work. Oh, no. What level of water drowns a dwarf? It depends on if the dwarf's lying down or not, but 7 of 7. For what drops, World of Tank drops only. Thank you very much for the Prime sub. We were talking shit about drops earlier. Oh, also, I should put chat back in slow mode. I was like, why is chat so fast? Jeez, you guys are talking a lot. If you were sitting on a heavy aquifer, this might do well. The ocean itself at this point, IRL, nobody knows what's on top of heavy aquifers, so they have a choice. No, yeah, basically people who build on top of heavy aquifers are people who just like pain. Main thing that annoys you about aquifer is that it's hard to have a river and not have an aquifer. Yeah. Well, it's not masochist. It's just like they're a challenge, but they're not a fun challenge. They're a tedious challenge is the issue that I have with aquifers. So you can just flood a different region? I mean, basically, you have to redirect the water elsewhere when it comes to aquifers. All right, so we have these kitchens up and running now. So I'm just going to go add a new task. You know, actually, let's do work orders for this one shop. Let's do prepare a lavish meal. And let's just do 150. Be fine. And C. Taylor. 85, thank you very much for the Prime. We have about 2 hours left in stream. That's not impossible. That's just really laggy, Kishmod. I'll see you tomorrow, Sniper. Cheers, dude. Take care of yourself. What ingredients do you use on different meals? Just let the dwarves decide. They know what's best. The cooking system in Dwarf Fortress is one of those systems that the developers have talked smack about for years because it is very simple. It's one of the simplest systems in the video game. Actually, hold up. Stone cutters. Only everybody does this. Really? Certainly doesn't seem like it. Nobody is... Wait, what did I set the priority of those two? 3? I guess everybody's either sleeping, fishing, or doing something else of lack of value. Okay, you know what? I found the fisherman. Fisherman. Nobody does this. Just stop for a bit. We got too many. You can fish later. You love the devs, how the devs straight up said, if you want a good cooking system, play Caves of Cud. That is actually a Toady One quote. Yeah, if you want a good cooking system, play Caves of Cud. Once you get through the aquifer, you are free. Yeah, you can just mine all you want. Did that ever get completed? Resume construction. There we go. Now smoothing's getting done. I think I should move the office down there, actually. How do you find sand on the map? Well, you need to know that you have sand on your map first. Speed Kills, hello, it's good to see you. How you been, sir? Also, thank you so much, Aqua, for modding. And just shout out to my mods in general. Nix, Aqua, Audio, Kleno. It's like, I've not needed a mod in 5 years, and suddenly in the last 5 days, I've needed like at least 2 mods in chat at all times. So thank you. Good, since it's Friday. Friday and Dwarf's out. Go play Dwarfs. Hell yeah. Clara Opal. Spring has arrived. Bunch of my animals grew up. Excellent. While they're smoothing this, we're going to go bed. Although I'm just going to use closest material because I don't care about bed material. I actually kind of like the bed color variety. It's nice. Let's do doors. Door. Use closest because I only made them out of 1. Go to furniture. Let's go to cabinets. Go to furniture. Let's go to chests. And then I can go to zones. We can go to bedroom. Go to multi-bedroom. And it selects the ones that have a door and a bed. Done. Bedrooms. Clinodev's the person to talk to about that, Templar. I don't use DF hack generally for anything. For sharp weapons, yeah, Ham. You want to make silver warhammers if you're making weapons out of silver. It's not a very sharp material. It's a dull material. Will dwarves claim those rooms? They already have. See? They're much smarter about it now. They'll claim it as they go to bed. So Meng's already claimed 1. You can see. Some migrants have arrived. We're up to 18. God, that pop-up box is super helpful. And thanks, Jack Nark, for assisting in chat. Appreciate you, dude. All right, so you up here can go there. There. Someone's getting a big bedroom. Look at that one. Doop, 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 doop. Doop. Multi-bedrooms. Place more, that's 5 more. Chest, 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 chest. Oh shit, that one got 2 chests. Oh, what? 2 chests? And then you over here. Yep. So when you make bedrooms, click bedrooms and you click multi instead of paint. You just click and drag, and anything that has a door and a bed in it will automatically be made into a bedroom. Yeah, and I would hope that there's been a few people just hanging out in the Discord answering people's questions too. Why do you build a tavern early on and not a dining hall? Because they don't socialize in a dining hall. And socializing is important for any human being. And also any dwarf. Implying dwarves are human. Yeah, and also dwarves. I think I'm out of... Yes, I'm out of doors. Ah, shit! Id, the caretaker, is giving birth to a baby boy. I can't wait until we get baby sprites in the game so that babies aren't just like full-grown adults. They're kind of ridiculous right now. You keep having your dwarves leave society. Does anything cause that? So every dwarf gets to do that once in their life. They can be possessed, they can withdraw from society, or various other variants of that. And it's a strange mood. And it's essentially just they go and they go off. They grab a bunch of items that they deem necessary, and then they make a fancy item. They make an artifact. And hopefully, it doesn't have a terrible business model and get shut down within a year because Valve doesn't know how to start games without a crappy business model built in. Hopefully. I mean, dwarves are generally smarter than that, but... So we're gonna brew drinks from fruit. We're just gonna put that on repeat. So this dwarf right here is cooking. Preparing meals. So what they're doing is they are cooking, obviously. Satisfied at work, lonely after being away from family for too long. But they're just gonna run down here. They're gonna grab item, and hide item. And then they're gonna go grab another item. And what they're using for this particular meal is cherry. For this particular meal, they are using leeks, prepared horse spleen, and hungry head tripe, and ratweed. The most recent meal they made is a cherry roast, which is using the ingredients of minced fisherberry, minced leek, and minced cherry. What else are they making? What else have they made? They also made another cherry roast, which was made using minced fisherberry, minced leek, and also minced cherry. Wait until they make you, like, biscuits and the only ingredient is horse fat. If you think that's gross, you've seen nothing. A room of shame? What's a room of shame? Just images of dwarves crying on the walls? Oh, just to make fun of really bad crap, so that's pretty good. Discord word story? All right, perfect time for an ad break. So I'm going to my Discord to read the Add a Word stories in the Add a Word stories room. If you haven't added anything to it, please go add stuff to it right now. I'm going to scroll up for a bit first and then reread things. Before the blood flows from face holes within the bench of death, primordial beings await. Whoa, Nelly, I'm high above the miserable caverns, strawberry cake and cream cheese frosting, eggs smell like sulfurous after shower water. Boogeymen rave, congratulations, you're dancing debug. Beast of the milk chocolate tastes like good candy. Also, go add more words to that room so that I read more next time instead of like just rereading the same thing. Let's go add in more doors. Thanks, Prismatic. What feature did I look for when starting the dig site? Not super wild. A partial aquifer and a river sprout and a mountain and fun things surrounding. And then we built this underground river. And I think it looks great. Also tons of iron. We wouldn't want to have iron deficiencies. By knowing what I'm doing, Tropy Kellet. Basically, long story short, it flows out of the corner of this creek here, down into here, through here, and then down into the bottom of this, and it goes all the way along the bottom, all the way over to the edge, and then it flows off the map. Also, I think we are going to build some flooring real quick. Should just use limestone. And we're going to put a well right there. I can remember where wells are. They're there. So this uses, actually here, I'll do this one manually just so you can see all the materials that it needs. Well, select material after placement. Needs a block, it needs a bucket, it needs a rope, and it needs a mechanism. What is something you would absolutely love to see added to the game? Smoking, says the stoner. Because what's a very dwarfy thing right next to booze? Like Gimli smoking on his pipe the entire time, right? It's weird to me that the dwarves don't smoke. Really weird. But that's about it. Aside from that, it's just anything the devs want to add. I'm here for it. Migrant just came with a steel scimitar. So humans can make weapons that dwarves can't make, and scimitars are one of those. Are there halflings in the game? Nope. There are gnomes, though. Good luck finding them. I know how to find them, but I'm not going to tell you how to find them. Can you designate multiple bedrooms at once? Here, yeah, I can show you. I'm about to do that. You go to bedroom, and instead, by default, it says paint, where you just make one bedroom at a time. Hit multi, and then just, you need bed with a door, and then you just select. It's pretty smart. We got 3 new bedrooms, which are these 3, and then you go accept, done, and then dwarves will claim them as they need them. You can see. So dragons might be more might be more common now. I keep seeing screenshots popping up on the subreddit of, I settled on a dragon. What the fuck? You can generate worlds that are specifically themed after dragons, which isn't something I've ever done. But like, just to give you an idea, admittedly, you're about to see old Dwarf Fortress for a second here. So clutch your pearls. I know it's terrifying. ASCII is scary, but like, hold up. I'm gonna show you guys a clip from one of my older streams, from the last stream I did before the game came out. So 30 days. Here it is. Watch this. This is a dragon, right? See that? That D, that's a dragon. That's a child getting ripped apart by a dragon, and then that's a stockpile of booze right there that's all exploding because the dragon breathed fire on it. Also, ambiguous amphibian. Again, you fucking hero. Sup, everybody? Welcome, dwarfs. How we all doing? If you guys want to, do you guys want to see a dragon burning down a stockpile in one of my older forts? Here, we'll show the clip again. Check this out. Just check this out. Just check this out. Mods, can I get a shout out for ambiguous amphibian, please? Who you should already know who he is. Anyway, I mean, come on. But yeah, that's a green D blasting. Just absolutely blasting. What do I need to explain again, Faulty Mouse? It's a dragon burninating everything. Yeah. So yes, there are in fact dragons in this game. Not the booze. No. Trust me, the booze was the least of their concerns at that point. But yeah. But hello everybody. How are we all doing? This is a fortress that I'm theming around machinery. So we are going to be doing pump stacks. Although I don't have that much time to stream today. I'm only going to be streaming until about 4. And it's like, so we have about an hour and 20 minutes left. Don't have that much time left today because I have to record a podcast a little bit later. But we are theming it around machinery. So I've got the very basic setup. We're still trying to just get the fort running because we started today. But we've got water wheels. We're going to be doing milling. We're going to be pumping water places. Maybe building water cannons. I haven't decided yet. Are you building a factory fortress? Not really. But we are going to be building machinery. And we're going to be constructing probably water cannons, definitely minecart cannons. We're going to be fucking around with minecarts and having fun. Hyper-powered minecarts are fun, so we're going to be messing with hyper-powered minecarts. We are going to be breaking things and probably squishing people accidentally. And it's going to be fun. Will this be on YouTube? All my VODs go up on YouTube, yeah. I have one YouTube channel. I don't have a separate VOD channel. My tutorials go up on YouTube, and my VODs go up on YouTube. Links in the down there-ish. Yeah. You see Among Us? If you look at the, actually, if you look at that kind of sideways, it's kind of... Yeah, I see it. This fort's kind of sus. That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm sure we'll get by. But we're just making bedrooms right now. Nothing fancy. But how was your stream? Did you guys find some fun? Did you did entertaining things happen? I really need to just set up like a minecart trail right now. That's probably something I should do. Because we kind of need to get rid of this. I guess actually what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to expand the size of this. We're going to make a stone stock or a stockpile to get minecart stuff up here, probably. Minecart rocks up there out of the main fort down here. So what I'm going to do down here is I'm going to make a little stockpile down here for stones. And then we're going to make a little minecart rail to go up to the top. A child fell down a stairway and then nearly drowned a man. Oh, well, so you see this like little river here? Yeah, it's a very dangerous torrent of water that's flowing off the side of the map here that I've constructed. Check this out. See this this lever right here? It's called water off. I can pull that lever, and then the water stops. It doesn't drain quickly. But if somebody falls in and drowns, I can get their body out. Now the game's saving. Is there a way to manage stockpile priority? No, but you can make give and take stockpiles, so you can have stockpiles that go from one place to another place and only from one place to another place specifically. Which is incredible. Also, set up seasonal saving if you haven't, because it's important. It's important. What's my favorite DF story? I actually have a YouTube short going up tomorrow about this, but my favorite dwarf DF story is one that I found in Legends. I never found this character in-game, but my favorite fortress story is... In Legends, I found a human lady, and she was the daughter of a baroness. And by the young age of 13, she began gambling and embezzling funds in the local tavern and making a whole bunch of money. Not the accusing ghost. No, that one's a good story, but it's not my favorite. No, this is my favorite story. She began embezzling funds and started stealing money and hiring assassins, and started assassinating members of her family and cheating members of her family and slowly killing off the royal bloodline. By the age of about 35, she had gained the rank of queen of the entire faction. So she leveled up society really quick after making many small fortunes gambling. Then, from there, she became obsessed with the concept of eternal life because her meager life was too short for her weak frame. So from there, because, simply being in charge of the civilization wasn't enough, she began seeking out the secrets of life and death, became the apprentice of a necromancer, learned the secrets of life and death, and through Legends mode, it's literally Dwarf Fortress Wikipedia for your entire world, Chatmans. I found this in Legends. I was just looking at random royals and seeing what they did. And she spent years developing this relationship with this necromancer, and after about 10 years became a necromancer, right? Now, throughout her entire life, she was a bit of a slut, and every year she would have half a dozen to a dozen, maybe 2 dozen lovers per year, all different people. And she got married multiple times and divorced multiple times. But at the second she became a necromancer, instead of getting divorced, she stopped getting divorced, she would have her husbands assassinated and would res them into zombie lieutenants and would recruit them into her army. So she just slowly, or rather very quickly, amassed an army of not tens, not dozens, but hundreds. She had one accredited kill, which was one of her childhood friends. The rest were all assassinations. And I never found that character in game because that was just us reading legends. So, you know, that's my favorite story I've found in Dwarf Fort. My second favorite story from Dwarf Fort was in Long Death, which is one of my forts. I had a dwarf get assassinated, and the dwarf that got assassinated, or not assassinated, but murdered by another dwarf. Basically, it was a murder. I saw it happen, but forgot about the body. The body was in a weird place in the fort, and we never buried it. And I didn't have enough coffins. I just forgot about it. We had a full justice system set up in the fort. Nobody witnessed the murder, and I was just kind of grumpy about it. But the dwarf stayed in my fort, the one that did the murder. And we knew that. But the fort was too big, and I forgot where the body was, and long story short, it never got buried. So it came back as a ghost. And then this ghost went and possessed a different dwarf. And one of the things that dwarves can do if they witness a crime, if you have a criminal justice system set up and you have, like, the captain of the guard and, like, prison cells and all that, dwarves will report crimes that they witness, and they will tell the captain of the guard, and then you can convict criminals if they have caused murders, right? So this dwarf was a friendly ghost, which are the rarest, one of the rarest types of dwarven ghosts, possessed one of my other dwarves, just a random dwarf, and then went and reported the crime of their own murder. And it was Transfem's other previous dwarf that had been murdered. So, Dwarf Fort. Can someone tell you what the messenger does? They're the person that you send off to go request things from your holdings, if you have holdings. So if you have royals in your fort and you have helixes, you can request workers from there. So, yeah, those are probably my two favorite stories. Closely after that, I had a dwarf once accidentally get killed by cops after he was, like, tantruming a bunch and breaking shit. And then that dwarf's wife immediately after, like, her husband died, like, so her husband died, right? Instantly after her husband died, the dwarf who I'm talking about is Suey, right? So her husband died. And the second her husband died, she married the mayor, which was kind of funny, especially because the mayor is the one who puts in the order to, like, convict somebody of a crime, and the conviction was a little bit too intense. And let's just say that the captain of the guard had been training strength a little bit too much and got a little bit punchy. And when he got a little bit punchy, he kind of, like, impact killed, like, literally just punched him in the face and crushed his brain. So, like, it was an accident, okay? It was accidental manslaughter during a convicted beating. It's normal dwarven mishaps, okay? Accidents happen all the time. And after this accident happened, that dwarf was just like, well, fuck this shit, I'm gonna marry the guy. Oh yeah, it's definitely a conspiracy to steal someone's wife. Absolutely, there's no question of it. 1000% it's a conspiracy to steal someone's wife. You've had creatures running in terror from themselves? They're not running in terror from themselves, they're running in terror from something. Unless they're, like, just running around obliviously. But that's not from themselves. You had a bone carver turn your legendary woodcrafter into a fucking bone helmet. Because he was unhappy and got a mood. Yep, that'll happen. That's a crime. This game sounds amazing. This game's really slow and requires a lot of paying attention and reading of these. But think about this game like this. It's kind of like a way more complicated RimWorld that has better storytelling capabilities than Crusader Kings, that also has an overworld that can be, like, up to the size of New Zealand, that is playing a pseudo 4X game simulated over top of the game, that is keeping track of hundreds of different locations, their population counts, and while it's not tracking the actual layouts of those different locations, it is tracking the population counts, and every single member of those populations are named characters in the game's history, which you can go read in Legends mode. Is there any fast forwards feature? No, the game is tied to frame rate. So it moves as fast as the frame rate moves. Something that I actually do recommend with this game is it's a really good, like, get up and walk away game, which also makes it a really good streaming game because there's points like this where I can just talk to you guys. And I've been streaming this game for almost like 4.5 years now. How is the new UI good or bad? Compared to other games or compared to old Dwarf Fortress? Compared to old Dwarf Fortress, it's like the difference between a piece of programming software and a video game. As for like actual UI design now, it's fine. But the difference between like unusable for most people and fine is, yeah, it's fine. There's places where it can be improved and they're working on it. It's fine. It's fine. There's a few menus that make me want to get that make me fear that I'm gonna get carpal tunnel. But it's fine. If you say that if you reduce the FPS to 1, the game is actually slower. Oh yeah, no, totally. I mean, right now we're running at 100 FPS, right? I could drop the frame rate down to 40 and it'll run at 40% speed. I actually turn down the frame rate during fights while I'm streaming. Yeah, I mean, like, here's the thing. I don't think a game like RimWorld has good UI. RimWorld's UI is fine. Like, it's fine to decent in a few places. Like, this game has, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. How do you turn down the frame rate? There's a hotkey combo that I have experience of it crashing the game before, so I don't use, but you go to game settings, and then you go to, because I have to squint and read, and I can never remember exactly where it is in here. Show frames per second, yes. Game frames per second, default 100. There you go, right that. Change that number to whatever you want. So let's just say 5 frames a second, just to show you. It's very slow now. It's not paused, the game's running. Now I could just get up and go make lunch and come back and they will have moved a couple tiles. Also, it slows the menus down too. Come on. Grumble, grumble. There we go. Stupid video game. Shows frames per second. 100. Hallelujah. It'll take a second to like think about it. It's going back up. 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 It's going back. And there it goes. Okay, now let's play it again. Ooh. Waiting for DF hack for Steam version. I don't use DF hack. I've never really gotten into using it, and I never really found the tools that it provides to be that useful. So just never bothered. If you want to set it near the screen's refresh rate, it helps with click inputs and keystrokes, and some people are reporting that it's important. Oh, interesting. Good to know. So I guess I should set that to 59. Frames per second, grazing. Don't know where that would be in this menu, but anyway, I'll look into that later. Video settings. Because I use 59 hertz monitors because I'm cheap. Let's see what that does. Good to know. You taught me something. An eagle on the surface. Look at that. It's America. You heard that there's a Dwarf Therapist update in the works? You really don't need it. I mean, if you want to play Dwarf Fortress with an extra window up, I mean, be my guest, but I don't know why you'd want to torture yourself like that. To me, that's what made old Dwarf Fortress hard to tolerate, was all the people who insisted that you had to use tools that you really didn't have to use. So, what I'm going to do is we're going to make a ramp. I have to go up a couple. So we're going to go a ramp right there. Going up. We're going to go a ramp right there. Ramp right there. Ramp right there. And that's going to bring us up to here. Steam DF happened. Welcome to everyone who's... Hell yeah. How you doing, Vengeful Scroll? It's good to see you again. Hope things have been well. You know, you guys have been following so much and subscribing so much that my filters are broken in my Twitch dashboard. Fun fact. So good job. We're not going to be powering this one. We're just going to be pushing it, so it doesn't need to do anything super fancy. You right here. We're going to make a stockpile. Oops. Stockpile for rocks. Depth. What's the point of digging deeper? You find more exciting things and rarer things, and then eventually even rarer things, and then eventually even rarer things, and then eventually things that want to kill you, and then even more things that want to kill you, and then things that you want to kill so that you get cool things from them. Fun is the point of digging deeper. But, you know, no one's making you. You don't have to dig anywhere. So we're just going to put economic and other stones into that stockpile. I wonder if they're even going to be able to build on those, right? Oh, yeah, they are. Okay, cool. I was worried that they would just forbid because they're sitting on it. Okay, so up here, up at the top, we're going to throw a minecart. Also, if you're wondering how to make basic minecart tracks, I have a tutorial on YouTube. This is going to be hard stop up here. And actually, no, it's not going to be hard stop. I forgot to set it to dump in the right direction. Dump upwards, hard stop. And because I'm just going to be using wooden minecarts, they're just going to carry the minecart back down, but it's going to be way faster than, and less work intensive than, what's the word? It's going to be way less work intensive than hauling all the boulders. They're just going to have to haul them right there instead of all the way up there, because up there is going to be where I'm putting the masonry shops. Are dwarves automated and you control the world? It's more of a god game than like a RimWorld style of strategy game. It's much more of a god game. And then we're going to, down here, we're going to have a track stop that's not going to have any brakes on it whatsoever, just a plain track stop that's not going to dump anywhere. It's just going to go right there. Going to be made out of whatever material is closest. Yeah, also that Dwarf Fortress is based on real minerals. Is the game pausing when you go into menus? Certain menus. Menus that fill up the majority of the screen, yes. Other menus, no. But you can also just press pause at any time, so it's pretty easy. Minecart routes. Shut up. I don't need no dumb tutorial. All right, so we're going to add a route right here. And it's going to push to the right, push to the right, push to the right. This should work. Sometimes it doesn't. Hopefully it does. Chat. Pray for me. Hope it works. We're going to fill it when 75%, 25%, or 100%. We are going to add a minecart to this route once we're done with all this. So we're finished with all this. So we're done. So once again, checking. They're going to push to the right from the starting spot, which is this stop right here. They're going to load from that stockpile right there. And then it's just going to dump into a infinite stockpile up at the top. Just into one pile, and that's fine. And then we need to put a minecart on this route, and we're just going to put a sand pear wood minecart, just something light, and it should work. How do you make a squad attack one of your dwarves? Do not do that! Ever! Unless you want, like, 80% of your fort to die, potentially. You can make it work. I'm not going to tell you how. You do not want to do that. You do not want to do that. That is the fastest way to kill your fort. We're going to put, let's just say 6 wheelbarrows there. And let's just make wood wheelbarrows, so like 10 wood wheelbarrows. Word of advice from a pro. Don't do that. But it's a vampire? Don't do that. Arrest him. Arrest him. I mean, you could. If go Google a loyalty cascade. Yeah, throw him into a volcano. That's what you want to do. Put him into a squad by himself. Tell him to go attack something big and scary. Lock him up. Use him as a automatic door lever puller. Crush him under a drawbridge. Is it easy to find a volcano? On the overworld, yeah. Some more migrants have arrived. Pausing the game. Like, as an example, if I center on fort, that's a volcano. See that? A big, this particular thing, it's called the Shattered Prairies of the Land of Paging. That's a volcano. Lock him in a trap room. Traps don't activate on your own dwarves. You could also put him at the bottom of a well, stab him repeatedly with a spike, and turn the rest of your dwarves into vampires. Oh, also, I think I forgot a step in here. Yes, okay. One thing that I forgot with this is I forgot to tell them to put stone in here. You have to tell them what kind of materials you want to put into it. So that's the thing that I was forgetting. I was like, I'm forgetting something already. Yeah, there you go. Now they start hauling stones into here, and you can actually see the minecart filling. 60, 80, 100. Are you going to pull it? Push it? Who's going to push it? Yeah, don't push it. Where's it going to go? Just need somebody to push it. Unless they're, like, failing to push it. It's possible. Why would they be failing? Yeah, okay, so it's failing. It's not moving for some reason. Why that? Are there any changes to wheelbarrow mechanics? You can put infinite wheelbarrows in stockpiles now, and they infinitely stockpile. Yeah, why are you not working? What did I do wrong? Pull. Up to the right. I guess I could tell him to kick it or ride it, but... Hey, kick it? Okay, well, kicking it works, but it's not going to make it up. Let me try something. For like 5 days? Yeah, it takes them a while to unload. Make sure that they've all made it to the, what's it called? Make sure that they've all made it to the trading depot first. They might not all be there yet. Okay, so let's try this again. Just add 2 more stops in. And connect the thing. Why are you not working? The reality is I probably screwed up the type of spot. They're leaving soon? They bugged out, seems like. Would be my guess. Let's try. Did I not select a direction? I may not have selected a direction. which would do it. Auto dump in direction. Auto dumping is not required. Animal breaks. Try it. Try it again. You have to build a workstation for a profession, or can you retrain them? Make a guild for that profession. They will then go teach other people their profession, and it gives them the same happy thoughts. But you have to make the guild public. So in the guild menu, once you've made a guild using a meeting hall and then the plus menu, just make sure that it's citizens and long-term residents only. And they will go teach that profession, and it gives them happy thoughts. Add new route. Let's try this again. Thunk, you. Load from there. Load only. Stone. Yep. Nope. And assign. Oops, no, don't do that. And assign a minecart. And push to the right. Push to the right. Push to the right. For some reason, they don't want to push it. Now I'm really confused. What am I doing wrong here? Is it supposed to have breaks at the start? Minecarts be fucky. Okay, let's try this again. You right there. Demolish the track stop. We'll just do 0 friction and see if it fixes it. Hope you're ready to restart? Wait, what? What do you mean? Maybe it's not set up correctly around the ramps? No, because they're not pushing it in the first place. Like, it'll work. Like, I guarantee you I could do it in the other direction, just kicking it. I need them to push it up. Philo named Blind IRL. Yeah, I mean, it worked that time. Now it's not working. But, like... Hold on. Let's go watch my own tutorial from last night. What did I do differently? Because I certainly made it work that time. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another one of those quick Dwarf Shut up, me. What did I do differently? What did I do differently? Okay. That. Yep. Oh, is it literally just no friction? It's literally no friction. I'm so used to making, like, powered ones. Where the fuck did my mouse go? What? Hello? There it is. I was putting 1 friction on it. Go fucking figure. Don't you ever want me to shut up, though? I mean, come on. I often want me to shut up. Let's try this again. No friction this time. God damn it. Okay, let's try this. Hopefully for the last time. Thumb. U. Bang. K. Yes. Stone. Yes. Yes. Actually, that would make a degree of sense, now that I think about it. Load from that. I think that's everything. Assign minecart. See, it's not working. Your DF crashed yesterday. You were very sad. Sad. But, like, kicking it works. Like, see, if I set it to kick, it works just fine. When they bring it back. Can I oil the wheels? No. This channel has really exploded. Yeah, it has. It really has. See that? They can ride it. They can kick it. Those two options work. I could do it the other direction. But too heavy to push? I don't think that's a thing. Like, I've done this many times before. To connect it to the water wheel. You evil human beings. Okay, fine. We'll connect it to a roller. I really wish that I could pause these. All right, well, that's fine. Screw it. Set up to a roller. Does it have an output to unload? Yes. I just want them to push it. It's not the unload that's the problem. It's just for some reason they don't know. Actually, there's one other thing I could try. I could try maximum friction, but... Is there any ways to send items to the other site, like with a wild example, sending copies of a necromancy manual to every major capital? You could copy it and then sell it and then trade it to everybody, but a lot of that stuff has to be done through adventure mode, right? Like, you need to remember that this is half of the video game. The other half of the video game where you can do some really nefarious bullshit requires adventure mode, right? So if you want to, like, give everybody and teach everybody the secrets of life and death, you gotta, you know, be an adventurer and do that. Which, you know, is not what everybody wants in their life, but this is gonna kill some people. 1000%. I should definitely build safeties on this before I do this, but yeah, where's the fun of that? Zodiac, what up? It's good to see you. And that. But yeah, no, it is, like, designed to go all the way up. So let's just build a wall here. And, it's a terrible design for this. Let's remove this, and let's remove this, okay? Let's remove these walls that I just started constructing. Let's go to the deconstruction. Like, if we're going to power this thing, we might as well just do it this way. And do it slightly, air quotes, safer. We're going to deconstruct all of this. And we're going to make a dump out up there, basically. Abby was born. Excellent. More targets for the minecarts. All right, so holy shit, that's a lot of doors. We got an artifact happening. Child withdraws from society. But the learning required just made it inaccessible. I mean, it's still inaccessible. I don't know what you're asking, Mr. Bucket. Actually, no, let's just push it to right there. There we go. We're out of meat. That's a shame. Pets and livestock. What do we want to eat? Plenty of puppies we could eat. Let's eat the piglets yet? Yes, we do have a couple piglets. Let's eat the sheep. And the horse. And the 2 horses, yeah. We'll be Finnish. Let's eat the 2 horses. Why is it safer? You don't want to get hit by a minecart that's moving at like 2/3 the speed of sound. Generally. I mean, Especially one that's full of boulders. Shit's painful. I actually really want to select the materials for this. So you know how you guys were asking about the UI earlier? This is a piece of the UI I don't like. Is having to individually place every single thing. So this is spinning now, which is spinning that roller. Let's go to machines and fluids. Rollers. Let's just do half speed because I'm in a careful mood. Any dwarves that are on this walkway when this goes off, by the way, will turn into a red mist. Just an FYI. So I need to make this the least optimal way into the fort. Dwarven child has created a limestone mug named Lilla Erar and offers it to the safe gate. Which we could go look at the name of if you guys are or look at the description of if you guys are interested. You know, okay, hold up. I need blocks in order to do this, but I don't have access to any. You know what? We're just gonna test it. What's the routes menu? I actually haven't used this menu yet. Think. Designating high traffic area? I want to designate a low traffic area. Okay, so I don't actually know how this UI works yet. Oh, I see. There you go. Restricted areas. Well, at least it automatically restricts minecart routes, so that's good. Do not stand here, you shitheads. And I'm going to need a track stop up top here. And before none of this works. I mean, I probably will. Okay, the rollers are working and installed. So, I literally need to press one button to see if this works, right? You guys ready to see if this works, chat? Let's see if this works. Okay, so it is a problem with that. Let's deconstruct this. It's not going up. Didn't connect. Wait, what? Where did it end up? Interesting. Well, let's just disable everything that we're putting in there for right now so it just stops doing its thing. It went backwards? Was it going backwards? No, it's set to east-west. Which should make it go that way and then up. But we'll try it again. If you say it went backwards, I'll believe you. Raise plus turn? Oh! I understand. Okay, I see what I did wrong. You are very much right. I see what I did wrong. I see what I did wrong. I see what I did wrong. I just need to change the direction it goes. So we need to go up a ramp up this way and up to here. And then, no, not up there. That can just be dug out, but that's fine. There we go. Now we can do it. We can still power it, though, since we've come this far. Still not sure why they weren't pushing it, though. They should have still been able to push it. I gotta say that these new minecart tracks are powerful to a point where they're too powerful, to a point where you can make things that the game won't actually let you make, which is sketchy. All right, so you go channel down, go channel down, and then you up here get deconstructed, and then you'll be channeled down. I need more booze. I'm fiddling with minecarts. I need to make more booze. Let's see. I'm like mostly certain you're correct, because the old system was way more limiting as to the directions you could go. It was like only ramp up, right? It wouldn't like, it didn't have these creative things. So I almost guarantee you, yeah, it's just colliding with the wall. The old system was very, very, very rigid as to what you could build. So like, I just didn't even think about it. Okay, so now that we're down to here, let's jump over onto track. Oh, I see. I don't actually have the ramp up top yet. Stupid question, but do you need to build walls underground? Does it benefit you in any way? No. Well, I mean, dwarves like to have their own bedrooms. Fancy walls add value. But does it benefit you in any way? No, not really. I'm going to make a big furniture stockpile here. All right, that. There you go. Let's see if this fixes our problems. I might still need to make it turn when I hit the bottom, but yeah, there it goes. How much adventure is there to have on the surface? Do you need to go mining? Who's your neighbors? Are you nearby a tower or on a hunted biome? Fuck tons of excitement on the surface. Are you in a calm biome? Dig down. Like, what do you want? It depends on the flavor of adventure you want, right? Are you going for particular style? I'm going to forbid all of these so that they clear off the tracks. Do you want particular styles of adventure? Like, do you want... Because like if you dig down to the caverns and you stay in the caverns, you will get let's just say attacked by armies and armies and armies of various critters that live down there, and they are exciting, and there is a lot of them, and they are not weak, and they have decent weapons. So it really depends on the particular flavor. No one has to use minecarts. You use them because they're fun. Okay, let's also forbid these. We'll claim all this stuff in a moment. I just want them to clear off the minecarts, really. I want them to get the furniture off the minecarts tracks. Yeah, so no, if you want loud, obvious excitement, and you're in a calm biome, definitely dig down to the cavern layers. How long do you need to dig to start running into said armies? You have to find cavern layers. And those can be right below the surface. Those could be 25, 30, 40 layers down. Although some people consider mentioning the existence of cavern layers spoilers, so... I think it's goofy to consider such a thing. Basically, the game will be as exciting as you want it to be, right? What's the best way to avoid cave-ins? Make sure something is supporting everything. One pillar can support an entire mountain. All right, so all that's been moved. Oh, okay. Yeah, exactly. If you want spoilers, why are you watching Twitch streams? Exactly. How do you go about making an office tile for, how do you after making an office in a room for them? How do you after making, what? Excuse me, please try speaking English, amateur. The whole wiki's a giant spoiler, yes. Best part about DF is there are no spoilers, is every fact is special and unique. Fort is special and unique, lol. I mean, I would say the best part about Dwarf Fortress is if you've seen Lord of the Rings, you know how it ends. So now it's just a matter of trying to make it as much fun as possible. Can you explain how to start? You have to keep a colony of dwarves alive. Have fun. Dwarves need the 3 Bs. Booze, beds, and burgers. If you can provide those 3 things for your dwarves, they will be mostly okay and just complain mildly at the lack of socializing opportunities. Nah, bitches are optional. And bananas, blood, biscuits. Booze, beds, and biscuits, yes. Booze, booze, and booze, yes, got it. And when you need to do something scary, just tell a dwarf to hold your beer. And they will, but you won't get it back. It'll be empty by the time they're done with it. Let's see if this works now. So, clarity's sake, that should go up. I think it's connected. Let's just confirm that this is connected. So you go up to there. You go up to there. There's a little arrow up, which means it is connected. Are they set to push right now? Did I lay bricks? I just told them to use the nearest material, whatever the nearest material is. And then I'm telling them to not go here because if they get hit by these while they're running, they won't survive. All right, let's see if this fucking thing works. Let's connect you. Machines and fluids. That's vertical axle. I just need normal ass axle. Horizontal axle. You. To there. I canceled it because old habits die hard. Horizontal axle from there to there. All right, you. Then I need to make a new set of rollers. To go straight that way. Like Well, I guess that way on the screen. Maximum speed. Slow it down a little bit. Like the materials. Yes, yes. Full speed ahead. Yay! Yes. All right. Shit's spinning. Rollers are intact. Kick it. Kick it. Kick it. Let's see. Actually, did I remove anything? All right, yeah, I set them to not put anything in it, so. Yep. I didn't quite make it high enough. Or it's, so it's, okay, apparently it's scheduled that as a downward track? Upward track? Upward track? Upward track? Upward track? Upward track? Okay, it doesn't have enough speed. It needs more speed, chat. Needs more speed. So we deconstruct that. Carefully so you don't get... Careful. Okay, so it needs more speed. More power. No, not power. No, not more power. More speed. I think I can connect 2 in a row. Did blind channel down a river? Yeah, I channeled through a river and then connected it to this one with a bridge to stop it. Also, we have traders. Oh, wow, we're in autumn already? Wow, that happened quickly. Well, then. That was fast. Year just flew by. Rapid fire. All right. I guess what, how many doors am I at? 22? Go grab water, and then there's 11 weregrowths for half your doors. That'll happen. Yeah, it's Dwarf Fortress. It's a very chill game until it's not. Table. Tab? Nope. Bitch, what you talking about? I got tons of tables. All right. We're going to sell them these. They wanted musical instruments, which there's no way in hell I'm going to sell to them. Here, buy a bunch of doors. I got lots of doors. It's the door economy. It's adorable. All right, so we're going to go down here, and we're going to go to machines, rollers. Don't actually know if I can do multiples in a row. Caddy Bader, thank you very much for that Prime sub. After the first couple of years, you stopped getting the first couple of years, you're no longer getting the diplomacy trade request dialogue thingy. Is this normal, or do you need to spend more money? I would assume you need to spend more money. It's unlikely that your civ died off. Let's just put 3 in a row. No, I don't have 3 ropes. All right, well, let's just buy let's buy some extra ropes so that we can increase the power of this thing. How's that sound, chat? I mean, you guys are all for, like, me accidentally phasing my dwarves out of existence using boulders and minecart trails, so might as well, like, set it up in a way that you guys like. Only the bite does it. Yeah, scratching doesn't do it. Biting is the only thing that spreads were creatures. Diplomacy. They say, I'm liaison from the mountain homes. Let's discuss your situation. There's much to share. We've updated your maps. What requests do you have of our merchants? Cheese. We've requested a dwarven cheese, naturally. They have a need for anvils. Ooh. Quantum tunneling through a dwarf with minecart, yes. Can you make can you still make a bridge steel? Oh, yes, absolutely. The game is still the game. Lightning runner. Hasn't changed. Still Dwarf Fort. At the end of the day, still Dwarf Fort. Also, I just want to say, absolutely massive fucking thank you to all of you guys who stuck around from that big raid earlier. just thank you so much. And just thank you to everybody who's been hanging around the stream the past 4 days. This has been insane. I think I've gotten more followers in the last 4 days than I have in the last year. So, thanks for hanging around. Especially with me fumbling through these minecarts, because I'm just like fucking around right now. These are mechanics that so one of the reasons we're fucking around with minecarts right now is because they're super easy and quick to set up now. In the older version of the game, they were so fucking tedious that it was just never worth it, so I just never bothered. But now it's like, we go from, I know sort of how they work. I know approximately how they work. And now it's like, okay, now let's make them work. I deserve the attention. Thank you. Cheers. All right. I mean, it's not Kerbal Space Program. Come on. It's not like it's rocket science. Anyway, they need anvils, which we can make. And, so can I interest you in some doors? So it's an extra 2,000, it's 2,445 total weight. They can't carry all the doors. I'm just gonna select all of the doors that they can carry, which is like not many. Okay, great. Well, that's brilliant. So they can carry one door. Okay, so rip the door economy. I can't do the door economy. Okay, fine. So if doors ain't gonna work then, do more weightlifting, you lazy dwarves. I guess I'm selling you corkscrews then. Was there a blank slate? I don't have any preference on migrants. Even kids are great. How the hell will anvils work next year? Well, doors are heavier than anvils in Dwarf Fortress, I'm pretty sure. Oh, you refused to your raiders? Pretty sure those are worthless, isn't it? I'm surprised they accepted that. That's funny. Like, I am shocked that they accepted it. I mean, also, when I say, like, crazy amounts of followers, like, just look at this shit, chat. Like, this is, like, 4 is more than I would normally get in a day. That's nuts. And then whenever I do this, like, this happens. Sanity. It's insanity. Absolute insanity. All right. Now that they've brought the stuff over, our broker's getting lunch instead of trading. So now we wait. Get your lazy ass up here. I just want to buy some ropes so I can launch minecarts up a thing. Oh god, it's going again. I didn't mean to do that. Get back down here. Stupid mine. Fine. Whew. I was worried for that dwarf's throat for a second there. Minecart had him in his sights. Gazaka, thank you very much for the tier 1. Cheers. Evening. You know what I could do? I could check this again. So you, upward track, north, upward track, track. Okay. Tracks shouldn't be the issue. Tracks are good. So I guess what I could do is I could just connect more rollers to it up at the top. Like I could put more up here. That wouldn't be hard to do at all. Could do that in a couple seconds. I don't know what there is to talk about, Clino, in response to the DM that you sent like 10 minutes ago. I'm not versed in that topic. So inform me while I'm offline and then I will. Okay, we need ropes. That's what we need. I need to trade for ropes. Trade for ropes. Trade for ropes. Rope. Mostly because I'm too lazy to make them right now. You struggle with water in the winter? You shouldn't need water unless you have injuries. Can't even buy all these. I can't even afford a rope. All right, fine. Fine game. If I can't even afford a rope, I will play your game. Where's my gem cutter? Jeweler. Okay. Buying rope in this economy? Dwarves should be drinking booze. They shouldn't be drinking water. So you should maybe making booze out of mushrooms that is still and not making them have water. If you're making them have water, you are a monster. It's like making a human live off of vinegar. Cut gems, repeat. The economy's still disabled? There's no plans to re-enable it, and it's been disabled for like half a decade. What? More than that. Can you train diagnosing from scratch? You can do that in guilds. You can make a doctor's guild or a diagnoser's guild or a surgeon's guild and all that. There we go. Bring 2 gems. That'll do. Buy a rope. I mean, come on. Have you been to Los Angeles before? Have you seen what their water's like? Is there a way to auto-smelt all ores? Yes, but it would take a little bit of doing. Kind of like chat was just saying. There we go. Let's bring these. Sorry, what? Oh, pff, that's interesting. You put a space at the end, it loses the thing that you were trying to trade. There we go. We've bought some rope. So now I have extra rope lying around, which means I can make more rollers. Let's make more rollers. Constructibles. No. Military, no. Yes. No. You idiot. Machines. Rollers. That way. Maximum speed. Ludicrous speed, as the kids say. Yes. Yes. You. To the right. Be on ground or near machine. Gotcha. So this right up here. Let's go down. No, that's up. Down. Having some fun. Also, Russ, thank you very much for the raid. How was your stream today? How was clowning? You want more, well, actually more Space Station 13 content than you could ever really figure out what to do with. I recommend watching Russ. Russ is good people. All right, so you here we are going to remove. Mods, could I get a shout out for Russ money, please? Super duper wouldn't have noticed that. That's how crazy shit's been. Yeah, Sal. Also, shout outs for Sal as well, but you know, one at a time, right? All right. We need gear assembly. Gear assembly. Never mind. Remove that. I thought that you could build gear assemblies on those, but I guess not. Actually, you know what? Let's actually just build a up ramp right here. Cancel that. Late game is making your fortress look as cool as possible or doing whatever you think is cool. If what you think is cool happens to be making multiple fortresses in one save, it's that. To me, it's just telling the coolest story possible. And that is whatever you want it to be, really. Oh, did I just dig down? I'm good at this. Still wrapping my dumb brain around all these, like, new, not new mechanics, but new buttons. These new fangled UX buttons. Mods AFK. There you go. Please go follow Russ Money. Click on that button. Give him a follow. Let's go to machines and fluids. Go up one. No, that's down one. Up one. Machines. 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 And up here, we are going to do another round of rollers. And if this doesn't work, then I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing wrong then. All right, so that way should connect to that. Yeah, I'll do Sal in a minute. Digital Dingo, thank you very much for the $2.45. The sound effects you are hearing is the game's sound effects, yes. I used to play this game using ambient noise generators, and these are freakishly similar. I'm assuming this will have enough power. All right, power's going. Let's kick that minecart and see if it ends up in the right place. I'm sorry, what? Oh, because I never finished building those rollers. I stopped building them so that they wouldn't accidentally kill dwarves. All right, so now they're active. Let's try it now. It goes over there, and then whoop. That seems safe. Okay, so what is it hitting? I guess, yeah, it's just not getting enough speed. It's just not getting enough speed. Gosh darn it. Right there. So let's add an extra one in there. What are you even seeing? I'm trying. Holy shit. Do you see that minecart just come racketing out the side there? It flew down and flew off the track and just went whoop across. There's lucky nobody was standing there. Anyway, what are you seeing? I'm trying to power a minecart up a track. Is what you're seeing. I think I could actually do another set of rollers right there. So let's do that. Drinks are still fine. Food is still fine. So up north. Can I put them on these? I guess so. Put them on the ramp up. No, that's not the problem. It's the power isn't the issue. The issue is the speed that the rollers go at, which are what's pushing the minecart. So the rollers aren't efficient enough is the issue. So the water wheel is producing more than enough power. I mean, this is only using 41 power. This is producing 100. So we have enough power. I just don't have enough rollers. But close. Right idea, wrong location. So now we just need to rebuild that, which should take a couple seconds. Let's hopefully not red mist anybody. God dang it. We're almost there. Okay, so I just need one more layer. Because it's getting up that. It's going all the way up to here. So it's making it that far. So if it's making it that far. Mist generators. dead dwarf generators. I'm going to build a maintenance shaft here. Just going to go down to here. Okay. It's going to be this is going to be very sketchy. If somebody steps there, they're dead. Just dead. Some migrants have arrived. Well, lovely. Excellent. More cannon for the fodder. You're going to go down to here. Right to there. Yeah, okay. So now that you've gone down to there, what we're going to do is I'm going to dig out this and this. And this is going to get a ramp dug right there. Let's hope nobody goes full stupid. On the bright side, we're probably... Sandparewood minecart strikes the miner in the upper left leg. An artery has been opened by the attack. The miner gives in to pain. Nobody dead, but there's blood. Hold up. Can I make you also into a hospital? No, I don't think I can. Let's just make a small room. Stay a small zone. I need a hospital stat. It was inevitable. Yeah, it is terrifying. Actually, you know what? I got a very convenient spot that we can make into a hospital. See this right here? Guess what? You now have a new job, little zone. This is now going to be a hospital. Actually, never mind. I guess we're just going to make a eating zone right there. Yep. And we're going to make you into a hospital. All right. And then I'm going to go here. I'm going to add new work detail. I'm just going to say all of the doctoring jobs. And I'm going to call this work detail healthcare. Now we are going to very carefully dig out that. Actually, hold up. Did I dig up? No, I didn't. Okay. Because this right here is what I need to mine. Why are you being a big idiot? Okay, so you... this is starting to get a little confusing. Apologies. So we are going to remove that ramp. Ah! Nobody got hit. I keep seeing dwarves walking past and being like... I could just, like, deactivate the thing, which would be the much safer way to do this, by the way. But where's the fun in that? Okay, so I can channel down this floor from up here. Okay. Let's actually cancel this one because I don't want it there. I want it in the other location right next to it. Sorry if I'm not reading chat enough. I'm just like way too into what I'm doing right now. Okay, so we're up there. One below. One above. And then I actually need to replace the flooring right here because I channeled out a spot that I didn't need to. Don't go full stupid, Dwarf. That. All right, let's quit being big idiots. Now we're gonna deconstruct that. Now watch this minecart just come flying back down here. By the way, 5, 4, 3, 2. Oh hey, it didn't go flying back down. Oh, that's nice. Dwarves are getting upset. I wonder why. Thank you for the sub, by the way. All right, so you up to here. Resume construction because you got slammed into a minecart. Reasonable reason to stop working, I think. And then this would have been much easier if I decided to make it go in the opposite direction, but here we are. No access. They can't reach it. Okay. We've installed death traps for your comfort and convenience. Just don't run through them, okay? Somebody go find that Krug Smash. Oh, look, a way to die art image because it is glorious. Because that is basically the status of this fort currently. You right there. Yep. Perfect. Are you cooking them? Or actually, are you cooking the plump helmets, not the plump helmet seeds? We have too many fucking puppies. We're going to have a lot of dead puppies here in a little bit. Also, for hospital, I need to assign a chief medical derf. Puppy soup, yes, very good. Very tasty. Very healthy, in fact. And you right here. Assign doctor. There you go. And also right here. Assign diagnoser. Expedition leader can do that. All right, so let's put a brick here so that they don't go full dumb. And everything should be connected. Pretty much. I just need to actually rebuild this. There we go. That's built. Resume that. Build that. Okay, so that goes up to here, which should connect to that. That should go down here. Should connect to that. Okay, we should. Cross your fingers, chat. Pray for our success. And red mist optional. Ha! I mean, it kind of worked, but I apparently fucked up this track stop. But it works! It works! It worked. We did it. We did it! Would have been so much easier if they just pushed it up and less dangerous, and we wouldn't have cut somebody's leg open. But, you know, instead of doing all of that stuff, we managed to make a track stop that works. Now, hopefully they put this track stop in before the cart comes flying back up and impacts the storm. Okay. Let's check this. This is them hauling it. So it says that it's 100% full. Why aren't they pushing it? I have no idea. Will they be able to send it back down? No, they pick it up at the top and they carry it back down. And here it comes. There it goes. Done. So now all of the boulders that were in there now dump out right here. And they leave the boulders. Hell yeah! Let's fucking go! All right, so now we do the the smart boy thing. We make a nice big stockpile. And we erase the stuff that landed outside. And we say... from which the work stockpiles it takes from. Toggle whether the stockpile can take from anywhere or only from specific workshops and stockpiles. I don't want them to actually fill this. Stockpile is no... Actually, you know what? I don't need to make a stockpile here. What am I doing? I just need to make a bunch of workshops here. Because there's just going to be an infinite number of blocks there, basically. We can just go stoneworker. Now we have a masonry industry. So hopefully nobody stands there right when it empties up. Is there a macro function? What do you mean by macro function? What? Coulette, being the rightful heir, has inherited the position of Baroness of Glazegrowth. Who the fuck? Oh, I have a baron. Awesome. Absolutely fucking awesome.
New dwarf.
What? LaFonda! How the fuck you been? It's good to see you. Thank you for the 18th month. What does a baron do? We're officially important. So somebody died, somebody in the world in my faction died, and this is their kid. So because somebody in the world in my faction died, and this is their kid, we now have to make them a really, 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 really fancy bedroom, a really, 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 really fancy tomb, a really, really, really fancy dining room, and a really, really, really fancy office, and a really, really, really fancy bedroom. I think I said bedroom twice. Anyway, we need to make them all of those things and then do their demands, but we get some control over the faction because of it. We leveled up, basically. I mean, clearly at least it slows down pretty considerably. I don't think it's going to be an issue by the time it hits the top. There goes 20%. 40%, it's 80. And... Donk. You know, it's so efficient. Yeah, it just cost a dwarf their leg. So they're going to clear those boulders out in no time. All right, so. Walk it off, you pretty much. I don't even have a fucking mayor yet. Now I have a baron. Speaking of injured dwarves, are they still in hospital? Well, feel satisfied at work, and there's nobody else in the hospital. I don't think so. That's good. So, on the bright side, I don't want to let visitors into my hospital. So, anyway, we need to eat some puppies. Got way too many puppies. Otherwise, they're just going to get impact killed by the minecarts at some point. So it's either I do it or they do it. Except if I do it, then they'll be delicious. Okay. Fire up the grill. Yep. See, Hitchhiker understands what's up. And with all this minecart water wheel stuff in the old version of DF, yep. It's always been there. The difference is, so you see how quickly I made that track initially. Yeah, it's like I had to fuck around a bit because I wasn't exactly sure how much power it required. But in the old game, all of this shit was here. The difference is, in the old game, you had to do it one tile at a time and specify the direction. So as you can see here, it says black track northwest, right? You had to say northwestern track. Okay, now southeastern track, build it. Now northwestern track, build it. Now southeastern track, build it. Then straight line for 2, east-west. Okay. Then northwest. Make sense? That's how you did it previously. So imagine how easy it would be to accidentally put down one track in the wrong direction and just go boom off in the wrong direction. So it's like, yeah, you can do it, but I never put in the energy to properly learn it. An ad started and I was like, what the door? I'm sorry. I don't like ads either. Welcome back, Koku. But, you know. Also, you know what's really fucking clutch, chat? We unlocked an emote this morning, and you know what just happened? It's been a month since there was a big old hype train and a whole bunch of subs were gifted. We're now back to below unlocking an emote, which is kind of amazing. So, within like a 2-hour window, we cleared a new emote, so hell yeah. I have a question. How many of you guys are just like scheming like challenges for our friend Amphibian here? Because I know a lot of you guys just like came over from there. I'm just like assuming it's a large chunk of you. But yeah, no, we've cleared a new emote, which is great. What's up, Barklaw? Yeah, no, we have one open slot. I'm just confirming right now. Yeah. No, we're down 70 sub points. Shh. Okay. I won't say anything. How many more sub points? Here, I'll show you. Dodge for flash bomb. So currently we have 1,120. We just unlocked one at 1,200. The next one's 1,400. So, you know, if we get like 400 prime subs in the next 20 minutes, yeah, we'll get one. I think it's going to drop by a bit, but quite a few. Quite a few. But we're getting a amphibian man lick emote because there are those crazy crazy frogs in the cavern layers that are psychotic. And, you know. All right, so now thank you, Thomas PL. We are going to make our Baron's quarters, I think. And I think that our Baron would very much appreciate the creek view here. So we're gonna give our Barony a dining room right next to the tavern so that they can oversee and witness the glory of our rivers. With some gem windows, I think. Lovely. LaFonda, thanks for gifting another sub. Guys, we just unlocked an emote. We don't need to do another one today. We can wait until tomorrow. Buy Dwarf Fortress first, okay? Suspend his quarters over lava so you can... see, here's the thing. That's not the point of this fortress. Maybe if we're going full evil. I'm not going to worry about that right now. Thanks for the prime sub. Nebo Chatty. All right. I mean, LaFonda's been around for ages. LaFonda ran a succession fort in my Discord once. Oh no, 3 puppies have died, Sag. All right. But yeah, no, having the Baron in my fort is a good thing. Thanks for the 2 prime subs. Picnic and Qui-Gon. Qui-Gon sang. Sup? What is the biggest and most successful fort I've ever made? Exclamation point, long death in chat and look at that playlist. But aside from that, I don't know. I've made many like massive long-term forts that have done some crazy shit, so I don't know. Also, that save file only works with older versions of the game, by the way. Doesn't work with the current version. So YouTube just gave me an award for hitting 1,500 subscribers. Or 15,000 subscribers, not 1,500. 15,000 subscribers. And it's 2 days late. It's like, congrats! You hit 15,000. Guys, I'm at 18,000. Also, thank you. Considering we were at 13,000 the day Dwarf Fortress came out. as the game says. I'm doing great, konnichiwa. Like, seriously, doing phenomenal. I hope that you've been well, too. Shit's been popping recently. I don't know what to say, really. 85% of the way to a play button? Yeah. Yeah, wouldn't that be I could put it right next to the crayon drawing I got from Zach and Tarn. All right, we should, now that we actually have a masonry set up, we should go, not that. We should click on this button and go table. Let's make 50. And say, make them out of limestone. Sleep well, konnichiwa. Take care of yourself. Hey, Kenner. Hope you like the high emote. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is when your Dwarf Fortress is an impenetrable heaven. It could be an impenetrable heaven, yeah. Endgame Dwarf Fortress is whenever you complete whatever goal you intended to complete with the fortress in the first place. That's what Endgame Dwarf Fortress is. If your goal is to just simply make an impenetrable utopia, make an impenetrable utopia. If the goal of your fortress is to become the mountain home and take over your faction, do that. If your goal is to kill every living thing that isn't a dwarf in the world, including every other dwarf that isn't in your dwarf's faction, do that. If your goal is to, if your goal is to, tame a whale, I actually don't know if you can do that. If your goal is to tame or go whaling, go whaling. Actually, I really want someone to find a giant sperm whale and show me how big the sprite is, because I'm very curious. Because based on because sizing in Dwarf Fortress is done in centimeters cubed, so I really want to, because approximately it would be about half the size of the map. So I would really like to see how big a sperm whale is, a giant sperm whale is in Dwarf Fort. It's probably not that big. I was fighting with a giant tentacle-covered leech last night, Dewoli, which is basically that big. Is making a boat fortress possible? Boats don't exist in the game, so you can't make floating buildings, but you could theoretically, like, put a build on top of a water thing and make it look like a boat, and pump water out of the bottom and dig down. Like, you can do some cool shit, but can you make a floating fort? Not currently, no. Then thrones are the other thing that we need. Limestone throne. Limestone's a pretty nice material too. That's not a bad. I should also make coffers. And let's just do 40 of those. Make them out of whatever. Need a mod to it? No, I mean, you could just use Legends mode probably to find them. Or like mod a world so that there's a lot of sperm. Or like make some custom Embark stuff so that there's a shit ton of sperm whales. But why is clay red? Is it bad because clay is red? It's literally that simple. Also, thank you so much, chat, for the little hype train and the 8 sub gifts. You guys are ridiculously kind. How to attract more dwarves? Sell as much stuff to the traders as possible. Give them free shit. What are you upset about? Want to acquire object, be with families, be extravagant, learn something, help somebody, and craft an object. You, dwarfy. Vutok. Healthcare. Vutok. You can have healthcare gig. And you can also, let's also actually, I'm gonna be extravagant. Actually, how about Vutok? There you go. You can go be a bard. Go be a tavern performer. Can you stop immigration? Stop trading. Or you can set a population cap in the game settings. Both are valid options. What about the minecart? Were your dwarves fetching stone from the dumping at some point, or does that need to be a 1x1 stockpile? It doesn't need to be. You could make it a 1x1 stockpile, but you don't need to. Like, I could literally just make that a 1x1 stone stockpile, just so that I remember, but no. I mean, they might actually be bringing it down from up top, so yeah, might as well. Probably not a bad idea. Oopsies. Actually just go full on with the quantum stockpiling bullshit and just make you into a stone stockpile. There you go. He's uncomfortable. He doesn't have anything in his needs, and he's happy. He's happy from everything except for remembering he was caught in the rain. Welcome to Dwarf Fortress. I mean, you know that, Phil. I think you've played this before, haven't you? Dwarven children are very strange and unpredictable. They do as they please, as they say. Oh, I don't want wheelbarrows in this one. I was caught in the rain once. Yes. Just like I wrestled a bear once. Shout outs to anybody who knows what that is. Good band. I saw them once. Spirit Box is good, but they don't quite live up. Different kind of shtick. I do enjoy Spirit Box, though. All right, so we're doing stuff. I was so obsessed with that minecart. I'm just like, I don't know what to do now. So we're going to make this into a... let's see. Furniture. Throne. Well, actually, no, I don't need to do that many thrones. We don't need to do this kind of design. Well, no, actually, this is not a bad idea. So let's do throne. And then table. And then we are going to go into this, and we are going to engrave with holes so that they can look through these. The reason we're doing that is so that they can peek through these holes and look at the beautiful water as it flows by. Tastes like Kevin Bacon. Good band, yes. They just make me smile. They're local-ish to me, which is how I know them, but... A fish wash with window viewing? Exactly. See, yeah, no, you get it. Oh, shit. I got a bunch of non-bedded bedrooms yet. So let's finish up these bedrooms while we're at it, because I got more dwarves, because we're up to 30 now. Probably part of the reason why some of them are pissy is because they need beds. All right. Furniture. Cabinet. Oh, no, that one already has a cabinet. And then, wrong button. Really should unbind the keys to move up and down because the mouse wheel is just all I'm ever using now. Cabinet, 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 cabinet. As long as it's not a minister, we're good. And you. Boom, 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 boom. So this would be more efficient if you macroed them and had like the one advantage of perfectly uniform bedrooms is then you can turn on keyboard control and you can macro them and then just hit like one button and it'll fill out everything all at once. But I like having boutique bedrooms that look unique-ish, and so that's kind of like works against me there. There's one that's missing a door. I saw it. Now I'm not seeing it. There it is. So now that they all have doors, I can go to zone. We can go to bedroom. Just make sure you've clicked multi, and then just go thunk like that. Done. I didn't just make this one into a bedroom, did I? No. Okay. There you go. Why doesn't the minister want a cabinet? Is this like a joke? What's the punchline? Use the modified windmill vanilla bedroom design. Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Oh hey, we got another artifact. Our expedition leader's been possessed. Ooh. Where is you? Oh, what? Game. Stoneworkers Workshop. All right, let's just grab you from this screen then. Range move. There you are. Okay, you're just moving slowly. I was like, why aren't you moving? So if you retire a fort, what happens when you start a new fort in the same world? If you are in a different Dwarven faction, you could theoretically steal stuff or attack your own fort. If you're part of the same faction, some of your dwarves could migrate over, bring items over. You like, as an example, one time when I started I had a bunch of different forts in the same world for about a year, and by the end of it, like I was like a dude stole one of my artifacts once, right? And sweet, it's got everything he needs. A dude stole one of my artifacts, and I interrogated him with my or tried to steal one of my artifacts, and I interrogated him with my captain of the guard, and it exposed this huge plot line, and it turns out that the dwarf that the zombie that tried to steal that artifact or was plotting to steal that artifact had actually stolen multiples of my artifacts from previous forts and was also holding an artifact from one of my previous forts that they'd just stolen from one of my previous forts. Shit like that just starts to happen. My favorite example is like, you know, how Warner Brothers tried to copyright the Nemesis system for Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War. Well, putting it bluntly, Shadow of Mordor and Shadow of War have a worse version of superior mechanics that Dwarf Fortress has. So that's why you should keep the same world going if possible, is because you will start to get those like meta interactions. And also, once adventure mode is in the game, you'll also be able to, you know, also let's go up here and make rock pots here too. Once adventure mode's in the game, you'll start having access to the ability to say, put an adventurer in, let's just say this fort, and then walk halfway across the world to another one of your fortresses and assassinate one of your old dwarves, steal an artifact from them, take their skull, and bring it all the way back to this fort, and then reclaim this fort, and be able to continue playing with that adventurer in your fort. Yes, never make a dwarf kill another dwarf. Well, in Fortress mode. Why, did you just find out why? Or are you just stating the information that I've stated, which is good information, I swear. I'm not, I would never mislead you intentionally. What do you got against elves? They bring fun artifacts and stuff to mess around with. Or they bring fun pets, which are delicious, usually. The expedition leader has created Kenishadrim, a limestone grate, which we're going to have to use as part of a water shower, for sure. Elf pets? No, like giant elephants and shit. So this is rad. We're going to have to use that as part of a shower system for our tavern, which we'll definitely build tomorrow. Which was built up here on, there it is. So this was made by our expedition leader, and this is a limestone grate. All craftsmanship was of the highest quality. It is encrusted with rectangular bone cabochons, and on the item is an image of a 3 tapered baguette cut gems in limestone. On the item is an image of a 4-sided long, 4-sided prisms in rock crystal. Never leave it running AFK. You just came back from a shower. 90% of your dwarves were killed by a giant cave spider and turned into ghosts and are haunting the place. Well, excellent. Now you just have a good story to tell. So maybe you should leave the game running. So let's build that floor grate. Just right here so I don't forget. Oh. I literally just constructed that, though. There you go. I'll place it there. You're struggling with your dwarves going mad and not being able to complete their works when struck by a mood. Any advice? Make sure you have one of everything. So, like, your first caravan, buy 1 metal bar. Buy 1... make sure you have at least 1 cut gem. Buy 1 of each type of cloth. Buy 1 leather. But also, I did it pretty quickly, but if you have a dwarf that's in a strange mood, I can't show you right now because I don't have one, but if you have a dwarf that's in a strange mood and they're in the workshop and they're not moving, click on the workshop, and up here will be a so-and-so claimed the workshop, and it will say underneath the name of the dwarf, and then they'll be muttering things. They'll be rotating through a list of items. And so it'll be like stacks of cloth, implying they want cloth. Metal bars of something, or a quarry, which means they want stone, or or rough gems, or shining gems. They have like different words that they cycle through, which are not specifically what the item is, but approximately what the item is. And you can either look it up on the wiki to figure out exactly what stacks of cloth need cloth, right? You can either look it up on the wiki to figure out what it is or approximate it, and you need to acquire those items. And if you hate the system entirely, you can disable it in the options. But it's a it's a neat system, and I recommend leaving it on. Oh shit, we still have a track stop there. Well, until nothing happens? What do you mean? How long can this game be AFK'd? Are you asking just how long can you AFK this game? I mean, as long as you want, really. All right, so this room is going to be given to my Baron. We got distracted by that artifact. This is going to be an office. It's created. And it's going to be dedicated to... What? My Baron it. Oh, there. Never mind. I just wasn't seeing you. Second one down. Chat, what should we name our Baron? I feel like our Baron needs a nickname. This is a legendary character that has appeared in our fortress. What do we nickname Coolette? What do you think, chat? The Baroness? This is up to you. What do you guys think? Dave? G? Dave? Really? I mean, let's call him Steve. President Biden. Oh, no. Bob. Baron of the Red Mountain. Misty Mountains. I mean, that is the most common name of all time, right? Chia Lady, yes. Chat really wants to name her Steve Bob David, though. John Smith. John Doe. Well, wouldn't it be Jane Doe at that point? I think, Red Mist. Because it's a reminder to her that if she crosses the dwarves in this fortress, they will revolt, and that's what she will become. It's a grim reminder. But it is still a reminder. It's up top. All right. Now. So we've got our Baron with a study now. She needs to have a nice bedroom. Now, here's the annoying bit. Which one did you claim? Because I have to remove her from her bedroom. Otherwise, she's going to end up with 2, which is fine on paper. But that's going to be her bedroom. She won't be remiss, at least she's red mist. Wow. Yeah, pretty much. Rough green jades, gosh. They're pretty. And I'm also going to cut through this wall here, which is going to cut into the side of her office, but she'll forgive us because we're going to be replacing it with something better. Also, pro tip, chat. 1 to 7 priorities. 1 is the highest priority on mining. 7 is the lowest. It's only available on mining, but a very useful feature. Gotta love that guitar plucking. This is fruiting from plants. Repeat. Let's go up to the surface again. You know, that looks like a weird giant, like, bending over. Funny. We're gonna gather more plants from the surface just for some more food variety. So now we've built that. Okay, let's go to constructibles. Gem window. Ooh, let's do these out of jades. The window into the office. The tavern party tune that goes off sometimes. Yes, drinking industry. Hail beauties! Elunkinem. Because I'm a nerd. Anyone else notice that there's a yellow mushroom that looks like a dong? I mean, if you have a phallic brain, everything looks phallic. Some people just know what they like. And then you see it everywhere. Everything. I'd say that Sigil's an expert in that industry, but that would be kind of mean. All right. Let's go down here and go across. What do you power with? What do you power with all your mills? Well, right now we're just powering minecarts for the lulz, basically. We're using minecarts to fucking power launch boulders up into this stockpile for these masonry shops, so that they run way faster. But aside from pile driving rocks up to the surface, we're going to be using it to pump water from this. From this. Actually, we're gonna probably reroute water into a big old cistern, and I'm gonna make water cannons, and also probably minecart cannons, because screw military. Water. We're just gonna. Limul has been appointed to the position of champion of the ancient lands. I don't know what that means, but we have a champion of the ancient lands, so that's gotta be nothing but a good thing, right? Might also be somebody off map. This is a good world. Very active. Stuff's happening. Oh shit. I'm sorry. What was I explaining? when the ad popped up? I wasn't looking. I need to, like, have a thing that tells me in my ear when there's an ad coming up. Nicknamed Red Squirt. Red Duplet. You don't remember Lamont? I mean, me too. Yeah, same. I'm sure we'll think of other things to talk about. Minecarts. Oh, what was I powering with these? So currently these are just powering this minecart. But eventually they're going to be powering millstones so that we can make flour. And they're going to be powering pumps. And we're going to use this water down here. We're going to reroute it into a cistern. And we're going to use it to make water cannons. And probably minecart cannons as well. Hourly ad alert on my phone? Absolutely not. No. You guys would hear it vibrating on my desk. I don't have a nice enough... You know, I may be a streamer who's been doing this for a long time, but I don't actually have a nice enough setup to, not for you guys to not hear my phone vibrating. All right. Also, it's every 30 minutes, not every hour, and it's not consistent. It's like every 28 minutes, more like. So anyway, we're mining that out. Okay, sweet. And let's get this. This is going to be a bedroom. Cheese cannons, very ineffective. Hilarious, though. How big of a computer do you have, Wilhelm? Most computers start to fall over at 220, which is the base cap for dwarves. But, I mean, if you have some sort of godlike supercomputer from the future, as many as you hit the button. The most entities I've had on screen at once was about 2,400, and the game ran about 2 frames a second, which, frankly, I think is impressive. That was during a siege. I just was like, yo, let's go stupid numbers with this, and I just cranked the number up. So we had about, it was like 1,800 things assaulting us. Coin shotgun, that would turn something into Swiss cheese. I was just going to make iron balls. Because who doesn't want to get, like, crushed to death by a wall of iron flying balls? Well, it's because RimWorld is a poorly optimized mess. Dwarf Fortress is an awesomely massive, poorly optimized mess. Don't get me wrong, I like RimWorld. It's a great game. But still a poorly optimized mess. Making farms in the caverns is very high production. Is it a good idea? I don't know. It's up to you. Do you want to? Then yes, it's a good idea. If you don't want to, then don't. That's also a good idea. Dwarf Fortress is a good idea. Playing Dwarf Fortress is a good idea. As long as you're playing Dwarf Fortress, it's a good idea. RimWorld's main advantage is its combat. RimWorld is a very good combat strategy game with some storytelling elements that gives you kind of the feeling of RimWorld, and it's really, or the feeling of Dwarf Fortress, and it has a really, it's really openly moddable, and it's got a lot of advantages. But Dwarf Fortress is just a very different thing. To me, like, the games are different enough that they are playable separately for different reasons. I prefer Dwarf Fortress, but they're both great games. You know how to hotkey to follow a dwarf around? A hotkey? I don't know if there's a hotkey for it, but it's this button. We're not going to be going much longer because I have a podcast to record. I'm just trying to get this bedroom set up, and then we're going to call it and raid another Dwarf Fortress streamer. So I normally stream, like, way too many hours a day, meaning I am used to doing ridiculously long streams, so the stream feels really short, but we've been streaming for almost 8 hours. There you go, red mist. You get that. So, Harbarian is half satisfied. We still need to do a dining room and a tomb, which we can do next time, which will be tomorrow. But we are going to save and return to title screen now. This isn't Red Torch's Baron? No, this is a Baron of somebody else's fort who just happened to be in my fort when they became a Baron, which can happen. But I'm going to let loose chat for a second. We're going to turn slow mode off. Your UDF lag's pretty bad. Any tips on how to make it lag so much? How many dwarves do you have? Dispose of unneeded items. Make sure needed items are in stockpiles. And if it's really bad, turn off temperature. Turning off temperature can help a lot, and it doesn't affect your game too much. That's just in the settings. Also, check to see if anything's stuck anywhere. If things are stuck, especially livestock, make sure livestocks are pastured. This includes like dogs and stuff. But